right, here we go. Welcome into the show. It is our NBA free agency special. I'm Chase Senior, producer Chip on the ones and twos. On this beautiful Sunday, June 30th of 2024, an NBA free agency is about to get underway in about an hour. And as signings come in, we'll react to them right here on the show. Really appreciate everybody for making our free agency coverage a part of your day. And we're going to be live for the next several hours. As you can see, as we flip the screen here, 56 minutes to go until the start of NBA free agency. That is when we will start to hear about these deals. A lot of buzz behind Paul George signing with the Philadelphia 76ers, as Philadelphia said to be the front runners. And of course, for a team like the Golden State Warriors, it looks as though Klay Thompson is going to go elsewhere, ending a historic and legendary 13-year run. And again, as breaking news comes in, we'll bring you the latest reporting right here on our NBA Now free agency special. We're live on two channels because I'm the face of two channels, Philadelphia 76ers now and Golden State Warriors today. So let's have both streams compete with one another, but you can kind of look at this as also just strictly NBA content. Let's get the comment section going here. Already 153 people watching live on 76ers Now, 133 on Golden State Warriors today. Where are you watching from? Let us know down in the comment section. We'll start to give you some shout outs. We're emanating live from Studio H of the Chat Sports Studios right here in Dallas, Texas. A beautiful day, about 100 degrees, a couple of clouds in the sky, and we're ready to talk some basketball here. Reef 98 is in West Philly. Cooper is in South Jersey. Rodney Smith, Connecticut. Shane Butler rocking with us from New Jersey. Leo saying, shout me out, you got it. Angela G from Jersey Salon. I'm from Japan. How about Florida representing from DJD? Aaron Gardner is in Philly. Baby Jen, California. Oakland, California from Michael Keller. Pennsylvania from Go Yankees. Lion Garcia, LTX. Darkelia Smith saying, what's up, Chase? What's up, D. Smith? Oak Grove, Louisiana from Thailand. Bay Area from Bay 415. How about New Zealand from Malcolm? We have people rocking with us from every pocket of America and worldwide. That includes Puerto Rico, Little Rock, Arkansas from William, San Francisco again, this time from Hardy Wong, Chennai, India from Sishi, Montreal, Canada from Yobi, India again, Vegas, Vallejo, California, and Colorado from Armani Owens. It is so cool to see people here with us from literally all across the world. Now, at the top of the hour here, 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock for those of you hanging out with us on the West Coast. If you're international, you can do the time difference yourself. I can't do that because I'm bad at math. We'll start to hear about some of these players signing with respective teams across the NBA, 30 teams in the NBA landscape, but there have already been a flurry of deals that have been signed, and it's been this window of players who can return to their respective organizations. So Pascal Siakam signed a 4-year, $189.5 million deal to return to the Indiana Pacers. Indiana fresh off that run to the Eastern Conference Finals. OG Anunoby, a great year for the New York Knicks, making it to the second round before losing to Indiana after suffering a bunch of injuries. The Knicks gave up a lot for Anunoby in that trade with the Toronto Raptors, so they bring him back after trading for Mikal Bridges. Anunoby getting 5 years, $212.5 million, the richest contract in the history of the legendary Knicks organization. Malik Monk, 4 years, nearly $78 million to go back to the Kings. Nicholas Claxton, even after the Nets traded Bridges to the Knicks, he's staying in New York, but this time, Brooklyn. 4 years, $100 million. Emmanuel Quickley, as part of that OG Anunoby trade that also included RJ Barrett, he impressed Toronto enough to get a 5-year, $175 million deal. Bruce Brown, 1 year, $23 million to stay with Toronto. PJ Tucker exercised his player option, so he's going back to the Clippers. He's going to make $11.5 million on that contract that he originally signed with Philadelphia a couple of years ago. Josh Richardson, vet min, 1 year, $3 million to the Heat. D'Angelo Russell opted into his player option, 1 year. $18.7 million to go to J.J. Redick's Lakers. Jackson Hayes returning to the Lakers on a one-year, $2.4 million deal. Delano Banton, 1 year, 2 to the Trailblazers. Russell Westbrook, 1 year, $4 million to go back to the Los Angeles Clippers. Jayshawn Tate, 1 year, $7.5 million to the Rockets. Royce O'Neal staying with Phoenix. He's getting $11 million per season, 4 years, 44 in totality. Cam Reddish also deciding to go back to the Lakers, 1 year, 2.5. Torrey Craig, 1 year, 2.8. Rashawn Holmes, 2 years, 25.9 to go back to the Washington Wizards. Bol Bol, Shaquille O'Neal doesn't like him. He said he's got the body type of Victor Wembanyama, but he doesn't play hard. Going back to the Suns as a depth piece, 1 year, 2.9. DeAndre Jordan is still playing. The corpse of DeAndre Jordan, 1 year, $3.5 million to the Nuggets. Chip is in my ear saying, unreal. I agree. Patrick Williams, 5 years, $90 million to return to the Chicago Bulls. That news made official just after midnight Eastern last night. Alex Len back to the Kings, 1 year, 3.3. And then today you saw Obi Toppin sign a 4-year, $60 million contract extension with the Indiana Pacers. And what world are we living in where Max Christie is making $8 million per year, 4 years, $32 million to stick around with the Los Angeles Lakers? Our first super chat coming in today from Angela G. She sends in $2 with a red heart. Angela G, you're one of the OGs here on the show. Thank you so much for your donation. And if you want to send in a tip and you want to send in a super chat to say thank you, to say that you enjoyed the show, to get your questions answered, to pass along a hot take, here's how you do it. Any super chat will get a shout out. $5 super chat, I have a beer boot filled up. I'll take a sip of beer if you send us $5. $10, we're going to spin the wheel. $20, producer Chip has to take a shot. And if anybody sends in a $50 super chat, I'm going to do a beer bong or I'm going to do a shotgun. Here's a look at our spinning wheel because we want to bring you the news, but we also want to have fun. In addition to being entertaining, informative, insightful, here's our spinning wheel. You send in that super chat, it could land on talk about a player, do 10 push-ups, talk about a team, do a beer chug, freestyle, shot clock. We're going to have a lot of fun for our free agency special. And since we're live on 76ers Now and Golden State Warriors Today, the two channels that I host, we're going to do a super chat battle. We're going to have a battle between which stream could pick up the most likes, the most views, the most comments, because competition brings the best out of everybody. So 76ers now on top of our super chat battle, $2 to $0. But hold up, Dylan Watson sending in a $5 super chat to put Warriors Today on top of 76ers now, 5-2. And you see producer Chip right above me. He's going to be my cohort and my co-host in addition to making the show possible. You'll hear from him all throughout the afternoon and evening as well. Here's what Dylan Watson had to say. Do you think the Warriors will make a big move? Dylan, the Warriors are in a very fascinating spot. They wanted to go after Paul George, couldn't land him. They're not going to be able to get him because it would have had to have been executed via a sign and trade. And now what are they going to do? Klay Thompson might leave. They can't land Paul George. Chris Paul, what is his future? They have to make a decision on his contract by today, and that's $30 million right there. And Golden State is operating in a scenario in which they don't have a lot of money. So as you look forward to next year, if the Warriors don't make a big move, they could be in trouble, or they're going to have to get a big season from Jonathan Kuminga and a big leap there, in addition to massive strides being made by Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody and Trayce Jackson-Davis, and hope that Steph Curry can continue to stay healthy and productive. Draymond Green can still give you elite defense, but the look of the Golden State Warriors is going to be much different this upcoming season because it is expected Once 6 o'clock hits, shortly thereafter, maybe tomorrow, at some point when free agency gets underway, that Klay Thompson is no longer going to be playing for the Golden State Warriors. Jeff Chipper, a $20 super chat, putting 76ers now in the lead. Chip and Chase, great team, do shot. That's Chip's dad, by the way, encouraging his son to take a shot.
Hi,
telling
Dad.
him to take a shot. Hey, Dad.
Hey.
So Chip going to do that shot.
I will say, I'm scared of your Knicks. I'm scared of your Knicks, Dad. I can't lie.
He's a Knicks and Cowboys fan? Oh, my goodness. Thankfully, you came out as a Philadelphia fan, but Knicks and Cowboys, that is a brutal development. I knew about the Cowboys
brutal.
at first, but the New York Knicks?
Yeah, just brutal. Just brutal. But, it makes for some good rivalries in the house. All right.
Sharp setting in a $5 super chat, and Sharp is a first-time super chatter. Do you believe the Sixers will make a trade for either Doo or Cam Johnson if the Sixers sign PG? Doo.
I think he's talking about Dorian Finney-Smith.
Dodo.
Dodo
is his nickname. I would have said DOTO, but Dorian Finney-Smith and Cam Johnson are the two Nets who could be involved in a trade. And we talked about Cam Johnson the other day. We've talked plenty about Dorian Finney-Smith. I would really like both players. Cam Johnson is a player who can knock down the three at a really consistent clip. And then Dorian Finney-Smith is a very versatile defender who can guard multiple positions. I thought he was a great fit alongside Luka Doncic back during the 2022 run to the Western Conference Finals. And that was a great run for Dallas before they got knocked out by Golden State. But Dorian Finney-Smith is a really valuable player for today's NBA. He has positional versatility as far as how he can contribute offensively. You put him in the front court, he can play wing, and then defensively, he can guard a couple of different positions. Charlie Beckert, a $2 super chat. Let's read what Charlie had to say. The Sixers are winning the championship if they get Paul George. And it's funny because we're live on 76ers now. We're live on Warriors today. The Warriors were trying to put together trade packages for Paul George. They were ready to give him a 4-year max to put him alongside Steph Curry and Draymond Green. But because Paul George opted out of his contract, the Warriors cannot execute that sign-and trade, which probably would have included Chris Paul and or Andrew Wiggins, maybe a Jonathan Kuminga. So now the Warriors going to lose out on PG, and the Sixers right now could be the front runner for Paul George's services, and he's set to take meetings with teams tonight and tomorrow. Charlie, thank you for that. We have some super chat menu stuff that we have to get caught up on. You did your shot.
I did not yet.
You're about to do your shot.
Yeah, I was waiting till we got through all of them.
I'm going to give a beer cheers here.
Yeah, so we got a 5 from Sharp and a 5 from on Warriors from Dylan Watson.
So I'll do 2 beer cheers here. And we're a go big, go home type of channel here. You can't be scared out on these YouTube streets, so I do have the beer boot here. 3 beers, 1 boot. We'll see if I get through it for the entire stream. It shouldn't be hard. If somebody sends in a $100 super chat right now, I will drink the rest of this boot.
Oh, jeez.
I will drink the rest of this boot. Let's get it going here. My boy Kate Jackson in the comment section. He said, we're not getting anyone without trading Jonathan Kuminga. That's, of course, on the Warriors side. And he said, Chase got the boot. Chase das boot. We're bringing the heat here.
Oh, down goes that fireball.
Ugh. Didn't look too pleasant.
It's not good.
Didn't look too pleasant.
Thanks to my dad.
Yeah, I don't really like the cinnamon aftertaste and the overall cheap taste of Fireball. I'm a fine liquor kind of guy. Tequila, whiskey, that's about all I'll do as far as taking shots. Trevor, $5 super chat coming in. Now that we have a great backup center in Adem Bona, I feel way more confident having an older player like Paul George on the team. And that's how I feel about Paul George. Look, my argument for anybody who's against signing Paul George is this. The upgrade from Tobias Harris to Paul George is massive. And I know that there's a financial upgrade too in how much more you're going to pay Paul George as compared to Tobias Harris. Paul George as a number one trying to lead a championship team, not going to work out. Paul George as a number 3 alongside Tyrese, Maxey, and Joel Embiid, that's as good as it gets. And when you look at what Paul George can do on the offensive end of the floor, he was 10th in the NBA with an average of 6.1 points in the fourth quarter of playoff games. Those are his numbers throughout his career. Jimmy Butler averages 6.3. Paul George is at 6.1. So everybody's wanting Jimmy Butler. Paul George statistically puts up very similar numbers and has the offensive and defensive impact that Jimmy Butler has. So it's the best plan for Philadelphia here is to get a player like Paul George because you're not going to get LeBron. I don't know if you want to overpay for Klay Thompson. Paul George is a better offensive and defensive player at this point as compared to Klay Thompson. Let's take a look at our like battle. Philadelphia 76ers now with 57 likes. Golden State Warriors today with 49 likes. If you don't like the results there, or if you want to help out the stream, then hit that thumbs up icon and like the video. We have 345 people watching live on 76ers now, 381 on Warriors today. We're off to a roaring start for our NBA free agency special. We should be able to get both streams to 100 likes in the next 30 seconds. Next up, I want you to name a player that you want your team to sign. Let me know down in the comment section what you're thinking here, and Chip and I can talk about that player.
Who we got? Sixers fans, Warriors fans? Who are you eyeing up? If you were the GM of your team, who are you going after? I've seen a lot of Lauri Markkanen on Warriors, not a free agent, but certainly a trade target. According to Woj, for the first time, really, the Jazz are at least listening to trade offers on Lauri Markkanen.
Yep.
Going to take a lot to get him. But certainly, and on Sixers as well, a player that the Sixers do have confirmed interest in.
Joe Nunamaker saying something wild in the chat. And he's letting everybody know that he jizzed all over his hamster and now he's stuck to his computer desk. So a very weird admission from Joe Nunamaker, and we hope that your hamster is okay. Trevor saying KCP would also be great. I like KCP because he has really good size. He can defend. He can hit the three. He's won a couple of championships already. Hush said Lonnie Walker. Not a huge fan of Lonnie Walker's game. Bojan Bogdanovic from Taquavian Johnson. Jonas Valanciunas from Lore. A lot of talk about Lauri Markkanen. For the casual fan, they're not really familiar with Lauri Markkanen's game. But for the in-depth NBA fan, you have to realize that Lauri Markkanen is a fantastic player who we've seen player development from. We've seen growth. And he is becoming an all-star caliber player who's on the cusp of, depending on where he goes, what his future is, if he stays with the Jazz, if he gets traded to another team. If he plays in a big market, or a bigger market at least, people will really start to recognize his game. This is a big who's 7 feet. He can score from all 3 levels. He can put the ball on the deck. He has an extremely fast release. 23 points per game last year with 8 rebounds, 48% from the floor, and he's always a guy who's been between the last couple of years, 38 to 40% from three-point range, particularly with that quick release at 7 feet. That's hard to defend because naturally the release point is higher, but he can catch it. He can get rid of it in a blink. If you put him alongside of Joel Embiid, that could be a problem right there in the Eastern Conference. As you can see right down below me, 38 minutes to go until the start of 2024 NBA free agency, and that's when these deals will start to pile in. We will be back live tomorrow as well, so subscribe to the channel, turn on those notifications. Therefore, when we go live, you will be notified. And right now, I'm looking at a great game coming down to the wire between Caitlin Clark's Indiana Fever and then the Phoenix Mercury. It's 83-82. Caitlin Clark and the Fever are up by 1 with the ball, 21 seconds remaining, and we can let you know how that game wraps up. As for the 76ers offseason profile, a lot of people asking about this in the comment section here. The key free agents, Tyrese Maxey, a restricted free agent. he's going to get the max contract that he is allotted. Tobias Harris, Kyle Lowry, Buddy Hield, Nick Batum, and Kelly Oubre, the other notable free agents for Philadelphia. They drafted Jared McCain, 16th overall, Adem Bona, 41st overall. I really like what Daryl Morey did. And the story with Philadelphia, why they're hot on the heels of Paul George in their pursuit of PG-13, is they're trying to compete with Boston. They're trying to compete with New York. They're trying to overcome the consistent choke jobs in the playoffs and the consistent shortcomings in the playoffs, having not made it past the second round since the 2000-2001 season when Allen Iverson won MVP. The Sixers that year won Game 1 of the NBA Finals against the Lakers, and then a gentleman's sweep from there. That was the only game in that playoff run for the Lakers that they lost. Game 1 when Allen Iverson popped off. As for the Golden State Warriors, their key free agents, Klay Thompson and Dario Saric, they traded away the 52nd overall pick, and then they reacquired it. They first traded it away for Lindy Waters, a back end of the rotation type who played his college ball at Oklahoma State. He played high school ball with Trae Young. Might make the roster, might not, but then the Warriors reacquired the 52nd overall pick for cash considerations, and they took Quentin Post, a 7-footer by way of Amsterdam and Boston College who can really shoot the three. The Warriors have missed the playoffs in 3 of the last 5 years after 5 straight trips to the NBA Finals. And this offseason for Golden State, it could be a period of transition for the Warriors, which I disagree with, because with Steph Curry playing this well, you got to maximize on him being in his prime. Be sure to hit that subscribe button right now for year-round, and at this point, daily coverage. For instance, yesterday, breaking news happens. Paul George opts out. Klay Thompson, according to Shams, not going to return to the Warriors. I'm at home. It's supposed to be my off day. I'm still cooking up content because that's the standard, and that's what you should expect. So hit that sub button right now for NBA news, NBA rumors, trades, draft, free agency, and a whole lot more here on 76ers Now and Golden State Warriors Today. Bruce Davis, a $10 super chat. We're up to $44 in super chats on 76ers Now. He said, keep up the great work and let's go Sixers. For those of you watching on Warriors Today, we are also live on 76ers Now, the 2 channels that I host, in addition to covering the NBA in its entirety here at Chat Sports. We do have a live stream going on our Chat Sports YouTube channel with Harrison Graham and Nick Roloff as Phoenix turns the ball away, down by 3, and now they're going to have to foul Indiana. Looks like Caitlin Clark and the squad going to get a dub as Brittany Griner got the ball poked away. And with that $10 super chat, let's spin that wheel. First wheel spin today. Let's see what we land on. And it's going to be 10 push-ups. 10 push-ups for your boy right here. So I will do those 10 push-ups for the $10 super chat from Bruce Davis. I will exercise flawless form. I will get swole. We will stay in shape. And we'll get it going. Don Philly to Bull 215. I love that username. Get Paul George, please. I'm awake, are you? We're coming, Boston. I hope so. I hate the Celtics. Giordano Molina said, go 76ers. Kiani, question is, do we trade our young Warriors players or do we sign bigs? You have Trace Jackson-Davis. You can bring back Kevon Looney if you want, and you drafted Quentin Post. We'll certainly see what Golden State does in NBA free agency. All right, I'm dropping down to do my 10 push-ups here for the $10 super chat from Bruce. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo! I went to a class yesterday for a full body workout, so the chest is hurting. Not going to lie, I'm hoping that we don't land on the 10 push-ups all that often on the spinning wheel. But as you can see below me, 32 minutes left until free agency gets underway. We could take a look next at the top free agents here and give you an idea of what players are going to be hitting the market and what players are going to be able to sign some contracts once free agency gets underway in just over a half hour here. Cade Jackson, I like his take here that if the Warriors keep Kuminga, then Steph Curry's championship window is over. And for those of you in the Bay Area, I know you're probably very familiar with Larry Krueger, longtime Bay Area sports radio talk show host. He has his own YouTube channel, The Krug Show, which I go on every single Friday to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. He said something very interesting on X last night. He said if the Warriors are going to lose Klay Thompson and they can't land Paul George, it would be hard, but they should trade away Steph Curry and just rebuild. And I don't think that Golden State is going to do that, but it's a shame that with Steph still playing at an elite level in his mid-30s, that the Warriors are in a position here where they're kind of consistently missing the playoffs. We showed you the numbers just a few moments ago. And it's not like they have a lot of promise around Steph. And could you imagine what Golden State could get back for Steph Curry? Now, I don't think that they trade away the most iconic superstar in the history of the organization, but I agree with Cade that they're in a spot right now where maybe Steph's opportunity to get that fifth ring is in the rear view. Let's take a look at our top 2024 NBA free agents. LeBron James atop that list does have that player option. There is some chatter that LeBron could sign with the Los Angeles Lakers on a discounted deal in order for Los Angeles to go after a player like James Harden or Klay Thompson. Tyrese Maxey, a restricted free agent. The expectation, of course, is that he's going to sign that max deal with the 76ers. Paul George opted out, so he is going to hit free agency. He had that player option. Pascal Siakam going back to the Indiana Pacers. That news fresh. OG Anunoby back to the New York Knicks. He had that player option. James Harden, an unrestricted free agent. So too is DeMar DeRozan, Nick Claxton, Malik Monk, Emmanuel Quickley. Emmanuel Quickley back to the Raptors, and then Nick Claxton back to the Brooklyn Nets. Isaiah Hartenstein looks like he might not re-sign with the Knicks just because New York made the trade for Bridges and then brought back OG Anunoby. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope opted out of that player option. Klay Thompson, Kelly Oubre Jr., and Tyus Jones. You have Caleb Martin, who elected to hit free agency as an unrestricted free agent. A team looking for a wing could be interested in him. D'Angelo Russell is going back to the Lakers. Miles Bridges, Derek Jones, Tobias Harris. Jonas Valanciunas, Bruce Brown going back to the Raptors, Gary Trent Jr., Obi Toppin back to the Pacers, and then Buddy Hield. So the top 25 free agents, of course, remember that some of these deals not made official yet, which is why they're on that list. If you're ready to get free agency going, we're under a half hour to go. Under a half hour to go. I want you to type me down in the comment section if you're ready for free agency to get underway. Caitlin Clark and the Fever taking down the Mercury. 88-82, as Bruce Davis is pointing out. The OG Peter Thurmond, Sharp, Jack Guidi, David Page, Lore, all ready to get free agency popping here. Baby Jen, All About You podcast. Dawn Goldsmith, Scott Peterson, Go Yankees. Trevor Noone, Sebastian DeRosa, Robert Wallace, Apex, Giordano Molina, Angela G, Charles Dixon, Jay Stack, Cade Jackson. Already. KC saying, hi, I'm new to the NBA. Welcome.
Want to ask everybody a question here. We asked you who you'd want your team to sign in free agency, but I'm curious. We just went through our top 25 free agents. Who do you think is the most underrated player available in free agency? Was it one of those guys that we just went through? Is there somebody else that didn't quite crack our top 25 that you think can make an impact for a team? Who do you think is the most underrated player? For me, a player that Philadelphia's been connected to, I think Najee Marshall is a very underrated player. Can be a good bench piece for a contending team. Has been pretty solid for the New Orleans Pelicans, but they got a lot of wings there, so he's going to be gone. Yo Bay says Seth Curry, who definitely is not what he once was. But certainly if he can get that shooting back on par, he's a traffic cone on defense, but could be a good piece off the bench. A few Sixers fans saying Kelly Oubre. David Page going Brook Lopez. There's word the Lakers are interested in trading for Brook Lopez. Kendrick Perkins from Marco. As ESPN has finally gotten their draft coverage started because it was delayed because of the fever game.
You know, ESPN just isn't built like chat sports. We're going live an hour before free agency starts. Shams Charania going live a half hour before free agency starts. ESPN 30 minutes before free agency. That's why you choose us. We're the hardest working men and women in the business. As Kate Jackson said a little while ago, look at what you built, Chase. It's not just me, it's Chip, it's the Chat Sports family, it's all of you for making what we do possible. Almost 400 people watching live on 76ers now. Almost 500 people watching live on Golden State Warriors today. 127 likes on 76ers now. 111 on Golden State Warriors today. Do us a favor. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. If you're ready for free agency to start, then I want you to hit that thumbs up icon. The more likes that we get, the more people who find the stream, the more people who hang out here with us for the most entertaining, insightful, free agency NBA coverage right here on YouTube.
So an interesting little note here as we head into free agency. LeBron James obviously opted out of his player option. Now the expectation is, according to Woj, that he will re-sign with the Lakers, but he could re-sign with the Lakers on a less than max deal. He can sign a 3-year, $162 million deal.
Little pay cut.
Talk is he could take a little pay cut to try and help the Lakers bolster that roster. Could they get a James Harden? They've been rumored to be interested in. Jeremy Grant. Jonas Valanciunas. So LeBron now opted out. He's not going to leave. Could you imagine? They draft his son, and he's like, I'm out of here. I'm gone. So he'll be back, but could take a pay cut. Some people are like, he's going to take the minimum. LeBron's not taking the minimum. I don't care how much money he has. He's not taking the minimum, but could take $20, $30 million below his max potential to help bolster that roster.
There's also some talk that Klay Thompson might be willing to take that 12.9 mid-level exception to go to the Los Angeles Lakers. I would imagine that Klay would like to stay on the West Coast. You put him on that team alongside LeBron and Anthony Davis. I think that it would be a pretty good fit there. It would be tough for Warriors fans to see that after 13 years in the Bay, Klay Thompson going to the Lakers. There's also some talk that Klay Thompson turned down a 2-year deal from Golden State because he felt disrespected, but he's going to turn that deal down worth more money to take an MLE. I'm not sure I buy that. This is also pretty interesting that if the Sixers sign Paul George, they will have the highest scoring trio in the NBA based on last year. Joel Embiid averaged 34.7 points per game, Tyrese Maxey at 25.9, and then Paul George at 22.6. That is a combined 83.2 points. No other team comes close. And this is also interesting from odds makers that the 76ers championship odds are plus 1,000. The Clippers are plus 2,500. The Magic plus 6,000. The Sixers really better than both of those teams, but that gives me an indication that the odds makers think that Paul George is going to be signing with the Philadelphia 76ers.
And we do have a new update here from Shams on the Paul George front. He says that Paul George will meet tonight with the Clippers and the Sixers.
Okay.
His primary focus is either on staying in LA or going to Philly. So it seems like the Magic, who were reported to be at least getting a meeting with Paul George, seems like that's out of the question now. So it's coming down to, according to Shams, going back to the Clippers or going to Philadelphia. But again, the Sixers, all indications point to them being the front runners to sign Paul George. And on the Klay Thompson front, a lot of teams reportedly have interest in Klay. The Sixers, the Nuggets had interest. The Lakers have interest. Another player that they could try to go after if LeBron takes a pay cut. So no matter what, it's going to be weird to see a Warriors team next season
without Klay.
No Klay, man. Just strange.
13 seasons with Golden State, 5 All-Star appearances from 2015 to 2019, 4 championships, one of the best two-way players in the history of the NBA. At his peak, maybe the best wing defender in the NBA while being maybe the second best shooter behind Steph Curry. Just a legendary career for him. But look, at 34 years old, when the play has declined, the defense has declined, the offensive game isn't necessarily the same, and then you factor in that injury history of him in back-to-back years, missing back-to-back seasons with a torn ACL and torn Achilles, a lot of risk there for an older player. You also never want to pay for past performance, and teams could be looking at that for Klay Thompson, and that could scare them away. Here's a look at our Super Chat battle. We're live on 76ers Now and Golden State Warriors Today. $44 in Super Chats on 76ers Now. $5 in Super Chats on Warriors Today. Our Super Chat menu. Any Super Chat gets a shout out. $5, we're giving you a beer cheers out of the Das boot. $10, we'll spin the wheel. $20, Chip will take a shot. If anybody wants to be bold and also help out the show a lot, you want to send in a $50 Super Chat, we'll do a beer bong or a shotgun.
20 minutes away from the start of free agency, and we're going to see deals come in pretty quickly after that deadline.
I love the social media era of sports coverage and sports fandom because Chip and I were talking about this a little while ago, and T just commented about it, that Paul George's wife followed Joel Embiid's wife on Instagram. He's a Sixer. Look, if Paul George ends up turning down more money, more years, and a better basketball situation to go back to the Clippers for less money, less years, and a lesser team, that's on him. Now, it would suck for Philadelphia because I don't know what plan B would be because clearly plan A is Paul George. But I think, and I've said this all along, that if Paul George wants money, wants to go to the better team, best basketball situation, with the best opportunity to win a championship, you might have to go across the country, but you go to the Philadelphia 76ers over the Los Angeles Clippers. You want to continue to latch on with Kawhi Leonard, who's never healthy? Chase, Joel Embiid is always hurt. So is Kawhi Leonard. You have Nick Nurse, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and the most cap space in the NBA. You could put together a juggernaut of a basketball team if you're Paul George. And if he wins that championship, it's quite an addition to the resume right there. Let's get the comment section going once again. 414 people watching live on 76ers Now, 553 on Warriors Today. Name a player you think gets traded this offseason. Who do you think could get dealt?
Will a Lauri Markkanen get dealt? A Brandon Ingram, who the Pelicans are not willing to pay $50 million a year, entering the final year of his deal. We already saw Mikal Bridges get dealt.
Denzel Mobley said Trae Young. Apex said Jordan Poole. He's going to continue to be a good stats, bad team player. Does he get dealt again? Kyle Kuzma?
Another player
could he
that
get
could
dealt?
Get dealt for sure.
Moses Moody from Donald Newman. Andrew Wiggins from Jack Weedy. Lion Garcia, sign and trade Klay, please. That is a possibility. That Klay Thompson leaves the Warriors, but it's through a sign and trade so that he can go to a destination that he wants and the Warriors can get something back. Trevor No One, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. There is better depth behind Embiid than Kawhi. Now, technically, Chip, the Philadelphia 76ers do not have a lot of depth because currently Tyrese Maxey, Paul Reed, no, actually, technically not because Maxey's a restricted free agent. Technically, Joel Embiid and Ricky Council and Paul Reed are the only players under contract with Philadelphia, and Paul Reed's contract is not guaranteed for next year.
We have some breaking news for Warriors fans. Breaking news for Warriors fans. Chris Paul has officially been released from the Warriors.
Chris Paul has been released.
They are buying out his $30 million deal. And he will now become a free agent.
Wow.
So Chris Paul is gone. Waived. Sayonara.
Interesting. So Chris Haynes with that report, he had a $30 million guaranteed date today. So does that mean the Golden State Warriors are going to pay him $30 million?
Yeah, so
how does that work? Of course, ESPN's not talking about it yet.
I'm curious.
If the guaranteed date was today, that would mean that they're releasing him so that they don't have to pay that. That's what I would imagine.
What I think as well.
Especially if he's going to become an unrestricted free agent.
Some news here for the Sixers. According to Ian Begley, they are exploring ways to create more salary cap space heading into the opening of free agency. They want to add players beyond just Paul George. Among the many ways they can do this by waiving a player whose salary is not guaranteed for 2024, 2025. Sixers fans, who does that sound like? It's Paul Reed. Do $8.8 million this season, but non-guaranteed. They could cut him, pay him nothing, save almost $9 million. And it sounds like Paul Reed might be gone. They drafted Adem Bona. And it seems like he could be gone. But yeah, Chris Paul gone. So yeah, if that date was today, it does seem like they're able to get off the hook on the money. So yeah, I don't think. But all of a sudden, like Chris Paul now becomes an intriguing backup point guard for contending teams that you could sign on the minimum.
And oh my gosh, I mean, I couldn't imagine paying Chris Paul $30 million. But if you can get him, what if he's a vet min guy for the Lakers?
Yeah.
All right. We're going to try to get to 8 on Chris Paul here.
Okay.
Cool. So Golden State is going to be able to access their $12.8 million mid-level exception. Should it also lose Klay Thompson, the Warriors plan to be creative in how to spend that salary. Zach Lowe is talking about maybe this could open up a Klay Thompson reunion here. Brian Windhorst is saying it's not over until Klay Thompson signs elsewhere. Yep. So we're going to hit on Chris Paul here in further detail coming up in just a second. I'm gathering what ESPN is saying right now. CP3, 39 years old, entering his 20th NBA season, 12-time All-Star, 11-time All-NBA player, had a $30 million guarantee date today. The Warriors over the last couple of days have tried to trade Chris Paul, but to no avail, which is why they are letting him go. He becomes an unrestricted free agent. We're getting some notes together so that we can do a video here. Now, obviously, if Golden State waives Chris Paul and they lose Klay Thompson, opens up some money. Bobby Marks is talking about a sign and trade with Klay, which would allow them to save some more money. Based on waiving Chris Paul, they will not be in the projected luxury tax. So that's, of course, a note there, too. Let's try to rip this ASAP because we've got 9 minutes left until free agency. I don't think we have to do too much as far as the graphics go. James Harden plans to sign a 2-year, $70 million contract to return to the Clippers. So that's an update right there. That he's going to basically make the $35 million that he made last year. Except that's going to be a 2-year contract instead of on an expiring, which he played under a year ago. Mentality. This means the Warriors are big fish hunting in free agency. He's asking that as a question. No, not necessarily right now. What it means right now is that Chris Paul's not going to be on the team. Right now, they're not projected to be in the luxury tax, so that's big. And if they were to sign and trade Klay Thompson, that's another avenue to open up some more money on the Warriors front. Literally get to 8. Do it. All right, we're going to talk Chris Paul here for the next 8 minutes up until the start of free agency. For our viewers on 76ers Now, don't go anywhere. It's an NBA free agency special, and when the Sixers make moves, we'll do the same as we're live on 76ers Now and Golden State Warriors Today. With NBA free agency about to get underway on this Sunday, June 30th, we have some breaking news here on Golden State Warriors Today. last week at the end of the week, we talked about how Golden State had pushed back that decision to guarantee Chris Paul's contract. And they did that to give themselves a little bit of flexibility, to buy them time in trying to make a decision as for what the future was going to hold for Chris Paul. Over the last couple of days, Golden State did look for a trade partner for Chris Paul's services, but it's easy to see why teams did not want to trade for CP3. He is an older player who at this point is not worth $30 million, and now that the Golden State Warriors are releasing him, which is the breaking news, a team can sign him for a much more affordable contract as compared to that $30 million in guaranteed money. Now, why are the Warriors making this move here today? Shams Charania shedding some insight on that, and we'll give you the cap implications of this coming up here in just a few moments. But Shams tweeting this, that Golden State waiving Chris Paul, he had a $30 million guarantee date today. So the Warriors had to make a decision today. Over the last couple of days, according to reports and things that we've heard here at Chat Sports, Golden State was trying to facilitate a trade so they could get some value back. Now they're releasing him. They're not getting any value back, but it is going to open up some much-needed money for Golden State. Because over the last several years, with Steph Curry playing under a big price tag, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, a couple of years ago, Jordan Poole, the list goes on and on and on, the Warriors have been in the luxury tax. By releasing Chris Paul, Golden State right now no longer in the luxury tax, which Joe Lacob has talked about trying to avoid. Now, there's also this note from NBA insider Jake Fisher, and he passes along the news of the Warriors waiving Chris Paul. Now the Warriors here have access to their full $12.8 million mid-level exception should it also lose Klay Thompson. And the Warriors plan to be creative and how to spend that salary slot. Now, from what I gathered from Bobby Marks of ESPN, just by releasing Chris Paul, the Warriors now have access to that 12.8 MLE. If they find a way to sign and trade Klay Thompson, that is an avenue in which Golden State would be able to open up even more cap space to give them a little bit more flexibility, and they can continue to be creative with how they construct their roster. Now, with that 12.8 mid-level exception, they're not going to be able to land a marquee free agent. The hopes of a Paul George kind of sailed once he opted out of that player option because Golden State was trying to maneuver a sign-and trade, giving up pieces to shed some salary in order to absorb the salary of Paul George, and then they would sign him to that 4-year max deal. But with that 12.8 mid-level exception, you're looking at the likes of a Gary Trent Jr., a DeAnthony Melton, one of those players who could be a spot starter, fringe starter, or come in off the bench. Let's go back to Chris Paul here, because you look at what he's done over the last 4 years. We showed you those numbers. When the Warriors and Mike Dunleavy made that move to bring him in, it was a little bit of a head-scratcher. It's not anything that anybody had predicted or projected. It came out of nowhere because the Warriors needed another ball handler, but did they need a ball handler to the likes of Chris Paul, who ended up coming off the bench for Golden State when he's always been a starter, isn't known to be a shooter who launches all that often, wasn't really a good system fit, and he was entering his age 38 season at the time, and he just didn't get as much time as far as playing time as he had gotten in previous years, so his impact was not as felt. And now, after 1 year with the Warriors, he gets released in a move that isn't the greatest look for Mike Dunleavy Jr., because you ended up paying him a large chunk of cash for very little production, in which he gave you 9 points per game. He shot 44% from the floor, 37% from three, and a little under 7 assists. Now, with how much he was playing, 26 minutes per night, that was pretty solid production. If Chris Paul goes somewhere else, even though he's 39 years old right now, I still think that he's going to be able to contribute, and he can still play 30-plus minutes per game because he's in really good shape and he takes a lot of care of his body, even though he's had to deal with some unfortunate injury misfortune throughout his entire career, especially in the playoffs. But certainly an interesting move here on the Warriors front to let go of Chris Paul. And Mark Stein reporting this, there will be no shortage of Chris Paul suitors once he becomes a free agent. But league sources continue to say, as I have been reporting, that San Antonio has a strong interest in Chris Paul to join forces alongside Victor Wembanyama. CP3 is looked at as a veteran leader, a guy who has been a team captain before, who will hold others accountable, who has an extremely high basketball IQ, and he's going to be valued in that sense, in addition to just being a valuable basketball player, even at the age of 39 years old. He's put together a hell of a resume as well. He was a fourth-round pick all the way back in 2005. Some of you watching the show weren't even born then. Some of you very, very young like myself. For me, I was 13 years old back in 2005. I am now 32, so I have seen and I have remembered every step of Chris Paul's career, even when he was at Wake Forest playing college ball, when he was a highly touted recruit coming out of high school, when he went to West Forsyth in Clements, North Carolina, went to Wake Forest. He was there from 2003 to 2005. It's rare for a player of that pedigree to be in college that long. He gets drafted 4th overall in 2005 by the New Orleans Hornets at the time. He's there from 2005 to 2011. A lot of people thought that he was going to get traded to the Los Angeles Lakers, but at the time, a lot of chatter that David Stern did not let that happen. So instead, CP3 got traded to the Los Angeles Clippers. He's there from 2011 to 2017. Then he teamed up alongside James Harden. He was with the Houston Rockets from 2017 to 2019. Warriors fans remember the 2018 season very vividly because if Chris Paul did not get hurt in that playoff series for Houston, Golden State may have lost. And they came back from that deficit, and they ended up winning that series in 7 games when in Game 6, the Rockets had missed like 29 consecutive threes, and not having CP3 in that series really cost them. Then CP3 from there went to the Oklahoma City Thunder 2019-2020, with the Suns from 2020 to 2023. Almost won an NBA championship against the Milwaukee Bucks, which he's already going to be known as one of the great point guards in the history of the NBA. But if he gets a title or got a title, that would really solidify himself as just a special player at that position. And then from the Suns, he goes to the Warriors. His resume, incredible. He's going to be a Naismith Basketball Hall of Famer, 12-time All-Star, 4-time All-NBA First Team, 5-time All-NBA Second Team, 2-time All-NBA Third Team. So that right there, 11 times he's been an All-NBA member, 7-time All-NBA Defensive First Team, twice Defensive Second Team, Rookie of the Year, 5 times he led the NBA in dimes, 6 times he led the NBA in steals. Just a very, very special player. Unfortunately for Golden State, it did not work out, but they freed themselves as far as the cash flow. Your one-word reaction to the Warriors releasing Chris Paul. Let me know down in the comment section. When breaking news happens, we have you covered right here on Warriors Today, so hit that sub button and lock us in. We get that done just in time for NBA free agency, as free agency is about to get underway. These deals will start to pop ASAP, and they have. Center Luke Cornett has agreed to a 1-year deal to return to the Boston Celtics. I think that is the first move officially at 6 o'clock Eastern time. We can go to that $10 super chat if we want to. I bait him. I need you to give me the respect to the man's game. I need you to give me, with respect to the man's game, a legit Tobias Harris re-sign for the Sixers. What's the price? Acknowledge the guy. Could be a good piece for $5,150. Hope you have to chug a beer for Toby. Here's a beer cheers for you. What I will say about Tobias Harris, not fit for the city of Philadelphia. It did not work out. He held this team back so often since the Sixers traded for him in 2019 and then re-signed him. It was a disaster of a trade because of the amount of money that he was paid. Now, you make a good point. For a particular price point, Tobias Harris is a good player. I think that if he goes to the Detroit Pistons, he'll average 20 points per game on 45% shooting from the field, 40% from 3. but he's a classic good stats, bad team player where he just didn't fit in as a number 3 on a title contender. He could be a number 2 on a bad team and a really good go-to option, but to the Sixers, it's just not going to happen. It's not realistic. I bait him. Let's spin that wheel for him, and let's see what we land on here. What do we have? Another 10 push-ups. All right, I'll do that in a second. Just try to find the NBA free agency special here because it has turned to baseball tonight. What do we have to go to here? That is ESPN, but they have baseball tonight, which makes sense. Are we SOL? Let's see here. How do we watch NBA free agency? Can we watch it on YouTube? Okay. Let's see here. Trying to change a channel here.
All right, so a couple moves going down. Now that free agency has officially started, of course, right as we were getting into that cut about Chris Paul, we do have a couple moves going down. James Harden, 2 years, $70 million.
Wow.
To return to the Clippers. $35 a year for James Harden. Crazy. Crazy. We have Luke Kornet, as we said, returning to the Celtics on a 1-year deal. And now Kevin Love re-signing with the Heat. 2 years, at least $8 million.
Interesting. K-Love running it back for 2 more years with Miami.
I'm interested to see what people think about this James Harden deal. 2 years, $70 million. What do we think about this deal? For the Clippers, you know, if they don't retain Paul George, then you're running it back with just Harden, Kawhi, and whatever else you can do with that squad.
Bobby Marks sent out a tweet looking at basically the Los Angeles Clippers team card here. They have their starting 5 of James Harden, Terrence Mann, Norm Powell, Kawhi Leonard, and Zubats. Their reserves, Bones Highland, Russell Westbrook, Amir Coffey, PJ Tucker, Kobe Brown. They picked Cam Christie, brother of Max Christie, in the 2nd round. They do have the MLE, mid-level exception, of 12.8. They have the biannual of 4.7 and a vet min slot. Tax threshold of 170.8. First apron, 178.1. Second apron, 188.9. They're over the cap because of the George Harden free agency hold, but obviously, if they lose Paul George, that would change. Great, the signing of James Harden, $70 million to the Clippers. Does that signal the end of Paul George with the Clippers?
Very well could.
We have 975 people watching live on Warriors today. Only 175 likes. Please make sure you hit that thumbs up icon and like the video right now. Can we get to a 50% viewer participation rate as far as our likes go? The more likes that we get, the more people who will find the stream, hang out here with us, and the more fun that we will have. Like the video right now. Peter Thurman said F for James Harden. Kelly Green calling Tobias Harris, Tobias Soft. Jesse Montanez, F. Harden C from Stephen Stanley. John Brode giving it a B. Success saying bye-bye Klay. It looks as though it's heading in that direction. Adrian Wojnarowski. Klay Thompson plans to have discussions with the Dallas Mavericks, the Los Angeles Lakers, the Los Angeles Clippers, and the Philadelphia 76ers.
Wow. Klay and Paul George for Philly?
Paul George, Klay Thompson to Philadelphia. What would that starting five be? Tyrese Maxey at the 1, Klay Thompson at the 2, Paul George at the 3, Joel Embiid at the 5.
Trying to bring back Batum.
Bring back Batum at the 4. Small ball Kelly Oubre at the 4. Might be a little bit too small for that.
Yeah, you might not be able to re-sign Oubre either. It depends how much. Because Philly can't go over the cap to re-sign Oubre. They don't have his bird rights. So they'd have to use their actual cap space. And if you give Paul George 40-something million,
yeah,
then it all depends what Klay wants. And if you're paying Klay 20, that's pretty much all your cap space right there. But then again, we did get the report that the Sixers are looking to clear out money and could cut Paul Reed. So maybe with that $8 million they save cutting Paul Reed, you can bring back a Kelly Oubre. We will see. Chip Burns with the 5. Here's a beer cheers for you. Let's go Sixers. Been waiting all day for this. Chase and Chip, let's hope for something beautiful.
Champ Burns, you're a champ. Cheers to you out of the beer boot. I've been waiting for this day. Chase, Chip, let's go.
I'm curious what Warriors fans think Klay's market is. How much do Warriors fans think Klay is going to get in free agency? Is he going to get 20, 25, 30? Because certainly the Warriors weren't willing to do that.
I just don't see. You think about the teams who are interested in him, who he's taking meetings with. None of those teams outside of Philadelphia has cap space to sign Klay Thompson. Mavericks don't. Lakers don't. Clippers don't. Now, the Lakers and the Clippers could have the MLE. Sixers could have the MLE.
Yeah. They'll have it right
They'll
now.
have the MLE. But, I mean, that's not even close to $25 million per year.
Now it's about 12.
Now, he could theoretically return to the Warriors. But I think those bridges have been burned.
They could also work out a sign-in trade with one of these
Could
other
work out a
teams.
sign-in trade.
I don't think the Sixers would want to do that.
No.
But
Sixers don't have anything to give up outside of draft compensation. So Klay meeting with the Mavs, Lakers, Clippers, Sixers.
there was some talk that Klay would possibly be willing to accept that MLE to go to the Lakers at 12.7. I just don't see what the point it would be of him taking that little amount of money when he could have had more from the Warriors.
Right.
Which doesn't make sense.
David Kneebone, I saw a report saying Klay was willing to accept 12.7. That's the mid-level exception that we're alluding to. I did see that as well. And what's crazy is that the Warriors could give him that if they really wanted to. But I think Klay is like, F the Warriors. You didn't sign me, I'm out. Now, Bobby Marks and ESPN have the projected salary for Klay Thompson at $20 million per season. If Paul George were to go back to the Clippers, though, their projected luxury tax would be $113 million. You take him out, no luxury tax. Of course, at that point, you hope that Kawhi Leonard can stay healthy because he's making $49.5 million. But then you have Kawhi, Harden, Norm Powell, Zubats, and PJ Tucker as your starting five. That's not a bad team in the West.
It's crazy seeing LeBron's projected salary
At $25 million.
$25 million.
That's half of what he was making last year. And really half of what his market is.
I mean, he can get a max. Some updates on the Sixers here. The Sixers and Magic will not spend any money until they know for sure where Paul George is going. So they're going to wait to see him make his decision. So don't expect any moves until we hear Paul George, and then more moves will flood in. On the Warriors front, the Bulls, this is interesting. Bulls offered Zach LaVine to the Warriors for a package including Wiggins and Chris Paul. The Warriors declined and just released Chris Paul instead.
What are you doing?
I don't know. What?
You could have gotten rid of Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins and gotten back Zach LaVine, and you're valuing Andrew Wiggins over Zach LaVine?
That's pretty crazy.
Who said that?
Chris Haynes.
That's from a reliable, trusted source. K. Jackson, upon hearing that, what the hell are we doing? That is wild.
Crazy. To just straight up cut Chris Paul, and now you're still with that Wiggins contract? I get the Zach LaVine contract is crazy. Oh, man. The Sacramento Kings are in active trade talks to acquire Brandon Ingram from the Pelicans.
Wow. That's big.
Looks like a deal might come to fruition here.
Kings looking to trade for Brandon Ingram. That's crazy too.
Wow. So we're getting some fireworks already.
My guy Krug saying this basically for Warriors fans out there. The Warriors traded 23-year-old Jordan Poole for 38-year-old Chris Paul, and then 1 year later turned Paul into nothing. How does that even happen? And then that Chris Haynes tweet is just nuts.
Teams are just really low on Zach LaVine, and it's crazy. I mean, the Bulls, there was reports the Bulls were offering LaVine and a first-round pick to teams just to get off LaVine's contract, and teams were just declining it. You know, I get the contract is bad and he can't play defense, but
Who would you rather have, Andrew Wiggins or Zach LaVine?
I'd rather have Zach LaVine. I'd rather have Zach LaVine. I really would.
And that's coming from me. I'm not a big Zach LaVine guy. I'm really not. But the Warriors are in a spot where they need to be better. They need to get better. Zach LaVine, I think, helps you do that.
It's not, you know, we're not talking about the Andrew Wiggins from the championship run. He's not that guy anymore. He's not that player anymore. Just is not. Warriors fans say they want neither.
It's so funny. I have been live for the last, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. This is my fourth time live for NBA free agency. This is the least exciting that it's been. Usually when free agency hits, there are a flurry of moves that happen right at the deadline of 6 o'clock. Now, Luke Cornett. Luke Cornett back to Boston was the first move that we heard about, and that's a re-sign.
Well, you know why I think? I think the NBA's kind of been cracking down on the whole tampering thing. And I think teams are getting scared of it. Because technically you're not allowed to talk to other teams or talk to other teams' free agents before like this deadline. But in the past, you know, we've seen it happen and teams have gotten penalized for it. So maybe now teams are like, we'll play legit, we'll play by the rules. AJ Jones with the $2 super chat. I wish Howie could help Daryl with free agency. The Sixers would have won a title by now if Howie was running the show.
Source confirms that the Sixers will be meeting with Paul George tonight in California. So that meeting happening tonight in California. Daryl Morey, Nick Nurse, part of the Sixers contingent on the road in Los Angeles. So they are putting their full recruiting efforts into trying to land Paul George. If that move does happen, we'll be talking about it here on the show.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Let's get some moves flooding in, baby. Let's see these moves flood in.
Jesse Montana said Andrew Wiggins isn't coming to Philadelphia. You don't want Andrew Wiggins, and no, he would have to be traded. Andrew Wiggins is a player who's really declined the last couple of years. And in case you're just joining us, Klay Thompson is set to meet with the Dallas Mavericks, Los Angeles Lakers, Los Angeles Clippers, and Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah, Eric Long. Warriors got nothing for Chris Paul. Just cut him. He's just gone.
Yeah, he's just gone. Got nothing for CP3. Now, Chris Haynes didn't tweet that directly. Was that somebody saying per Chris Haynes?
Yeah, so Chris Haynes, he's on some show right now.
Okay.
Doing some free agency
Turner
talk.
stream or something.
Yeah. And
So that was somebody passing along what he reported?
Yeah. Sam Esfandiari. Yeah, I'm not sure where Haynes is, but yeah, wherever he reported that on his show or whatever. Oh yeah, here's the video. He's on NBA TV. The Jazz are planning to waive center Omer Yurtseven. Woj
Bomb. Some good insight from Bobby Marks on the James Harden signing. And Bobby Marks clipped a screenshot of what he said about a month ago and then said it's easy to say the Clippers were bidding against themselves. You have to be awfully careful with that tactic. And Bobby Marks said, remember last offseason when Kyrie entered free agency, there were no teams willing to offer him a substantial contract besides Dallas? Then he signed for 3 years, 120, and the Mavs were ridiculed because they were considered bidding against themselves. The Irving contract illustrated the Mavericks' willingness to compromise and not have the All-Star feel unwanted despite their position of leverage. He was rewarded with that contract, but also gave the Mavs flexibility to build out the roster. The savings allowed Dallas to sign and trade for Grant Williams and remain below the first apron. And then they traded for P.J. Washington. The same philosophy should hold true for Harden. He's earned $340 million in his career, and the thinking from the Clippers cannot be that the former MVP does not have options. There is no reason to believe he would not sign for the $3.1 million minimum exception if it put him in the best chance to compete for a championship. And now he gets 35. The Dallas Mavericks, by the way, are a team to watch for a Klay Thompson trade for this reason. They have a $16.1 million trade exception created from the Tim Hardaway trade. The Lakers would be 12.8 non-tax mid-level unless it's a sign-and trade. The Sixers could have $14 million in room if Paul George signs with them. So if Klay is looking for money, of those visits, he could make the most with the Dallas Mavericks, the second most with Philadelphia, and then the Lakers and Clippers there at 12.8.
Peter Thurmond!
My boy PT! Do you think the Sixers are going to wait to sign a player because they want to talk to Paul George? Yeah. So what Chip and I have gathered, the Sixers will probably not make any moves until they know what Paul George's plans are. Because it's just so much money that would be allotted to Paul George where that really does determine the rest of the roster spending. And then as part of that same conversation, if Paul George does not sign with Philadelphia, That's so much money to use on other players. And Philadelphia doesn't want to put itself in a corner whether or not he signs or does not sign and make moves too early depending on either situation. So I think they're going to wait to see what happens with Paul George. They're meeting with him tonight. And then that then determines their free agency fate and plans. Kendrick Perkins said this: I'm willing to bet my left big toe that LeBron James is not taking a pay cut for the Lakers' future. It's for the now. So does that mean he's willing to take a pay cut for now? I'm not really sure.
Repeat that?
Kendrick Perkins, quote, and ESPN tweeted this out: I'm willing to bet my left big toe that LeBron James is not taking a pay cut for the Lakers' future. It's for the now.
Well, yeah, that's the point of taking a pay cut.
Is for now, not for the future.
What is this man talking about, dude?
So is Kendrick Perkins going to be without a left big toe?
Yeah.
I'm kind of confused.
Keon's right. Keon is right. Perkins, he just talks.
Jesse
says
Montana said, say body or toe, Perk.
Oh,
More than 1,000 people watching live on Warriors today. Let's get the stream to 500 likes. We should be able to get there very, very easily. What do you got, Chip?
According to Kelly Eco, NBA reporter for The Athletic, Nick Batum will not be returning to the 76ers.
Really?
Man,
That's interesting.
that's crazy. Just like that? He doesn't want to come back?
This is also the peak season of you cannot get got on X. For instance, Spike Eskin, 94 WIP, retweeted Woj's tweet from 2019 saying Furkan Korkmaz has signed a 2-year deal to return to Philadelphia. If you just saw that pop up on your feed, you're thinking, oh my gosh, he's returning? No, it's from 2019.
Quick look here at the Super Chat battle. Who's going to get it up going on Warriors, man? Who's going to get it going on Warriors?
76ers now, $68 in supers. Warriors today, only 7. Where is Dub Nation?
Live on both channels right now. We got both chats going crazy. If you do want to send in a little tip, little donation, obviously if you send one in, we'll put you up on the screen. You'll get a shout out, $5. Give you a little cheers. $10, we'll spin a wheel where you can choose a player or a team to talk about, chug a beer. We can have the whole Super Chat menu get discounted for a minute. $20, I'm doing a shot.
Oh,
50.
I owe those 10 push-ups, by the way.
Oh, right. Oh,
I owe those 10 push-ups.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Let me know when the camera's ready.
Okay. Ready.
All right, let's do it. 10 push-ups from the spinning wheel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is the slowest start to free agency that I've ever seen.
Baden, I got you. Since we waited a little bit, I'll give you a little chug since we waited a little bit on those.
Beer cheers out of the boot.
Oh. Yeah, very slow start to free agency, man. Very, very slow. I'm upset Nick Batum isn't coming back.
I wanted to see Batum come back. Big shot Batum in that play-in game against Miami.
Boom, boom, Nico Batum. Yeah, David, I was saying the new CBA, yeah, it all has an effect here on teams not wanting to get hit with tampering. So it looks like teams really hasn't been talking to players until this 6 p.m. hit.
Even the NBA insiders aren't really saying much right now.
Yeah, since the clock hit, we've had let's see, because we've only had 3 deals happen. We've had the James Harden deal, 2 years, 70, but also that's a deal that they could have been talking about for months now.
Yeah,
because you were allowed to talk to your own free agents. Luke Cornett, again, another re-signing, and Kevin Love, another re-signing. So we haven't seen anybody change teams yet. Lord, do you think Nick Batum would be a good fit for the Warriors? I think he'd be a good fit on any team. Batum's a player that can fit in any system. I think the Warrior system actually would fit him very well. He shouldn't cost much. Could he be retiring, though? It's very possible.
could be retiring. He did say that he wasn't sure what his future was going to entail.
Right now, the holdup for the Kings and Pelicans getting an Ingram deal done is draft capital. The Kings can match Ingram's money with Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes. But will it be enough for the Pelicans? Yeah, we're a half hour into free agency and have only had 2 signings.
Which ones are you counting there?
Or 3 signings. I'm just counting the ones that have happened since 6 p.m., which was, and I guess Harden was actually before. Because that was.
Yeah, it was before.
So the only 2
Luke Cornett.
Luke Cornett and Kevin Love. That's it.
Oh, here's a tweet from Shams. Let's see. With cap space teams, Orlando focused on wing free agents and Utah focused on current roster decisions, and Knicks working to un-hard cap. Sources say the OKC Thunder are in Eugene, Oregon, set to meet with Isaiah Hartenstein. That's kind of interesting.
That'd be
Isaiah
a great
Hartenstein
pickup.
to OKC. That was a terribly worded tweet by Shams.
Horrible. Yeah, that would be a great pickup for the Thunder. Chet Holmgren, as good as he is, just not big physical enough. I mean, he was getting pushed around by Jonas Valanciunas in the playoffs. Like, if they could run Chet at the 4, they could have a nasty lineup of Shea, Jalen Williams, Chet, Isaiah Hartenstein, and Lou Dort. That is a solid starting 5 for a team that was already the 1 seed in the West. Now, I wonder if the whole Paul George thing is like slowing the market. I could see this Isaiah Hartenstein deal done getting pretty soon. But I think that's the thing, is teams couldn't meet with players this year prior to free agency. So now teams are just starting to meet with players. It looks like it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
I love Marsha's tweet.
What'd he say?
Leaked Isaiah Hartenstein bong photo. No way OKC can sign him.
That's hilarious.
He had this picture.
Yeah. Michael Phelps.
Let's see. Brad Joel will convince Batum to come back. It sounds like he's gone, brother. It sounds like he's gone. Yeah, PG
And he
does seem
could
to
very
be
well
going.
just be retiring.
Yeah, very easily. Would make sense. He's old, played a long time, successful career. Warriors just waived Chris Paul. Where do we go from here? I mean,
I don't know what the Warriors' strategy is. According to Chris Haynes, they could have traded Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins for Zach LaVine. The Bulls offered that up, and the Warriors said no. And then they just let Chris Paul go for nothing. Now, is that because Chris Paul didn't want to go to Chicago? What does Chris Paul owe you? What do you owe Chris Paul? Nothing. Trade him there if it makes you a better basketball team.
And it's not like the Warriors, by letting Chris Paul go, yeah, you saved 30 mil, but you were already so far over the cap. Like we said it, if they let Chris Paul go, which they did, and they don't re-sign Klay Thompson, which they're not going to, they don't have money regardless. They'll have their mid-level exception. So they can sign a decent player for that mid-level exception, but that's it. So, you got to replace Klay now. I mean, you got to imagine, right, for the Warriors. You have Steph. You have Kuminga. You have Draymond Green. You probably start Brandon Podjemski. And then Trace Jackson Davis. Is that your starting five? And then off the bench, I mean, you still have a Moses Moody. So maybe you go out and try to sign a solid bench piece.
Yeah, they could have that MLE, D'Anthony Melton, Gary Trent Jr.
Yeah, I mean, just not a whole lot of options out there, really. Other MLE targets. A lot of guys. Yeah, Gary Trent. I mean...
Did Warriors fans like how Dario Saric played last year? He was a huge name that we talked about in free agency last offseason. 64 games, 9 starts, 17 minutes per, 8 points per game, 46.5% from the field, almost 38% from 3. Steven said no. Clayton said he was meh. Calibrion said Dario was cool. Freetop said no. Eric Long said he was okay, but too small, and that's the problem. You know, if he was ideally alongside a taller big, that could be better, but the Warriors were so small to begin with.
Any thoughts on Miles Bridges from Copper? Look, I just don't think he's a very efficient basketball player.
I agree.
He can't really shoot the three very well. He's still young. He's athletic, but despite being athletic, isn't a great defender. I'd rather have a Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. I'd rather have, if you're going to go get Miles Bridges, why not just get DeMar DeRozan? Neither of them are going to be... Yeah, he averaged 21 and 8 on a terrible Hornets team. And I think he shot maybe 33% from 3. Not really a catch-and-shoot guy. On top of the off-the-court stuff, he is younger. And his market's going to be very interesting. How much does he get paid? That could kind of determine that as well.
Yeah,
but I'd rather have Kentavious Caldwell-Pope on the wing. I'd rather have, I can't say I'd rather have Caleb Martin, but maybe I would.
Still continues to be a lot of traction behind Paul George to Philadelphia. And, what's interesting about Kendrick Perkins saying, I'll give up my left toe, that LeBron doesn't take a pay cut. Rich Paul himself said LeBron could accept a pay cut to help the Lakers. Now, he declined a $51.4 million player option. ESPN had his projected salary at $20.25. He's already a billionaire. It would make sense if he wants to chase a title, right? But how much of a pay cut?
But we talk about this, now maybe it's not reported like this every year, but every year it's people are always wondering, you talk about it with your friends, oh, what if all the stars just came together and took a pay cut, or why doesn't this star just take a pay cut? He's already so rich. Players just don't do that kind of thing. It just doesn't happen. We don't ever see like dominant players taking huge pay cuts to create super teams. It just isn't a thing that happens.
Somebody asked if the Warriors could sign KCP. They don't have that money. KCP could get 20 to 25. That's why I opted out of that deal with Denver, because teams look at him as a player who can defend at a really high level, knock down threes, good fit offensively, and obviously defensively he gives you a massive boost.
Yeah, so I mean, Soul's got a good point. Like, would you take a pay cut at work to hire somebody else? Obviously, in the NBA world, it's a little different. But it's like, I get LeBron's a billionaire. And maybe if he takes, again, a small pay cut, but the people saying he should take the minimum, just ridiculous.
The slowest start to free agency that I can ever remember.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Is this also because the NBA has cracked down on tampering?
That's got to be what it is. I know there was new rules in the CBA this year regarding when you could talk to guys and when negotiations could start. Yeah, no one wants to get caught for tampering, man, because I'm pretty sure they increased the penalties. You don't want to get caught. But like, I wonder if teams are waiting for like the first deal to come out. Like, teams don't want to be the first one to announce that they made a deal. Everyone wants to see who's going to be the first one to announce a move, and then they're all going to come flooding it.
I think that's what it is. Teams are spooked about tampering, and so they're not signing deals, which, in my opinion, is another bad business move by the NBA. Part of why NBA free agency is so fun, in this instance tonight, clock hit 6 o'clock Eastern, flurry of deals. You have so much to talk about, so much excitement. Social media is a-buzzing.
According to Jake Fisher, with Russell Westbrook having opted in his $4 million option with the Clippers are now working to find a trade for Westbrook. So Russell Westbrook could be on the move. It's kind of weird. I mean, hometown kid in LA, like, it's not like he's costing the Clippers very much money. Free agency frenzy, huh? Luke Cornett and Kevin Love. Quite the frenzy. Interesting. So they're looking at, if LeBron takes 25 mil, they could sign Klay for that mid-level exception.
Yeah.
They're projecting DeAnthony Melton to be at 8 mil. I'm the Sixers. I'm keeping him all day at $8 million.
Right.
Buddy Hield at 16? That seems a little crazy to me. They have KCP at 20. Chris Young, do you think Westbrook would be a good fit in Golden State? I don't think so. I don't think so. You got enough, like, obviously Steph, but like you got Pods. You got Kuminga who's going to demand the ball, like Draymond making plays for others. I just don't see Westbrook being a good fit in that system. Let's see. Oh, Kyle Cole, that's the same thing. Should the Sixers try to go and get Westbrook? I also don't think so. You obviously have Maxey, but you draft Jared McCain. You hope that you bring back either Kyle Lowry or Campaign, who I think are probably more effective than Westbrook at this point. I mean, his inability to space the floor is just a killer.
What if the Warriors use the mid-level exception on Buddy Hield?
That could be very interesting.
Now, obviously, he's not the defensive player that Klay Thompson is. But at this point, does he give you more off the bounce than Klay? Probably, right?
I think he probably does. And it's
you get definitely worse on the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Buddy Hield does not give anything on defense. Would Alec Burks be a good fit in Golden State? See, that's a player I think could fit. He actually had some good playoff moments for the Knicks when he had to step in with all those injuries. I've always thought Alec Burks is a good offensive player. Now, again, another player who's not going to play defense, but he can hit some threes. He can do some things, get to the mid-range. I like Alec Burks. I thought he was good when he was in the Sixers, too. John, do the Dubs still have the chance to re-sign Klay, or is it really goodbye? It's goodbye.
It looks like it's goodbye. He's going to take meetings with the two LA teams, Lakers and Clippers, Sixers, and Mavericks. All of those teams, in one way or another, have money to pay him. The Mavericks have a trade exception. The Lakers and Clippers have the mid-level exception. And then the Sixers have cap space. There is a possibility that Golden State could maneuver a sign-and trade so that they could get some value back for Klay Thompson, and then they could send him to a destination that he wants. That's, of course, part of the flexibility, and that could save Golden State some money as well.
Yeah, we never talked about this DeJounte Murray trade yet.
This is interesting here, and this happened, what was this, Friday?
Yes.
Friday night, Friday afternoon, where the Pelicans traded Larry Nance, Dyson Daniels. I don't even know that other dude.
Hold on.
Oh, E.J. Liddell. They drafted him out of Ohio State a few years ago. He tore his ACL prior to the season. A 2025 first-round pick, 2027 first-round pick. And then the Pelicans got DeJounte Murray. That, to me, signals the end of Brandon Ingram. So now you're going to have C.J. McCollum, DeJounte Murray as your backcourt. You're going to have Herb Jones on the wing. Zion Williamson at the 4. You have to figure out the 5 spot because they're not going to bring back Jonas Valanciunas.
Still got Trey Murphy on that team.
Yep. Trey Murphy, good player. Bronx Boy! There he is. $10 super chat. I actually appreciate the comedy here. He said, "What up, nerd?" Laughing emoji. So Bronx Boy, I was watching Knicks Now. Marsh and Seeps were live after the Sixers got eliminated, and I was finishing up my run. I was at the park just looking at the skyline, beautiful sunny day. So I'm like, what's Marsh up to? I saw he went live, wanted to see what they were talking about. And I pull up the live stream, and I saw Bronx Boy called me a 76ers nerd. And so I super chatted Marsh back, and I said, I'm going to take the high road here, and I'm going to say congratulations to the Knicks, because the NBA is better when the Knicks are good. And I said, I signed off as nerd, and I was like, what up, Bronx Boy? Bronx Boy, thanks for the $10 super chat. I love how his profile picture says, I love box.
I love box.
He's the box monster. All right, let's spin the wheel for Bronx Boy. Did you do that intentionally? Beer chug for Bronx Boy. All right. Cheers.
Cheers, Bronx Boy. The Bronx.
Now, did Bronx Boy make his profile picture I love box intentionally? No, he said if you're from the Bronx, you call it the BX. All right. Yo, from the Bronx.
Not from the Bronx, unfortunately.
They call me Bronx Boy. I'm from Philly, so that's kind of the Philly-New York accent twist right there. That beer is warm. Yes, it is, Copper. If somebody sends in a $50 super chat, I will drink the rest of this, and then I will get a cold beer and put it in here. 3 cold beers to put it in here. It wasn't terrible. See, I got the Northeastern twang. Bronx boy. We've already surpassed 10,000 views on Warriors today for our live stream. Approaching 6,000 views on 76ers now. Glad everybody is here hanging out here with us. Bronx boy. Peace, dog. Thanks for chiming in. Brian Doherty is back. 76ers trade 3 players for Chase Sr. and the kid Chip or B-Doc in the hood.
B-Doc. What up?
Based upon the Chat Sports Men's League performances, we are not yet ready for the season if we were to join the Sixers.
Definitely not.
I had one great game, and outside of that, average games. And during my great game, I pulled a hamstring, so I think I'm out tomorrow.
No, really?
I keep re-aggravating it, dude. It's pissing me off. So
maybe just take a week off.
I think I have to take a week off. The thing is, when I heard it first, last week I came back after 2 weeks off, and then I tweaked it again. And this week it's just been causing me problems. So I don't know if I can play tomorrow. It would be dumb to play.
Yeah.
But me and Bryce Harper on the IL with the hamstring injury.
Brutal time for hamstrings.
Savage Gang is just spamming the chat. Nothing that's really funny. Said Chris Paul agreed to be a Celtic.
Fake news.
Fake news. Savage Gang all day. Providing fake news on YouTube. Send them to China. We're doing impersonations because there are no moves that are happening.
Nothing.
That is the Donald Trump impersonation right there. Savage Gang thinks he's a savage, but he's fake news. He's not a savage.
Says I'm dead serious. Who are your sources, huh? Who are your sources?
The Clippers are looking to trade Russell Westbrook.
Oh, man.
According to Shams. Who is going to trade for Russ?
Nobody, dude. He's also only making $4 million. The Suns? The Suns.
The Suns, I kind of like it, Trevor.
Back with Kevin Durant?
Jesse said the Lakers, no way they bring him back. Disastrous year.
I would love to see Russell Westbrook back with Kevin Durant. I need that. I also like Chris Paul going to the Suns.
Give us an impersonation, and we'll try to replicate it in the comment section. Since the NBA made another bad business decision of not allowing teams to tamper, and that's why we're entering this lull. Armani said Miami. I don't hate Miami.
Yeah, I could totally see that.
Eric Spoelstra could probably bring the best out of him. Darth Vader.
Uh-oh.
I don't even know if I could do a Darth Vader impersonation. Do a Daryl Morey impression. I did that the other night. He kind of talks like this. Our plan is to be the best team in the Eastern Conference next year. We're in Los Angeles, and we're going to meet with Paul George on Sunday. Most cap space in the NBA. We have Joel. Tyrese made the leap. And we're going to look at everything analytically because I like math. Vedanth said, do Joel Embiid. I miss my boy, James Harden. James Harden. Tyrese Maxey's always smiling. I'm the process. That's Joel Embiid. Peter Thurman, do your Charles Barkley.
Oh, this is great.
I can't do it if I'm laughing.
The Nuggets are interested in Russell Westbrook.
Nuggets. Man, I'll tell you what, man. I love my brothers at TNT, Ernie, Shaq, but now that the NBA ain't going to be on TNT, I got to look elsewhere, or I'm just going to retire. I'm going to hit the golf course. I'm going to have that hitch in my swing. But my golf game is not as fraudulent as Ben Simmons, who can't even shoot the jump shot. Hey, shout out to the girls in San Antonio. I got 2 words to the big old woman eating them churros. I'm full.
I'm full.
That's it. That's the Charles Barkley.
Oh, that's so good, dude.
Terrible. Antonio Ruiz. I see that comment. It's terrible. The start to free agency. It's terrible. Nothing's happened. I might as well hit the golf course.
Brendan for the 10 out of 10 Daryl and Embiid impression. Jesse Montanez.
I like them big old women in San Antonio. They got them big booties. You see that thing shaking when they walking up and down, pancakes, syrup.
Patrick Mahomes, that's tough. That's like a
My name's Patrick Mahomes. I've won back-to-back Super Bowls. I beat the Eagles and the Niners.
that was actually
that
pretty
kind of
good.
hurts my throat.
That was pretty spot on.
JJ Redick, I don't even know what that
What?
would be. I don't know what JJ Redick would be. Durant as an old man given YMCA wigs. Butthead.
Oh, God.
What's that one?
Hey, Beavis.
Hey, Beavis.
No, it's not that. It's
Isn't it like, hey, Beavis?
I gotta see what it is here.
Hey, Beavis. God, that show. I used to love that show.
Something like that. I don't know if I can do that one.
Oh, Carl.
Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, that's a good one.
I sometimes do that when I'm reading quotes on the show. That I got to be like reading something. I'm trying to think. Like he uses words like, "That brother is spectacular. The New York Knicks, they're coming. Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, stay off the weed." Not my best. I can do a better.
You
one.
brought the energy, though, that he always
Yeah,
has.
it's the energy that he exudes that makes it good.
Karl Anthony Towns.
Karl Anthony Towns. That
That
kind of like a Patrick Mahomes?
Well, you gotta do the sus Karl Anthony Towns. So we were on the court and Anthony Edwards wouldn't pass me the ball.
I mean, brother, I'm fouling, but we won. He kind of talks like that.
This is what movies is made of.
Jerry Jones.
I think that Dak Prescott is going to be a Cowboy for a long time. And behind Chip, you see the skyline of the great city of Dallas. Woo Pig, Arkansas. That's where I went to school.
Dennis Rodman. I don't know if I can do
The
that.
people want Shaq.
Walter Miller. AI Allen Iverson. That was my favorite Sixer growing up. And maybe my second favorite Philadelphia athlete of all time, behind Brian Dawkins.
Sham said the Clippers are looking to trade PJ Tucker.
PJ Tucker getting traded as well. So they could shed salary. That's $15 million right there.
Who's traded for
Who's
PJ
trading
Tucker's
for
11
PJ
mil?
Tucker and Russell Westbrook?
Come on.
Walter Miller, Allen Iverson. We ain't talking about the game. We ain't talking about the game that I live for, that I play like every game like it's my last. We talking about practice, man. That's only the wording. AI is a tough one as well. All right.
Man, just absolutely no moves, nothing happening.
Jesse said Wilt Chamberlain. The one thing I'll say about Wilt Chamberlain, he claims that he slept with 20,000 women.
It's light work.
That's, how is that possible? 20,000 women.
Tobias Harris is receiving free agency interest from the Pistons, Jazz, Spurs, and Mavericks.
Okay. Who's that from?
Keith Pompey.
Matt George with this. There are so many complications to a Kings Brandon Ingram trade. Where'd that go? From money to what the Kings would offer, not to mention the competition between Sacramento and New Orleans. The Kings having interest is absolutely believable, but I remain skeptical of a deal actually getting done.
We got $80 on Sixers.
Let's go.
7 on Warriors. Can we get to 100 on Sixers? We're 20 away. Is
The
Tobias
slowest start to free agency
unbelievable.
of all time.
Kicking it says, is Tobias Harris a good fit for the Warriors? I would not be interested in him if I were the Warriors.
They just don't have the money for Tobias Harris. I think he can get $20 million somewhere.
Yeah, Warriors have no money, man. He's not signing for a mid-level exception. The Pistons will give him 30. They asked Richard Jefferson which team can't afford to miss out this offseason. And he said every team but the Celtics. Serious, dude? Every
say that
team.
again?
They asked Richard Jefferson what teams can't afford to miss out this offseason. He said every team but the Celtics.
That's a lazy take from RJ.
It's a very lazy answer. Yeah. What a great bit of analysis.
Yeah,
says
T, exactly.
Every team that didn't
It's
win.
so funny, like, sometimes you'll script the show and you'll be like, hey, give me your thoughts for, like, the lower third. That's basically Richard Jefferson. The producer asked him, hey, can you fill this in? And he's just like, I don't know. Every team but Boston. He just didn't want to do any work.
Just all of them, whatever. Unreal. B-Duck says, I pulled a hamstring chugging beer with Chipper. That's not good. How do you pull a hammy chugging beer? That's a new one.
See, the thing that sucked for me, I pulled a hamstring after I hit 5 threes in a game. It's just so unfortunate.
What?
Yeah,
We're
it
waiting for
sucks.
something to happen, dude.
Harrison's prediction is that by 7:05 it'll be an external sign. It'll be the most obvious, just
7:05 our time or Eastern?
Yeah, like he's predicting.
So another hour and 5 minutes.
No, in the next
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because teams are like, we didn't tamper, we promise.
Yeah, it's the most obviously calculated hour.
Well, Sam, you must love this. Yeah, well, usually they're all coming in and you can't stay on top of it, you know?
Jesse Montanez! Paul George has his finger in a dam about to burst. Hey, cheers to you, man. Thanks for watching.
If someone sends in a 20 right now on Sixers to get us over 100, I will beer bong this whole beer. But
Let's
it's got to
go.
be in the next 2 minutes. I'm putting a 2-minute clock on.
2 minutes.
Somebody on the Sixers channel gets us over 100. Clock has started.
2 minutes to get us over 100 on 76ers now. Chip is doing a beer bong.
Got to do something because nothing else is going on.
We're
here.
18 away from 100. Yeah, Kate, I think you might be right in the comment section on Warriors today. The Dubs could be just relying on the young players to make huge leaps. We're talking Jonathan Kuminga going into what, year 4 now? Moses Moody. And those were 2 lottery picks. Brandon Podjemski, former first rounder, and Trace Jackson Davis. The Warriors might just be saying, you know what? We're cash strapped. We need the young players to develop. Steph, Draymond, take us home.
You want to hear a crazy stat about Tobias Harris?
Yeah.
In his 6 years with the Sixers. Tobias Harris drew 0 charges.
Oh my gosh.
0 charges drawn in 6 years.
Bird Gang
Unreal.
Tommy, the presidential debate had more action than this.
Yeah?
For real, though. That at least was more entertaining. Now, this show is more entertaining than the president debate. But free agency, the actual start to it, not entertaining.
Free agent big man Nehemiah Queta has agreed in a multi-year deal to stay with the Boston Celtics.
Multi-years. I give it a 2% chance he lives out the remainder of the multi-year deal.
Woo. 2 minutes is up. So no beer bong. Here we go. Our first signing in a minute. Nehemiah Queta, baby.
Nehemiah Queta.
Will this spark some moves?
This is also a re-signing.
Yeah, it's another re-signing.
So we have not seen one external signing yet, correct?
That is correct.
Unbelievable.
So what, is every signing just going to happen at like 11 p.m. tonight? Can the Warriors
Yeah.
get Jonas Valanciunas?
Sixers signed Paul George at midnight, and we're like, fuck. Back to the studio.
Back to the stew. They're going to sign him at like 3 in the morning. Laura, can the Warriors get Jonas Valanciunas? He could be a guy that signs for a mid-level exception or maybe even less. Oh!
Andre Drummond. We have a signing.
Let's go!
Is that to the Sixers?
Yeah!
Andre Drummond to the Sixers. 2 years, $10+ million. Chip, we have been fucking on it, man.
On it!
Jared McCain, we talked about it. Andre Drummond, we've talked about it. And if Paul George happens, we're on it, baby.
Let's go. 2 years, 10 mil. Let's go, man.
Let's go. Andre Drummond with the Sixers, a 2-year contract. There it is. Yeah. ASAP Rocky. Finally, we got some action, man. He is one of, if not the best, backup centers in the league. So now, your front court is kind of set. Joel Embiid, Andre Drummond, Adem Bona. He's definitely a liability as far as shooting free throws at the end of games, but Andre Drummond of the Sixers, about to break it down. 2 years, 10. I love the value there, too. And this doesn't keep them from signing Paul George. $5 million per is chump change for the amount of salary cap space that they have. So we're going to talk about Andre Drummond to the Sixers here in just a moment. That is the first external signing in free agency, I believe. And the Sixers finally make it happen. It is hot AF in the studio. Brian Doherty, Chase Sr., imitate Chipper. Well, what just happened? Oh! That was Chip's reaction. Darren said the best signing yet. The only external free agency signing that we've seen. Do I need to pay to get a reply from Do? No. I see you in the chat. What's up? If you want to send us in a tip, we'll of course appreciate that as well. Jesse Maxey will sign his deal. It's just a matter of time. There's no rush to really get that done. Nice. Sixers thought they had a trade for Andre Drummond at February's deadline. Didn't happen. Now they get him in free agency. Also, teams that could show interest in Marcus Morris. Heat, Sixers, Mavericks, Pistons, Cavs, Magic, and Pelicans. Did we have Drummond in our perfect offseason plan as a backup center? Yeah, I think we did. Drummond tweeting out, I'm in the mood for a Philly cheesesteak. He's going to be able to get it. Yeah, I'll send it to you. Send it to you now. See, we don't take commercial breaks. We're just working on the fly here, getting our graphics together. And then we'll talk Drummond. 500 people watching live on 76ers now. For those of you coming into the stream, make sure you hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. If you haven't subscribed, do so right now. For year-round coverage. And now is ESPN messing with us again? They're running a UFC special? Omar, we'll get to that $5 super chat coming up in a sec. Omar, $5 super chat. If it isn't DeMar DeRozan, Brandon Ingram, Lauri Markkanen, what can we send for Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith from the Nets or other players to sign? I mean, if you're Golden State, I think that Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith are gettable, especially as the Nets undergo this fire sale right now. What's interesting about the Nets is that they traded away Bridges to their cross-city rival in the New York Knicks, but then they re-signed Nick Claxton and gave him $25 million per year. I always think a business without a plan is a bad business. The Nets don't have a plan, but can the Warriors take advantage of that and trade for Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith? Dodo, positional versatility, really good defender. And then for Cam Johnson, he could certainly shoot the three. All right, we're about to talk Andre Drummond to the Philadelphia 76ers. That news just coming down moments ago. And it is the first external signing in NBA free agency. Hopefully Adam Silver doesn't find Daryl Morey and the Sixers for that, since Adam Silver doesn't really like Daryl Morey. All right, let's talk about it right now live. NBA free agency special, day one. Let's go. Day one of NBA free agency is officially underway, and about an hour into free agency starting, the Philadelphia 76ers have made the first external signing among all 30 teams in the NBA, and this is a move that we have talked about plenty of times here on the show, going all the way back to our perfect offseason plan after the Sixers got bounced in the first round by the New York Knicks. And Andre Drummond signing with Philadelphia on a 2-year, $10 million deal. His absence has been felt as a backup center to Joel Embiid since the Sixers included him in that James Harden-Ben Simmons trade a couple of years ago. Back during February's NBA trade deadline, Philadelphia actually thought they had a deal done for Andre Drummond. So now they revisit that, and backup center behind Embiid has been such a bad spot and such a problematic issue for Philadelphia really throughout Embiid's entire career. You think about the backup bigs who have been behind him in the lineup, it's an issue because he misses so much time, but he's such an impactful player that when he's not on the floor, the plus minus is drastic from when he is on the floor to when he's off of it. And we have seen the likes of Greg Monroe be a backup center behind Embiid. We have seen Dwayne Dedmon back up Joel Embiid, DeAndre Jordan. All of those guys have been the corpse of themselves. And last year in the playoffs, the non-Embiid minutes were an issue. Now we don't have to worry about that. I like the player. I like the fit. I like what he brings to the table. This might be the best backup center in the NBA. And he's one of the best rebounders of this generation, and the stats certainly back that up. So when Embiid is off the floor or missing games, you can rely on Andre Drummond. The issue with him is he is an awful free throw shooter at the end of games, so he's a liability there. But he runs the floor, protects the rim, rebounds the basketball, and this just adds to the depth in that Philadelphia front court, which now seems to include Joel Embiid, Andre Drummond, Adem Bona. And then you have to imagine that Paul Reed could come back as a four-man, especially because it was reported that Nicholas Batum is not going to return to Philadelphia. So Shams Charania with the news here that Andre Drummond plans to sign that 2-year, $10+ million deal with Philadelphia, comes out to an average annual value of about $5 million per season. I like that value there a lot. And Andre Drummond taking to X to also say this after signing that deal: I'm in the mood for a Philadelphia cheesesteak. He is going to be able to have plenty of those, and he knows where to go to get a good cheesesteak because he was with the Sixers for about a half a year up until he was included in that trade to Brooklyn alongside Ben Simmons and Seth Curry and some draft capital to bring James Harden the beer to Philadelphia 2 seasons ago. Andre Drummond last year for the Chicago Bulls, he only played about 17 minutes per night, yet in those 17 minutes still averaged 8.5 points per game and 9 rebounds, 55.5% on his field goals, and this is a player who consistently, since coming out of UConn, has rebounded the basketball at an elite level and rebounded the basketball very, very consistently, despite sometimes not getting that many minutes. But in the Sixers rotation, I think that he is going to get some run here. Not a player that you probably want on the floor alongside Joel Embiid, but 8.5 points per game, 9 rebounds, like I said, last year. He's also pretty good at putting his hands and arms in the way of passing lanes to cause deflections and to cause turnovers. So that and the blocks can lead to points on the other end. The season before that, also with Chicago, 6 points, 6.5 rebounds. And then with Philly and Brooklyn, he got a lot of time with Brooklyn, played a decent amount with Philadelphia, under 8 points per game, 9 rebounds, more than a steal, always very efficient around the rim, but is not a player who is going to stretch the floor and knock down the three. So you think about the role that he's going to have, the importance of having an actual legitimate backup center behind Joel Embiid, and then the value of the contract. Andre Drummond is well worth $5 million per season for Philadelphia. And you make this move. This does not take you out of the Paul George sweepstakes, as Philadelphia is expected to meet with PG-13 on Sunday night in California. You're still going to have a lot of cap space. The Sixers right now, entering free agency, of course, the most cap space in the entire NBA. And with what Andre Drummond brought to Philadelphia, you know what you're getting. You know how he fits in as the backup to Joel Embiid, a guy who's athletic still, even though he's been in the league for a minute, runs the floor very well. He can defend the rim. I think it's really important for bigs to be able to switch on the defensive end of the floor. Andre Drummond can do that. And so with that, I bring on Chip. And Chip, even going back to the trade deadline last year, we're talking about Andre Drummond. 2 seasons ago, I wanted to see the Sixers reacquire him because I thought it was going to be affordable. I thought it was going to be doable. And so now, to get him on that contract, I think this is a really solid move for Daryl Morey and company.
Yeah, look, you got a cheap backup option behind Joel Embiid. And for weeks now, when we're putting together our perfect offseason, our free agent targets, pretty much every time we were talking about moves the Sixers need to make, we were bringing up Andre Drummond because his skill set honestly could have really helped the Sixers in the playoffs this past season. We saw in the series against the Knicks, Isaiah Hartenstein, Mitchell Robinson, but even like Josh Hart and pretty much everybody in the Knicks out hustling the Sixers and out rebounding the Sixers. This is what Andre Drummond is going to do.
Yeah.
He's going to grab boards. You drafted Adembona, who, let's be honest, 2nd round pick, is not going to be ready this year.
Yep.
Paul Reed, I love Paul Reed as a player, and I don't want to see him go. He has that non-guaranteed money, so he very well could be on the way out. Reports indicate the Sixers are looking to clear up more money. Only way they can really do that is by cutting Paul Reed's $8 million salary. But regardless, he was never a true backup center. Doesn't have the size, doesn't have the strength, but he was never really able to develop the three-point shot or defend the perimeter like you would. Was a pretty good rim protector for his size, and I think made some solid strides defensively and offensively as well. But Drummond gives you a physical, big-body guy who, if you look at the numbers, Drummond is one of the best rebounders of our generation.
Yep.
Like, just based off the stats. When he was with the Pistons, especially in the beginning of his career, just tremendous, and he's continued that. Had a great season with the Bulls. So, again, a high effort, high rebounding type of player that will at least give you more of a presence that you can be, more comfortable with. You can rely on him more than a smaller body like a Paul Reed or a younger player like Adembona. And again, it costs you absolutely nothing. You still have over $60 million in cap space to go out and get Paul George. So a great move. I'm glad they got this done early because I'm sure he had interest from quite a lot of teams. Now, it seems like he was interested in coming back to Philly. So Andre Drummond, baby. I'm happy he's back. I'm excited to see him playing again for this team, hopefully for a full season this time around.
Yeah, and just some more thoughts on that that I didn't mention. The size is great, 6'11", 280 pounds. He's 30 years old, but he's still fleet of foot, very athletic. He adds a lob threat to the Sixers offense. I think that's really important when you have a guy like Tyrese Maxey who does such a good job with pace, feel, speed, being able to start-stop to kind of navigate around the floor. And Maxey has that touch for the floater, but now in playing with Andre Drummond, he could throw that lob. And Drummond is a player who, Chip alluded to it, and I said it as well, literally one of the best rebounding bigs of this generation. He is not the player that obviously he was to start his career when the style of the NBA, stylistically, was a lot different when bigs, you could mostly get away with bigs who couldn't shoot. Nowadays, we're kind of seeing a pivot back to that. But early in his career, starting year 2, he's averaging 13.5 points and 13 rebounds. 13 points, 13 rebounds. 16 and nearly 15. 13 and 14, 15 and 16, 17 and 15, almost 18 and 15, almost 18 and 16, 17 and 11, 15 and 12, 17 and a half and 13 and a half, almost 12 and 10 with the Lakers, and 2020-2021 is really when he started to play in a reserve role, more so of a reserve role as a backup. But the points and rebounds and the distribution of that has been very even here, where you can count on him to rebound the basketball nearly in double digits every single night. So grade the signing of Andre Drummond for Philadelphia here, A, B, C, D, or F. That is our instant reaction take of him joining the Sixers once again right after the signing was made, and this is why you subscribe to the channel, because when breaking news happens, we talk about it right here on the show. Raider J-Rock said, let's talk some Warriors. We could certainly do that. As for what's going on with the Golden State Warriors, nothing. They released Chris Paul, and we talked about that at length. That video is up on the channel right now. We do have another move externally that we can talk about. Kevin Porter Jr. is signing with the Los Angeles Clippers, a 2-year deal. So he has had some character issues throughout his career, but he is signing with the Clippers on that 2-year contract. He has put up decent numbers in his NBA career. He was a first-round pick in 2019. He played in Greece this past year because of some of those issues. Do we have another move? Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Orlando Magic, 3-year deal. I can't wait to see what the money is. Over under 22.5.
It's got to be under
20 per.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be a 3-year
60.
3-year 60.
3-year 60.
3-year 60.
I'm gonna go under the 22.5 as well. Over under $22.5 million per year for KCP. So that takes the Magic out of the Klay Thompson sweepstakes?
Yeah, I mean,
out of the Paul George sweepstakes?
they had a lot of money, but I can't imagine that they're going to be going after another. We'll see what the money is on this deal. That's disappointing. I wanted KCP a lot on the Sixers, but it was
What
always
if they
going to be
get
tough.
Klay and Paul George?
Yeah. It was always going to be tough, too, because I think KCP gets more than Klay, and it was going to be very, very difficult to get Paul George and KCP. Champ Burns says, I think it's going to be 363. What do you got? Doodoo says, what are you guys? Economical masters, just focus about the game. We're talking about free agency and players signing contracts here. The money side of things is a huge part of it.
Yeah, it's almost like in free agency, players get paid, so it's a big talking point. Famous Lee said Klay is going to the Lakers and the Mavericks. One thing we know, he's not going back to the Warriors, I don't think.
Yeah, apparently Doodoo doesn't care about money. Well, Doodoo, you better be worried about it because your Warriors
Ethan
don't have
P.
a lot. Ethan!
$5 super chat on Golden State Warriors today. What moves do you think Phoenix is doing to bring in CP3? I will say this about the Suns. Last year, when it became a talking point in the playoffs from like Kendrick Perkins that they should start Isaiah Thomas because they needed a point guard, 3 years, 66. 22. That's why we talk economics, doo-doo.
We know what we're talking about, baby.
Man, I was right on that. Yeah, 22.5. We had right at the under. 3 years, 66 mil for KCP.
It's a great signing for them.
Yeah, they need shooting, they need defense, and they get it.
Cheers to Ethan for the 5.
What was I saying? Oh, so yeah, when it became a talking point that the Suns should start Isaiah Thomas because they needed a point guard to run the offense and initiate things because Bradley Beal was playing point guard, that's a red flag. So Chris Paul to Phoenix on that team, I think makes a ton of sense. I think the fit is really good. You're not asking CP3 to be the guy that he once was when he's averaging 20 points per game and 10 plus assists. You're asking him to be a 10 and 10 guy, and he could be that with Phoenix.
KCP, man. Got a bag. He's been a big part of 2 championship runs with the Lakers and the Nuggets.
Yep.
He is a perfect player for that Magic team. Now, he is aging. But still defends at a high level. A 40% three-point shooter. He's a winner. Makes winning plays. Was praised. I believe LeBron praised him on his old podcast with his new head coach, JJ Redick, on Mind the Game. Just talking about how KCP is just a winning player, makes all the right plays, smart. He can actually go off the dribble a little bit, hit a mid-range. So with a team that's young and had a ton of cap space, man, that's a great move.
Peter Thurman posing an interesting question. Would you take a run at Jonathan Isaac? The injury history scares me a lot.
Yeah, it is brutal.
I do like the player a lot. It would really have to come down to money. And he can kind of play wing four. But in that front court, you're already having to deal with the injury history of Joel Embiid and the concerns there. I might bypass Jonathan Isaac.
Ethan again!
Ethan P! Do you think it would work with Brad Beal and CP3? For sure, because Bradley Beal was playing point guard last year for the Suns.
Yeah.
Not good. He is not a point guard. He is not an offensive initiator. What he is a 2 guard. So he goes to the 2, Durant to the wing. So KD would be your 4. Devin Booker would be your 3.
Yeah, I mean,
Beal your 2 or 3, and Booker would be your 2 or 3. It's a weird team. And that's kind of the concern of just like stockpiling that many good players. There's so many mouths to feed. What's the roster construction in that starting 5? Can guys be comfortable when they don't have the ball as much as they're accustomed to? And then you can't fill out your depth. And then you have to sign guys like Bol who they don't really display any effort.
see, this is why I wanted KCP. Special on-ball defense against guards, one of the best transition defenders in the NBA, elite at jumping past lanes, and last year shot 42% on corner three-pointers, 47% from the mid-range, and he can attack closeouts and get to the basket, man.
Third-year
10
player
points.
option for KCP, by the way.
Third-year player option?
Yep. Iron Mike said, bro, my PTSD is kicking in. We're going to need Drummond. If Morey does nothing, Joel will request a trade. Will he request a trade, though, if he's got Tyrese Maxey in that two-man game? But Iron Mike, I'm with you. The PTSD is real because if they whiff on Paul George, what is the plan? And I worry about what that backup plan could be. HR, $10 super chat. Clayton adapt and chucked his way out of Golden State. I'm excited to see what Pajemski and Moody can get with his minutes. What would it take to get Jared Allen? Good points here. Look, it was bad watching Clay against Sacramento in the play-in tournament. I mean, he could not hit a shot. He could not hit the ocean if he was throwing a ball off a boat. It was ugly. And then in that second round series, 2 seasons ago against the Lakers, he was not good, especially late in that series. According to some reports, the Warriors offered him a 2-year deal worth a decent amount of money, but he felt disrespected because they didn't give him a max when they were handing out contracts to Wiggins and Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. It's like, bro, you were coming off a torn ACL and a torn Achilles. So I'm excited, too, to see what the development is of Podziemski and Moody. It's going to be tough to fill the cultural void of Klay Thompson in addition to the basketball element of Klay Thompson. As for Jared Allen, first-round pick and Kevon Looney for the Dubs.
Like, if I'm the Cavs, honestly, like,
I might take that trade.
I'd be wanting to move off of Allen because I would like to see Evan Mobley run center full time. So I might ask for like a Moses Moody in the deal, though. I might ask Kevon Looney, Moses Moody, and a first. You might, though, have to up to match a salary a little bit. Let's spin the wheel. And here's a cheers.
Spin that wheel. Yeah, cheers out of the beer boot. Spin the wheel for that $10 super chat.
Every $10 super chat, we spin the wheel for you.
Talk about a team. List a team that you want us to talk about, and the first one that we see, we'll talk about it.
Couple more super chats coming in.
Let's
in the
go.
meantime.
Truth hurts.
And Ethan P got another one.
Ethan P. So no more Klay to the Magic. I would imagine that is the case. Also, among the teams that are going to be meeting with Klay Thompson, the Magic are not one of them. It's the two LA teams, Lakers, Clippers, Dallas Mavericks, and the 76ers. So those are the teams meeting with Klay, and I would imagine KCP, 3-and-D guy, Klay Thompson, 3-and-D player, plus that money could have been allocated to Klay Thompson. I would imagine Klay not going to the Magic. What else do we have? Truth hurts. Could Buddy Hield and DeMar DeRozan work for the Warriors? I mentioned Buddy Hield a little while ago. The shooting element of his game fits well alongside Steph Curry if you lose Klay Thompson, and that looks to be inevitable at this point. You lose a lot on defense. What you might gain with Buddy Hield, and maybe you can sign him to that mid-level exception that the Warriors now have of $12.8 million, as compared to Klay, he can create a little bit more off the dribble compared to Klay. Now, he's not going to be a wizard with the basketball like Steph Curry is, but he can create and put the ball on the floor and create off the bounce at least a little bit. It's not the strength of his game, but he does that a little bit better than what people give him credit for. DeMar DeRozan, because Steph is so three-point reliant and so excellent at shooting the three, I do think DeMar DeRozan could fit there. This is what's crazy, is that the Warriors turned down a trade that would land them Zach LaVine, where they would have traded Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul. Then they lost Chris Paul for nothing. That's a crazy turn down for me. Could you have turned that into a sign-in trade for DeMar DeRozan and trade away CP3 and Andrew Wiggins? I think you just need to improve your team. You need to give Steph Curry some help. Steph Curry is still playing at an absolutely elite level. But here's the reality. Steph Curry is 36 years old. How long can he play like this as a smaller guard? The point here, he needs some help to be able to have that be sustainable. And Curry last year, 26 points per game, 41% from deep, and 45% from the field. His assist numbers were pretty good at 5. He was the clutch player of the year. He just needs some help. Just needs some help. Chokes, $5. Do you think Klay is being petty? Reports say he is willing to take a petty deal. Here's what I think happened with the Warriors and Klay Thompson. Over the last couple of years, he has seen the organization that drafted him, where he's spent the last 13 years. They have paid Jordan Poole. Coming off the title, they paid Andrew Wiggins. Last offseason, they paid Draymond Green. And Klay Thompson is looking around saying, you're paying all these other guys, but you're not paying me. And you drafted Moses Moody. And you drafted Brandon Podziemski, both of those players can shoot the three and defend, looks like the clock is ticking for me. You're going to do me like that when I have been a 5-time All-Star. I've helped you win these 4 titles. I came back from missing 2 straight years with an ACL and an Achilles to help you win the title. And this is how I'm being treated. So I think he feels slighted a little bit. And as part of that, that's why he struggled so much to start the year. Then he's saying, you benched me. I'm out. And now he might take less to go somewhere else. And if you're Klay, at this point, you've made so much money, you can afford to maybe take a discount, to maybe go somewhere like the Lakers or the Mavericks, to stick it to the Golden State Warriors. Never rule that out. You make it to the NBA, you are uber competitive, man. Ethan P., $2 super chat.
Another one.
Another one, in the words of DJ Khaled. Do you think Devin Booker is an MVP candidate this year? I feel like he has to rebound from a couple of lackluster seasons since making it to the NBA Finals. The production is never the issue with Devin Booker. You know, he's still only 27 years old. Last year, he averaged 27 points per game. That's 3 more than his career averages. The year before that, 27.8 was his career high. But it didn't really translate in a lot of success for Phoenix coming off that NBA Finals season when he was 4th in MVP voting, first team All-NBA player and an All-Star. Now this past year, he was a 3rd team All-NBA and an All-Star. But when you're a star like that, you got to deliver wins, man. And culturally, that Suns team was a mess.
He's a player I want to see back in the playoffs.
A
with
good run
team.
for Super Chats on Warriors today, by the way.
Yeah.
Got up to $40. And Sixers now is at $82. So Warriors today cutting that number in half right there.
Making a run.
If somebody sends in a $20 super chat, I'm finishing the rest of this beer boot here. It's warm, but we'll get it down.
Gross. Yeah, let's look here. 82-40.
Let's go.
It's getting close. It was just like 82-7. So Warriors fans coming on here. All right, we got a few external moves coming in now.
What else do we got there, Chip?
Oh, no, sorry. I just meant like we had a couple come in.
Yes, now
so
that we
maybe
do.
we could see a few more now.
Chokes, another $2 super chat. That gets us to $42 on Warriors today.
Chokes. Could the Warriors be contenders again? Ugh. Not with this current constructed roster. I don't think so.
I think if the Warriors don't make a sizable, notable move, I'm with my guy Cade. It might be a long year. And they're just wasting the remaining years of Steph Curry at 36 years old.
I'll tell you what, the only way, if they don't make a big move this offseason and they go into next season with pretty much the same roster they have right now, the only chance they have is if Jonathan Kuminga takes an all-star level jump. And he can be a top 30 player in the NBA, which is asking a lot. But that's the only way I think that you have a team that even gets into the playoffs in the West. Because the West is loaded, man.
It is.
Absolutely loaded.
Stacked.
So unless Kuminga can average 20 plus a game, play good defense, be smarter with the ball, and really develop, Jaylen Brown type,
He's
then
going to
I
have
don't
to
know.
take a huge leap, man.
Huge leap. And then you also are going to need guys like Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis to step up. You got to hope Draymond Green doesn't fall off as he ages. You got to hope Wiggins, if you don't move him, can revert to his championship form. You're asking a lot.
Here's what Chris Haynes had to say on the Russ front. Los Angeles Clippers are working with Russell Westbrook to find a trade partner that works for both sides, and it's believed the star has played his last game for the franchise. Truth Hurts, another $2 super chat. Guys, assemble a good team for Golden State from the free agency lists. So on the mid-level exception, they can go after a guy, I would imagine, like Buddy Hield, Gary Trent, DeAnthony Melton, though he's coming off a back injury that was problematic for Philadelphia last year. They just don't have a lot of options, which is why I think the Warriors are kind of banking on Kuminga, Moody, Podziemski, Trayce Jackson-Davis, really taking sizable leaps. That is a huge risk because I don't know if Kuminga can be a superstar. I think that he can be really good in this league, and I've been bullish on the player, but I don't know if he's going to be a superstar in this league. Finally.
Drummond, baby.
Finally. And so
A+.
The Warriors are in a situation here where they're tight on cash. They don't really want to tap into the luxury tax. Trading away Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, then getting nothing for Chris Paul. Bad move. The extension for Andrew Wiggins in hindsight didn't work out. Are you banking on him to return to form? Like, there are so many questions with Golden State's approach right now. And I tweeted this out a little while ago. Give me a follow at Chase_Senior. For so long, the Warriors were so well run and they had a plan. Now Golden State seems to be poorly run with no plan. Couple super chats on Warriors today. We had that one come in from Chokes Omar, third ever super chat. I've seen a trade scenario for Lauri Markkanen, which the Jazz send Clarkson and Lauri for Wiggins, Moody, Pods, and a first-round pick. I think you might have to include Kuminga in that.
Yeah, you don't get Lauri without giving up Kuminga.
You don't get Lauri Markkanen without giving up Kuminga, because if you're Danny Ainge and you're running the Jazz, why would you give up an all-star and you're not getting a piece back who you're really intrigued by? You know what Wiggins is, and he struggled the last 2 years. You don't know what Moody is. Podziemski, you might have an idea. The first-round pick is cool. But for an all-star player, I need something special. Kuminga can be special, so I'd need him back, Omar. Chokes, another one. Any chance Curry ever gets disgruntled and leaves? So my guy Larry Krueger, he talks Warriors on his channel in addition to talking Niners and San Francisco Giants, Bay Area sports radio legend. He had talked about, look, if the Warriors are just going to mail it in, is it time to trade Steph Curry? If you're Steph, do you want to do the organization like that? It'd be tough to do, but also if you're Steph, he's like, I'm 36. I want to keep playing for sure. And Steph, I think, could play in the league for a long time. Maybe not as a superstar, but my gosh, remember his pops, Del Curry, for the older people watching? A great catch-and-shoot three-point specialist late in his career. Steph can play till 45 in that role.
Yeah.
But as a superstar, he wants to maximize the next, let's say, 3 to 4 years, 3 to 5 years. Does he want to go somewhere else to make that happen? Does he want to go back home to the hometown Charlotte Hornets? That's not a good basketball situation, but does he want to change the scenery? I wouldn't rule anything out.
We got another one from Omar.
Another super chat from Omar. Do you fire Mike Dunleavy if he doesn't have a successful offseason? Tell you what, the CP3 trade didn't look good because you got nothing back for him, and you paid him a lot of money to be a bench player. Not a good look. The drafting of Trayce Jackson-Davis, pretty solid. Podziemski, pretty good. But was Bob Myers in the front office then? Let's see.
Which year? When they drafted Pods, you're saying?
Yeah, like it was late.
I don't think he was.
Let me see this.
Myers. What's up, Myers?
So, okay, so Dunleavy was promoted on June 16th, which was right before the draft then. So he had a say. So to his credit, it looks like Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis could be good players. You bought back 52nd overall to get Quentin Post. He also was kind of dealt a shaky hand because he had to kind of inherit this financial situation. So I think it's too early to just fire him if they don't have a good year. But if I'm Steve Kerr and he signed that extension, I'm like, my gosh, this is rough. Josh Vega, do you think the Warriors can get Paul George? No. Had to get executed via a sign and trade. Financially, that's how it would have worked, and now it's just not going to happen. I think it's Philadelphia or the Clippers for PJ.
Let's see. Why don't we go through the moves that happened today?
Let's go through our free agency tracker here. Alex Len, 1 year, 3.3 to return to the Sacramento Kings. Obi Toppin, 4 years, 60, staying with the Indiana Pacers. Max Christie, I can't believe he's getting $8 million per year. What did he do last year?
I don't think Max Christie played more
4
than...
points per game.
How many games did he play?
14 minutes, 67 games.
Okay.
$8 million per year?
I guess they're banking on
What?
upside. That's ridiculous.
I wish I was 5 inches taller because I would have been ripping those threes. James Harden, 2 years, 70. Back to the Clippers. $35 million per year for James Harden, who he's getting up there in age, man, and there's plenty of tread on the tires, although he played well this year. He will be 35 on August 26th. This year, the numbers did not go down because of the game. In fact, I thought he looked good. It was just the team was loaded. 16.5 points per game, 8.5 assists, and 5 rebounds. Pretty good. And then 43% from the field, 38% from three. Solid year. 35 mil for that? I'd rather have Paul George. Luke Cornett, 1 year deal, back to the Celtics. Kevin Love, 2 years, in the neighborhood of 8. Nemias Queta, back to the Celtics. The first external move in free agency, Andre Drummond, 2 years, 10 to Philadelphia. Kevin Porter Jr., 2 years to the Clippers. He played in Greece last year. And then Kentavious Caldwell-Pope getting $22 million per. 3 years, 66. Signing with the Orlando Magic that third year as a player option. Dark Circle, Gary Trent Jr. would be a good replacement for Klay. And I've talked about Gary Trent Jr. for that mid-level exception, with which is what the Warriors could utilize, bringing in a player like that. Now, he was what, like top 5 in the NBA in unguarded threes? And then on guarded threes, he was atrocious.
Yeah, wait, I have the stat here. Basically, Gary Trent Jr. had the largest difference between wide open three-point percentage and contested three-point percentage. So he hit a ton of his open threes.
Yep.
But
which on the Warriors, that could work because he could get open looks. But on contested threes, not so great.
Yeah, so Gary Trent shot 51% on wide open threes this year on 228 wide open three attempts. But he shot just 27% on all other three-point attempts, which was 225 attempts. So basically, he took the same amount of wide open threes as he did all other threes.
Yep.
And shot just 27% when he wasn't wide open. And wide open for the NBA means you have 6 or more feet of space. So whenever there was a defender within 6 feet of him, he only shot 27% from three. Again, the largest difference of any player in the league. Also had horrendous rim finishing numbers. But he could shoot that transition three, man.
No doubt.
You find him open in transition, that's a bucket.
Bang, bang. Peter Thurman with the $5 super chat, and then Chokes is back with another deuce. Thurman, real one, roll call. What trade would you do with B-Ball, Paul, and draft picks? You could just cut him because his contract is non-guaranteed. What does he get you? Some second-round picks? The issue, Peter, that I think you run into is what he's due $8 million.
Yeah, I think it's 8.8.
8.8. So a team has to take on Paul Reed, 8.8, and give something up for him. I think they'd rather see if the Sixers let him go, and then they sign him for half that. Because I don't think Paul Reed is an $8.8 million.
7.7.
7.7. So almost 8.
Yeah.
That's a lot. I know in today's NBA, it's not as much as Max Christie getting that much money, right? Which we just discussed. And Paul Reed's still young. He can still develop. But is a team willing to take that on? I think you get some second-round picks back. Maybe you get a rotation guy. Could you get a Bojan Bogdanovic back, but then he makes a lot of money? That would maybe be another plan if you don't land Paul George. More than 1,000 people watching on Warriors Today. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video if you're enjoying the stream. Let's get the 500 likes. We're at 438. And then on 76ers now, almost 700 people watching live. 349 likes. Our Super Chat battle. 87 in Supers on Sixers. 60 on Warriors. Warriors making a run here. Murphy Brown saying 76ers.
Hey, speaking of the Warriors making a run, Chulix, how do we say that? Chulks. Another one.
What if the Warriors tank and get a top pick next year? Steph Curry will not be happy about that. He's not in a position to tank. Because show the Warriors team profile. This is wild to read, think about, and take in. The Warriors have missed the playoffs in 3 of the last 5 years after 5 straight trips to the NBA Finals. Doesn't seem real. Doesn't seem right. Now, they won a title in 2022. But remember before that how bad they were? Injuries because of that. And then since then, a second-round exit, non-playoffs this year. Carson Taylor. A $2 super chat. Wiggs and Moody picks if needed for Devin Vassell. That is somewhat intriguing, honestly. He's been hidden in a bunker in San Antonio with how mid the Spurs have been.
I just don't see why the Spurs would trade him, to be honest. I'm just not sure why they'd want to move off of a good young player.
Yeah. Vassell is 6'5", 200 pounds. He's only 23 years old. He signed a pretty affordable contract with San Antonio, if I'm not mistaken. 11th pick in the 2020 draft out of Florida State. And last year, he averaged 19.5 points per game. I think the Spurs look at him as a building block alongside Victor Wembanyama with his age.
Yeah, you're not trading him for
Wiggs and Moody.
You
would definitely need picks in there, Carson Taylor. Which, Levi Stadium, by the way, looking good in the profile picture.
Nice.
Host of the 49ers Report. Subscribe today.
Lennox the man. You the man for this $2 super chat, Lennox.
Yes, sir, Lennox.
PG to sign to the Sixers. Hey, Lennox, make them get it done, man.
Yeah,
I'm
make
putting
'em
this
get it
one on
done.
you, Lennox. Make them get it done. Dawn, are there any more signings? Not since KCP. It's been very, very slow. Now, again, signings can happen all week. Stuff doesn't have to get done today. And because of the dumb tampering stuff, they probably won't. Let's see. There's still, a lot of good free agents sitting out there, obviously. Besides LeBron, who's going to go back, you have Paul George. Maxey's going to re-sign. Harden re-signed. Pascal re-signed. OG Anunoby re-signed. We have Isaiah Hartenstein meeting with the Thunder. DeMar DeRozan is still out there. Doesn't really seem to me like he wants to go back to Chicago. And I don't think Chicago should want him back.
Yeah.
Kentavious Caldwell-Pope signed the Magic. Malik Monk re-signed. Emmanuel quickly re-signed. You have Klay Thompson out there, obviously. Obi Toppin re-signed. Tobias Harris, who, this is interesting. I saw somebody say this in the chat, actually. Godspeed. So the Jazz do have reported interest in Tobias Harris. Could you somehow work out a sign and trade? Tobias Harris, Paul Reed, who, remember, the Jazz offered Paul Reed that contract last offseason. No, do they really want him? Or was that Danny Ainge playing some gamesmanship with Daryl Morey? Who knows? But they offered him a contract, so maybe can you do like Tobias Harris, Paul Reed, and some picks for Lauri Markkanen? Could you get that done? Maybe. Maybe. If they're high on Tobias Harris. They might want rookie counsel too. Which honestly, I would do. I love rookie counsel. Love him. If I can get Lauri Markkanen, and if Danny Ainge is on my phone, I make him the offer. He says, add in rookie counsel, we have a deal. I'm adding in rookie counsel 10 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10. Miko, I wish we kept Wiseman and Poole. I was so ready for the new generation Warriors. Well, unfortunately, James Wiseman is a bad basketball player. A bad basketball player. He's a free agent. He couldn't stick with the Pistons. Now, he's dealt with a lot of injuries. But he's bad. And Jordan Poole was terrible for the Wizards. Terrible. I actually want to look up his numbers because his shooting splits. Wow. NBA. Oh, we'll have to go to the NBA app, I think. What a joke.
ESPN's a fucking joke, dude. They're not doing free agency coverage. They did an hour, and they were out.
Unbelievable. Jordan Poole last year, 17 points. Shot 41% from the field and 32% from three. 4.4 assists to 2.4 turnovers. A turnstile defensively. Just unbelievable. After he was so good for the Warriors, man. So good. Such an exciting young player.
Bobby Marks with some good stuff on KCP. Here's what Orlando is getting. Since the 2013-14 season, KCP has played in 96% of regular season games. And during the regular season, opponents shot 40.5% when KCP was the closest defender per second spectrum that led the NBA among players to defend 500-plus shots. Lennox the man, make it happen, brother. Carson Taylor, another deuce. How about Moody for Walker Kessler? We have to pay JK. I think the drafting of Quentin Post probably takes you away from Walker Kessler.
You got the remote?
Yeah.
I think I can get NBA TV on. How do I search? There's no NBA yet?
Walker Kessler, 8 points, 7.5 rebounds.
Serious? You know, interesting. The Jazz did say they're willing to trade Walker Kessler. I'm not. Oh, Carson. I like this one, man. I would love Walker Kessler on the Warriors. I would love that. The fact they're willing to deal him is surprising to me. That's a big rim-protecting center that you would love. I think he's better than Jared Allen, and he's cheaper and younger. I don't understand. I guess Vizio doesn't have. What a joke.
What has happened to the once great ESPN?
Dude, this TV doesn't have an NBA app available.
That's ridiculous.
We can't watch it without the NBA app. Unless we had YouTube TV, which we don't.
ESPN did like 60 to 90 minutes of NBA free agency coverage and then dipped. How is that possible when you have a television deal with the NBA?
It's unreal.
It's one of the biggest days of the NBA calendar. And you do 60 to 90 minutes of live coverage and then you dip. You're not live on your YouTube channel. You're not live on ESPN Plus. You're not live on ESPN2.
Want to make you pay $73 a month for YouTube TV? Unbelievable.
This is why people hang out this year at Chat Sports. I mean, seriously.
Omar, another 10.
ESPN died when Stuart Scott did. Hasn't been the same since.
So unfortunate.
Omar! I used to wake up every single morning and watch Comcast Sportsnet and ESPN with my breakfast to get updated on what happened the previous night in sports. It's just not the same.
Not the same.
Omar, what would it cost for Brandon Ingram? And if that's made, what free agents can we go after as far as a trade? Love the channel. You'll always have my support. Salute to you. Thank you so much. Fifth ever super chat for Omar, by the way. What would it take for Brandon Ingram? Costs a lot. Might have to give him a contract extension. I think that he would actually be a good fit for Golden State. My worry, you definitely have to give up Andrew Wiggins for him because you're not going to have Wiggins and Ingram on the same team, both making that much money. Both guys are kind of passive. Ingram's going to help you more so offensively, but Wiggins will help you more so defensively. What will it cost? Wiggins has to be included for salary reasons.
I don't think you'd have to give up Kuminga in this deal.
I don't think you give up Kuminga in this deal. Let's go Wiggins, Moody, although they just traded for DeJounte Murray. Wiggins, I think it might have to be a three-teamer now that I think about it. I'm not sure the Warriors' pieces fit what the Pelicans would want.
Honestly, I don't even know if I don't think they'd want Wiggins. I don't
think they'd want Wiggins, but you have to get rid of him.
Yeah, so I think you'd probably want to reroute him.
Reroute him to a third team where a Pistons takes on the salary of an Andrew Wiggins, right? And then what would interest New Orleans?
They're looking for a big man. You don't really have a big man to
Trey
give
Jackson Davis already? Kevon Looney?
Kevon Looney.
He replaces Jonas Valanciunas. So Wiggins to a third team, Kevon Looney to New Orleans. That's a team that is trying to get to that next level of being a legitimate playoff squad. Looney's helped the Warriors win titles. And draft compensation.
I actually like Ingram on the Warriors quite a bit.
Yeah, if you get rid of Wiggins.
Yes. All right, let's spin the wheel for Omar. Omar, some good ball talk here, man. I love it. This is why I love this stuff, man. We get to talk ball with the people. It's great.
ESPN would never. Spin the wheel. Let's see what we got. I've already done a lot of push-ups. Ooh, I like this.
Okay.
50% off for 1 minute.
All right, so I'm going to pop up the menu.
So here is our Super Chat menu. Any Super Chat gets a shout out. But now, anything less than $5 is a beer cheers. $5, you spin the wheel. $10, Chip takes a shot. And $25, I'm doing a beer bong or a shotgun. That's our Super Chat menu right there. And we're going to do this for a minute. And the clock starts now.
Clock starts now, baby.
What?
Nothing's going on.
Nothing's going on?
Absolutely nothing. It's unbelievable. And there's like we can't even. There's no NBA app on this TV, so we can't even watch the NBA TV coverage.
We're just raw dogging our NBA coverage.
We are the coverage.
We are the coverage.
Let's make things interesting. I'm trying to get
So 25 seconds into our shot clock here. 1 minute shot clock. 50% off Super Chat menu. Shane Butler, Chase, Andre is back. Shane, we already talked about that. Video's up on the channel right now.
Oh, a little update, though, on the Andre Drummond contract I just saw from Keith Pompey. The second year of that deal for Drummond is a player option.
Interesting.
I was gonna say I was surprised that he got 2 years. I thought he was just gonna get one wherever he went.
Yeah, so kind of a 1 year for him if he wants. Be up to him, obviously.
All right, 1 minute about to expire here shortly, but some people are watching on delay, so we'll keep it going.
Everything's 50% off right now. 50% off. If someone sends in a 20, we got new guy Reed's going to do a beer bong for a 20. New
50 we raise.
new rookie producer. A 50, I'll race him.
Yeah, how about if we get a $50 super chat, a three-way shotgun race. Three-way shotgun race for a $50 super chat.
James Warner. We were talking about James Wiseman earlier. It says, being a former basketball player myself, what level? I saw James Wiseman as lazy his rookie season, and he's been like that his entire career, man.
Yeah.
I do feel bad because he's dealt with injuries, but we were talking about it earlier in the office. People, I think it was Marsh, was like, why hasn't James Wiseman been good, right? Top recruit, 5-star recruit, #1 overall pick over Anthony Edwards. Why isn't he good? Why isn't he good? Doesn't have the heart, man. And we also said, I forget who said this, but like, he has his whole life been better than everybody.
Yep.
He's been at the top.
7 points per
NBA.
game last year. That's rough.
Comes in the NBA, all of a sudden he's not that top guy anymore. And now what? You know, it's like what Shaq says about Bol Bol.
Yep.
All the talent in the world.
Doesn't want it.
Doesn't want it enough. Some guys just want to make it to the league, and that's fine. You made it to the league, collect your checks, that's great. But some guys want to actually do something.
You know who the biggest one about that is?
Oh yeah, good old Ben.
Ben Simmons.
Good old Ben.
William Ortiz said $50 to chug a beer is nasty work. Well, we do that all the time here at Chat Sports. Super chat is like a tip. Tip your bartender. Thank you for the coverage. And we have some fun because ESPN went live for 60 to 90 minutes, and then they signed off. We here at Chat Sports, we've been live for 3 hours. And we're giving you news, we're giving you reports, we're giving you updates, we're giving you analysis and entertainment. Let's see, we got a $2 super chat that came in from Carson Taylor. So that was a beer cheers. Thank you, Carson. Forget Jimmy, I want Tyler Hero, Wiggs, Moody, and what?
We also had another one from Chokes.
Chokes. How much for a round of shots? That was 10 for Chip.
You know what, Chokes? Because you've sent. Let's
You've
see
sent
how
a
much
lot.
Chokes has sent today. 2, 4, 6, 8. 4 super chats, $8. Chokes, you sent in a 5. Me and Reed here will each take a shot of Fireball.
Let's go. That's for Chokes.
And Carson,
B-Doc, appreciate the compliment there.
the kid. Make the rookie take a shot.
Forget Jimmy, I want Tyler Hero, Wiggs, Moody, and what? You want Tyler Hero. Plays no defense, though. I actually think that Wiggins would be okay on the Heat. Moody would be good on the Heat. He replaces the shooting that exits with Tyler Hero. So I don't hate that. I just don't love the player that you get back at Tyler Hero. It's a lot of money for a player who is one way, one dimension, and he's expensive. Chokes and let's go!
Let's do it. Shots,
Chokes,
shots,
chokes,
shots.
chokes, 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 chokes. You can pop yourself up too, Cam.
Let's do it. All right, me and Reed taking down shots of the Fireball. Whoa, be careful. Copyrighted. No, I'm just kidding. No, I've just been raw dogging it.
All right.
I've just been raw dogging it. Cheers to Chokes. Appreciate you, man. 830 people on Warriors, 650 on Sixers. What a day. By the way, what a comeback from the
Paul
Warriors.
George unlikely to return to the Clippers.
Let's go!
Paul George's agent, Aaron Mintz of CAA, and Clippers president Lawrence Frank had a conversation a short time ago that resulted in no new movement on a deal and an acknowledgement by both that George is unlikely to return to the Clippers. You've had the Magic pay KCP. It seems like it's going to be Philadelphia here.
Yeah, Woj says the Clippers' exit leaves the Sixers as strong frontrunners to land Paul George. Their meeting is tonight. Tonight. Cheers, Chokes.
Paul George is going to be a Sixer.
Woo! Woo! Gotta love some Fireball. Gotta love some Fireball. Whew. Wow. I wonder when their meeting is.
Right now.
You know what sucks? Is that they're meeting on the West Coast. So if they meet in they can meet at 10 our time, and it could be 7 their time, and it's totally fine.
Right now.
Huh?
Or they could be lying and they're meeting right now.
Maybe.
Let's get those socials. The first one, and then the quote tweet of the Sixers being the front runners. And we'll pop those tweets up for everybody on the Paul George front. Word up. Walter Miller, what do you think about the possibility of Paul George, or did you not type your possibility? Thank you, B-Doc. Appreciate it, brother. Omar! $20 super chat gets us past 100 and on top of 76ers now. Might as well go with the bang. Cheers. If we do a sign and trade for Klay, we need a little something in return, whether the Lakers, Mavs, or etc. And that's kind of the thought process there. Pull off a sign and trade with Klay. You say goodbye after 13 years, and then you get some pieces back. Whether that be draft compensation, whether it be players. Omar, here's a beer chug for you. Angela G. Amy Fadul isn't even on anymore, but Chat Sports is. Built different. Give it a couple minutes. Yeah. The meeting is tonight, and Drummond is to attend, so probably just hang. Yep. Cool. We'll do. Yeah, Kenneth Adams, Andre Drummond is the move so far for Philadelphia. Chokes another 10. That gets Warriors today to 112. 76ers now at 89. You think Klay having a bounce back year? If so, what will the numbers be that he puts up? It kind of depends on what team he goes to, but I could see him averaging 18 to 20 points per game and 40% from three. I think that's a really excellent year for Klay at 34 years old. Let's spin that wheel again. See what we got for Chokes.
Oh, man.
And a shot for Chip on the 20.
Oh, right. Oh, God.
Another 50% off for 1 minute. Chokes. 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 Chokes.
1 minute, 50% off. Here's a shot for Omar. God.
$50 super chat. I'll pop the top and do a shotgun. Shirt off shotgun for 50. Nobody wants to see that. But if you do, send in a 50. Any super chat gets a shout out. $5 for a beer cheers, $10 for a wheel spin, 20 chip shot, 50 beer bong or a shotty. And here's the latest on Paul George. It's looking more and more likely that he's going to sign with the Sixers. ESPN sources, Paul George's agent, Aaron Mintz of CAA, and Clippers president Lawrence Frank had a conversation a short time ago that resulted in no new movement on a deal and an acknowledgement by both that George is unlikely to return to the Clippers. Woj again. The Clippers' exit leaves the 76ers as strong frontrunners to land George on a free agent deal. The Sixers' contingent is set to meet with George in California tonight. Chokes another 20! Woo! Only because I'm feeling generous. 2 shots, though. How about I give you a beer chug as one of those?
And I'll take another one. God.
This is almost 3 beers down right here. And then we have John Castillon. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Curious of how the rest of the roster is filled out. Trade Paul Reed in a first for Dorian Finney-Smith. You know what's crazy? I might give up a first-round pick for Dorian Finney-Smith. I really might. Now, Paul Reed is not the shooter that Dorian Finney-Smith is, but he does give you length and athleticism defensively that Dorian Finney-Smith gives the Nets. And I just think that he can defend multiple positions. He can play the 4. And Paul George can play the 3. Klay Thompson the 2? Oh, baby.
I would love that starting 5.
Chip and Chase general managers. What if it's Tyrese Maxey at the 1, Klay Thompson at the 2, Paul George at the 3, Dorian Finney-Smith at the 4, Joel Embiid at the 5?
Come on.
Even when Embiid sits, you have Andre Drummond starting, and that's a pretty solid 5. Now, to John's question, how do you round out the rest of your roster? Ricky Council gets more minutes.
Yep, Jared McCain.
Jared McCain gets some more minutes. Adem Bona might be back and forth, so he might not get that many minutes in the rotation. Do you go after one of the Morris twins? Sixers said to have interest in Marcus, I believe. Najee Marshall,
love that.
Can you bring back Kelly Oubre? Might be a little bit too expensive if you sign Klay and Paul George.
Maybe a DeAnthony Melton comes back.
DeAnthony Melton comes back
for
maybe
cheap.
On the ML League. Carson Taylor, $5. A sign-in trade puts us in the hard cap, not an option. We should extend Jonathan Kuminga before his breakout season. What would it take to get Lou Dort? Ooh, Lou Dort would cost a lot. That's a really good defensive player who I don't think OKC wants to use or wants to lose, excuse me. They really value him. A sign and trade for Klay actually would be advantageous for Golden State, I think. Yeah, giving Jonathan Kuminga an extension, that's a risk. It's a risk because you're banking on that development. That might not happen. It might. On the other side of that, what if Kuminga becomes a star? Then you have him on that extension. That's a pretty damn good team-friendly deal. Wendell Wright, I'm out. Y'all are talking like losers with your thoughts. It sounds like you're somebody who's not open-minded and can't have conversations with people that you disagree with. Whereas I think the healthier thing is to explain why you think we're wrong and explain your reasoning so that we can actually have a productive conversation. But nowadays, we don't do enough of that. And people act like you, and they're like, I'm out. I can't take it. You don't want to have a productive conversation? You don't want to have a good back and forth? Do you agree with all of your friends and family members? If you don't, do you just decide to not be friends with them anymore? Do you disband them as family members? Come on now, brother. Grow up.
What have we said about the Sixers that is loser talk?
We're putting together a damn good roster here.
Not quite sure.
Cade Cunningham getting a 5-year, $226 million max rookie extension.
Wow. I get it. He's your franchise guy, and he has immense potential, and when he's been on the court, he's been good in his own right, not contributing to wins, obviously, because that team is atrocious. But what does that come out to, AAV? 226 over 5? 45 a year? I mean,
For some people just joining us, they're saying, check the Woj bomb. We've already talked about the Woj bomb. We're on it. And we'll pop these tweets back up again. 2 tweets from Woj that signify that Paul George is not going to return to the Clippers and very well could be signing with the Sixers. Woj with this, ESPN sources, Paul George's agent, Aaron Mintz of CAA, and Clippers president Lawrence Frank had a conversation a short time ago that resulted in no new movement on a deal and an acknowledgement by both that George is unlikely to return to the Clippers. Page 2. The Clippers' exit leaves the Sixers as a strong frontrunner to land Paul George on a free agent deal, sources tell ESPN. The Sixers' contingent is set to meet with George in California tonight.
it's gonna happen, baby. He did not
So-
just sign. That's not true.
It's more of the developing stage. It's not the official stage. Dimitri! We should go get Dyson Daniels from the Pelicans. He was actually just traded as part of that DeJounte Murray move.
yeah.
So he got traded to the Atlanta Hawks. But Dimitri Page is a first-time Super Chatter.
Cheers to the first time Super Chatter.
Why in California and not Pennsylvania from Philly, Big Dog? That's where Paul George is. Sixers went out there probably to meet with him. Also set to meet with Klay Thompson. Maybe that's part of the plan. Meet with PG, meet with Klay, both on the West Coast. It's where a lot of NBA players live also during the offseason, is the Los Angeles area. And Paul George is a West Coast guy, California guy. Paul George is from Palmdale. Went to Fresno State in NorCal.
Caden, any Dubs news? Nothing.
Other than Chris Paul being released, that's it. Shane Butler, with other teams out of the running, can we give Paul George a 4-year deal for less money? No.
That's
I think part of the
risky.
Sixers' plan is to give him a max. And that's the convincing factor to come to Philadelphia. Because remember the chatter that we talked about on the show? Paul George wants to stay on the West Coast. He prefers that. Remember Shams, Sixers out on Paul George?
Yeah.
Never buy that stuff. It's all about leverage. It's all buzz. But them giving him more money than the Clippers, another year, might convince him to sign with Philly over LA.
Could you imagine, too, if Morey and company walks into this meeting with Paul George and is like, well, you know, now that it's just us and the Clippers doesn't seem like they want to pay you, what if we give you less than the max? If I'm Paul George, see ya. I'm staying home. They got to give him the max. Got to give him the max. Kicking it with Dion Gaming. Can the Warriors afford Valanciunas? I think he could be an MLE target. I do.
Yeah.
So I think they could. But I don't like the fit of Valanciunas in the Warriors. I feel like the Warriors could use more of an athletic, springy, rim-protecting, lob threat type of center. Valanciunas is more of a big-body bruiser. Gonna hit the glass, which is the Warriors could use. And, scores around the rim. But I want someone who can run up and down a little bit more. A little more athleticism, a little more dynamic. Like Jared Allen, Tyrese football, exactly. Jared Allen fits that mold perfectly.
Oh, wow. The Clippers have released a statement on Paul George parting ways.
What?
Paul has informed us that he is signing his next contract with another team. He is a tremendous talent, an elite two-way player. We feel fortunate for the 5 years we spent with him. Over that span, he went to 3 All-Star games, made the most three-pointers in franchise history, helped lead the team to a place it had never been. His performances in games 5 and 6 against Utah in 2021 won't be forgotten by anyone associated with the Clippers. We traded a lot to pair Paul and Kawhi, and in exchange, we had 5 years of contention. That's laughable. Even though we fell short of our ultimate objective, we appreciate the chances we had with Paul. Heading into the offseason, our roster was constructed 3 great players, 33 and over, 2 of whom would become free agents. They're talking about James Harden as well. We wanted to retain them on contracts that would allow us, under the constraints of the new CBA, to field a highly competitive team moving forward. We negotiated for months with Paul and his representative on a contract that would make sense for both sides, and we were left far apart. The gap was significant. We understand and respect Paul's decision to look elsewhere for his next contract. We explored an opt-in and trade scenario, but it would have left us in a similar position under the new CBA with very little asset value to justify the restrictions. We will miss Paul. At the same time, we're excited by the opportunities we've now been afforded, including greater flexibility under the new CBA.
Eric Gordon has just signed a deal with the Philadelphia 76ers.
No way. Vet min, I would imagine.
Wow.
There are no other teams in the running for Paul George, and he could make his decision to join Philadelphia tonight.
Oh, man. It's going to happen, guys. It's going to happen. The Magic paid KCP. They're out. Paul George is going to the Pistons or the Spurs. The Sixers are the only team left. And they're loading up on veterans now. Andre Drummond, Eric Gordon. When Eric Gordon was released, I said he could be a target for the Sixers. He's old and he's not going to play defense, but he's going to shoot the rock, space the floor. A vet min deal, most likely. I like it. Eric Gordon to Philly. Again, probably a vet min deal there. I'm going to start just collecting all these tweets.
Yeah, that sounds good.
For whatever we decide to do.
Let's just do Eric Gordon and a Paul George update for
like
this
that.
cut. Yeah.
I'll let him know. Oh, you got it. Yeah, tell them before they start doing stuff.
Yeah. And you already have those tweets built. We can include the Clippers statement, and I'll just send you photos. Yeah. And then I'll just read those. That's 2 photos that I'm sending you. One-year vet min for Eric Gordon to the Sixers. More than 1,000 people watching live here on 76ers now. We're about to go in depth on Eric Gordon to the Sixers. According to reports, 1-year vet min deal. And then the Clippers organization just released a statement saying that Paul George will not be returning and that he has told them he is signing with another team and a decision could be made that he's signing with the Sixers tonight. More news here. Free agent star Chris Paul is signing with the San Antonio Spurs. Chris Paul to the San Antonio Spurs. There were some rumors there, and CP3 will now be playing alongside Victor Wembanyama. So massive, massive news here as things have started to pick up. And if you were wondering why there was little to no news or traction early to start free agency, under the new CBA, the NBA really cracked down on tampering allegations. And so I think teams were very gun shy of having agreements done with players and deals done with players right after that 6 p.m. Eastern deadline. So you didn't see moves externally happen until Andre Drummond, which was about an hour and 10 minutes after free agency got underway. The other moves that happened were players returning to their own teams, but teams were allowed to negotiate with their own players. Holy shit. You could go left. Yeah. You can go left with that, and then I can read it either from the computer if it's too small, or that'll be the option. That text is so funny. 1,100 people watching live on 76ers now. We have been live for 3.5 hours. ESPN went live for 60 to 90 minutes. They signed off. Very fraudulent. We're live here for 3.5 hours. There's a lot of developments on the Paul George front, which we're about to get to. And also, the Sixers signing Eric Gordon, a Daryl Morey favorite, to a Vetman deal. R. Brown, NBC's Philly, signed off after 90 minutes. See, this is why YouTube content creators are killing the game. Because we can go live anytime, any place. ESPN had to go to Sunday Night Baseball. The fact that they're not live on their YouTube channel is an absolute crime. And let me just double check that they're not live on their YouTube channel. They're not live on their YouTube channel. NBC Sports Philly, are they live on their YouTube channel? If somebody wants to make me their program director, I can. NBC Sports Philly went live for an hour 38. My guy RB Philly take. He went live for 2.5 hours. Signed off, about a half hour ago. Go subscribe to his channel. He crushes it. Friend of the show. But here we are, 1,100 people, and we're capitalizing on all of this. Coming up here on 76ers Now, don't go anywhere. Please continue to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. We're $5 away from 100 in Super Chats. Eric Gordon signing with the Sixers on a 1-year contract. And we have a Woj bomb from Adrian Wojnarowski on Paul George, as it looks as though Philadelphia is going to sign him to a deal. Let's get it. NBA free agency day one rolls on, and we have so much to get to here on Philadelphia 76ers Now. We're live on the channel, so if you're watching this right now, come hang out here with us. If you're watching right now just on a regular video, we certainly appreciate that, because no matter where you are, how you're tuned in, thank you so much for making our free agency coverage a part of your day. Earlier, we gave you a Paul George update. Then we talked about Andre Drummond signing with Philadelphia. Now we have two more developments to get to. Number one, the Philadelphia 76ers are signing sharpshooter, who's a little bit older, Eric Gordon, to a 1-year deal worth the vet min. And then we have a Woj bomb on the Paul George front. The Los Angeles Clippers released a statement that Paul George will not return to the Clippers. They are far apart on a deal, and Paul George has informed them he's signing with a different team. All other teams have really dropped out of the Paul George race, according to reports, and Philadelphia and their contingent of Daryl Morey, Nick Nurse are going to meet with PG in California tonight, and we could see a deal happen over the next couple of hours, and when that happens, we'll talk about it live, and we'll break it down here on the show. We'll get the PG down the road here in just a few moments in this video, but first, let's talk about Eric Gordon here. Shams Charania, you're breaking the news that Eric Gordon has agreed to a deal with Philadelphia. Sources tell The Athletic, as well as Stadium. Eric Gordon is a Daryl Morey favorite. This is an analytically sound player as far as his ability to knock down the three-point shot. This move, I'm fine with it. He's older. He's been in the league for 16 years. He is going to be 36 years old in December, but it's a vet min. And you need to find ways to fill out your roster with vet min players if you're going to sign a Paul George, and the Sixers are also reported to have interest in Klay Thompson, and they're going to have a meeting with him. So you have my mind churning now, and I'm already thinking about Sixers lineups with Tyrese Maxey at the 1, Klay Thompson at the 2, Paul George at the 3. You have Joel Embiid at the 5, and then you figure out that 4 spot. And maybe you go with the player like Najee Marshall. Maybe you make a trade for Dorian Finney-Smith. But the point here is that you need to fill out the back end of your roster. You have Jared McCain, you have Ricky Council, you have Adem Bona, and now Eric Gordon. Numbers over the last 4 years for him. What's important? To hone in on the three-point numbers. That's really his game. And when he was with the Houston Rockets, when Daryl Morey was running basketball ops there alongside James Harden, he was that player who hovered around the three-point arc, and he chucked a lot. For his career from distance, Eric Gordon has connected on 37% of his three-point attempts, and that comes on about 6.2 three-pointers per game. Last year, with the Phoenix Suns, it was a disaster for Phoenix, but he played pretty solid basketball, and the production was good. 11 points per game, 44% from the field, almost 38% from three-point range. In his last couple of years, 2023, 2024, almost 38%, as I said. The year before that, he connected on 37% of his threes, but with the Clippers, it was at 42.3%. In 2021, 2022, 41.2%, and then the year before that, he was injured a lot. Injuries have been a little bit of a concern, but look at the games played the last 3 years. Been a pretty durable player, 68, 69, 57 games played the last 3 campaigns. So Eric Gordon on a vet min, you will live with that. He will come in off the bench. He is very seasoned. He's played in a lot of playoff games. He has familiarity with Daryl Morey, and he gives the Sixers something that they need, and that's a three-point shooter. Now, if they bring in Paul George, it probably signifies Kelly Oubre, not going to be that wing, so you need to address that wing spot. You do it with Paul George, right? Backup wing, we'll certainly see Eric Gordon more of a 2 guard and a shooting guard traditionally. We'll get to Paul George in a moment, but first, Chip, your thoughts on adding Eric Gordon here for very little money.
Yeah, just real quick again. Going to be a minimum contract, a perfect signing to have a player off the bench who's experienced, been in the league a long time, and can provide you a valuable skill set, which is spacing the floor, knocking down threes. Sixers need more reliable players from that aspect of the game, and Eric Gordon can do that. Familiarity with Daryl Morey, of course. Just a great signing to fill out the roster on, again, a bargain deal, not paying him anything, and a player that is going to be able to contribute. You hope that, with his experience and his time in the league, that come playoff time, he should be able to give you some minutes. Not going to be a good defender. That's fine. You're not asking him to do really anything other than shoot the three ball. Can't do much else than that. But again, for a minimum contract, for a veteran guy, perfect fit. Great pickup here for the Sixers as they looked around at that rotation around. Seems like it's going to be Paul George. And like the fit, Maxey, Embiid, need guys that can catch and shoot from the three-point line. Eric Gordon can do just that.
And now let's get to the latest on Paul George here. Adrian Wojnarowski with a Woj bomb that took place just moments ago as we sit here just before 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, June 30th, day one, night one, NBA free agency. Two tweets that we want to get to, and then oddly enough, the Clippers released a statement that they put together very quickly about Paul George no longer being with the organization after 5 years. So here's tweet number one, ESPN sources. Paul George's agent, Aaron Mintz of CAA, and Clippers president Lawrence Frank had a conversation a short time ago that resulted in no new movement on a deal and an acknowledgement by both George and the Clippers that he is unlikely to return to the Clippers. The Clippers' exit leaves the 76ers as strong frontrunners to land PG on a free agent deal. The Sixers contingent is set to meet with George in California tonight. And then the Clippers release this statement here that I haven't seen an organization do something like this for a player that meant a lot to them. He was there for 5 years, but it's not like they won a title. They made it to one Western Conference Finals in his 5 years. And they're telling everybody that Paul George told us that he's gone. So Paul has informed us that he is signing his next contract with another team. A lot of people believe that team is Philadelphia. Paul's a tremendous talent and an elite two-way player. We feel fortunate for the 5 years we spent with him. Over that span, he went to 3 All-Star games, made the most three-pointers in franchise history, and helped lead the team to a place it had never been. His performances in Game 5 and 6 against Utah in 2021 won't be forgotten by anyone associated with the Clippers. Chip, that is a team and an organization that has had no playoff success or very little playoff success if they're going to talk about Games 5 and 6 against Utah in a second-round series. We traded a lot to pair Paul and Kawhi, and in exchange, we had 5 years of contention. And even though we fell short of our ultimate objective, we appreciate the chances we had with Paul George. Heading into this offseason, our roster was constructed with 3 great players, 33 years old and over, 2 of whom would become free agents. They re-signed James Harden, 2 years, 70, by the way. We wanted to retain them on contracts that would allow us, under the constraints of the new CBA, to continue building the team. We negotiated for months with Paul and his representative on a contract that would make sense for both sides, and we were left far apart. The gap was significant, and we've talked about that gap here on the show. Clippers wanted to give him 3 for $150. The Sixers can give him 4 for $212. So that's a big gap right there. And I think the Sixers, this isn't a biased take, are a better basketball situation. We understand and respect Paul's decision to look elsewhere for his next contract. We explored an opt-in trade scenario, but it would have left us in a similar position under the new CBA with very little asset value to justify the restrictions. We will miss Paul. At the same time, we're excited by the opportunities we've now been afforded, including greater flexibility under the new CBA. And then they talk about Kawhi, all-NBA player. We believe Ty Lue, best coach in the league. We will field a highly competitive team this year, and moving forward, use our organizational advantages to bring top talent to Intuit Dome. So Paul George, not going to come back to the Clippers, and you had the Magic signing Kentavious Caldwell-Pope to a 3-year, $66 million deal. So it just is aligning right now that Paul George is going to sign with the Sixers. And I continue to say this. For those of you who don't want to give Paul George a long-term deal worth a lot of money, given the age, the injury concerns, and him having some shortcomings in playoff games, you are upgrading from Tobias Harris to Paul George. And the difference between those two players on both ends of the floor is significant. This is a wing who the Sixers have not had since Jimmy Butler, who can score from all three levels and defend at an extraordinarily high rate. Of course, the games played are a problem. 54, 31, 56, and 74 over the last 4 years. But what did Paul George do this past year? Of course, in a contract year, yes. 74 games played. He was available. Averaged 22.5 points per game. 47% from the field and 41% from three. In closeout situations, down the stretch in games, he was excellent. And you're not talking about him as the number one or the number two. Paul George becomes the number three alongside Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid. So this is a great fit for Philadelphia, a really good player, and you upgrade from Tobias Crumble Cookie Harris to Paul George here. And it is just a massive upgrade offensively and defensively for Philadelphia. There are always risks with paying an older player, but this was the best solution left. This was the best player left. This was the number one free agent here, and Philadelphia may be getting him if it rings true. If they don't, it's a kick in the balls, but we're used to that. What do you make of this, Chip?
Look, I will say this about Paul George. These types of players with his archetype and his skill set are rare in the NBA. When you can get a 6'8", 6'9" wing who has the handle of a 6'2", 6'3" guard, can get to the rim, is one of the best catch and shoot three-point wings in the league. You think of Paul George, you think he's a superstar, goes off the dribble, and he does that a lot, and he's very good at that. But he's also tremendous in the catch and shoot game.
Yep.
He will be a perfect fit on the wing with Maxey and Embiid. He is a tremendous defender. Tremendous defender. When you talk about the teams the Sixers have to face, the Celtics, he can guard Jaylen Brown. He can guard Jason Tatum. He can do that. He has the size, the quickness, the wingspan, everything to do that.
Yep.
Talk about the Knicks. He'd be a great player to throw at Jalen Brunson. A great player to throw at Jalen Brunson. He's tall, but he's fast. He's quick. He can guard those little guys. He can guard the big guys. Look, you're going to be paying him a lot of money. And he's going to be getting up there in age. And the injury concerns are definitely a real thing. But we've been clamoring for Daryl Morey to go all in and to build a contender, to use his cap space to create a team that can make a run to the finals.
Yep.
And the Celtics are a great team. The Knicks are a great team. The Sixers needed to rise to that level of being a great team, and adding Paul George does just that. I like the way they're filling out the roster around him. And for everybody saying, this is another Tobias Harris. If the Sixers had Paul George instead of Tobias Harris, they win that series against the Knicks.
I think so.
No doubt in my mind.
Because who's guarding Jalen Brunson down the stretch? It's Paul George. It's not Kelly Oubre. It's not an old Nick Batum. It's PG. That's who's defending Jalen Brunson in that first round series. You want a wing to defend Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown? It's Paul George. It's no longer Tobias Harris. That right there in and of itself, a huge upgrade. We have 1,500 people watching live right now on 76ers Now. We have been live now for nearly 4 hours for our free agency special. We'll be live again tomorrow, bringing you the latest. This is why you subscribe to the channel. I don't believe anybody on YouTube has the level of dedication, the level of care, and any other channel gives you informative, insightful, thought-provoking analysis that involves you, the subscriber. So do us a favor, hit that sub button, and let's get to 17,000 subs. Grade the signing of Eric Gordon, A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know in the comment section. We'll get caught up on your super chats. Let's show the sub counter on 76ers Now if we could. Is that possible? This many people watching live. It's a record on the channel that is still a new YouTube channel. And let's see how many subscribers we can pick up here over the next couple of minutes. We're going to show you the ticker, and I can't wait to see that ticker explode. Because we are 404 people away from 17,000 subscribers. Can we get there? Hit that sub button right now. We've already put out, what? This will be our third video today? There we go, the sub counter. It continues to rise. Look at that. Go, 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 go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hit that sub button. I just saw it jump by 14 subscribers. Now we're just going to continue to add on to that number. Sub, 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 sub. Let's go, baby! Sub for Sixers Dubs. Sub for PG.
Let's go, baby. Uh-oh. Chug, 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 chug. Let's go.
Chug for subs. Chug for subs. Let's get it. 2022 and you, sub you jabronis. Eric Gordon, 1 year, 3.3. Yes, we just talked about that here on the show. Walter Miller, can I unsub and then subscribe again? I mean, you can do that. It'll affect the ticker for sure. That was just 54 subscribers picked up in the last 2 minutes right there. And then let's continue to add on to that number. Joey Gonzalez said it's an F for Eric Gordon. It's 1 year, $3.3 million. It's a vet min for a guy who shot nearly 40% from three, who's going to be a bench player for you.
Doesn't get much better than that. How could you grade it anything below like a B?
Jesse said, Chad going to be passed out. My name is Chase, brother. Come on. I'm not a Chad. Is Orlando out on Paul George from Justin Fowler? I saw a report that other teams have said they're ending their pursuit in Paul George, in the Paul George sweepstakes. And they signed Kentavious Caldwell-Pope to a 3-year, $66 million deal. So that signifies to me they might be out on PG, leaving the Sixers here. There you go, Jesse. Corrected at the chase. Give those minutes to the rookie. I still think that doesn't get in the way of Jared McCain. I still think Jared McCain
Do you have a phone charger by chance?
can play. Do you have the new iPhone?
No, like this one.
Does this fit?
Nah.
No?
Eric Gordon,
Oh, Sam's got me.
I love it.
Yes, sir. Minimum deal.
Cheap.
Someone gave it an F. It's a minimum deal. You give it an F.
Riley P, we need to bring back campaign. You can do that as a backup point. You can bring back Kyle Lowry. David Wright's just trolling. He's saying, Chad. I'm not a Chad. It's like the male version of Karen. There is new trading news from Savage Gang all day. What do we got?
Catch up on your super chats while we're at it in the meantime.
Yeah, let's get caught up on super chats here. Ladies and gentlemen, that is incredible. We just picked up 85 subscribers over the last couple of minutes. Thank you so much for your support. We really do appreciate it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Sixers. 10, 9, 8, 76ers. Keith Thomas, a $2 super chat. We need wings to compete with Boston. May I interest you in Paul George? Magnus Molman. Do you think that Embiid and George could stay healthy? I hope so. If not, it's a disaster. George is getting older. Can he stay long-term on a high level? Greetings from Northport, Florida. LGS, let's go Sixers. Now, that is the downside, and that is the risk of paying big-time dollars to Paul George, knowing the history of Joel Embiid, right? Is that Embiid and Paul George are injured a lot. And if they both get hurt, those are 2 max slots to 2 players where you take them away, the depth options are not good. Now, you do have Andre Drummond behind Joel Embiid. That's a positive. But then what's the wing situation if Paul George were to get hurt? You're kind of screwed there. Keith Thomas, he was listening to the show. Crumble Cookie T. Harris. Mentality on Warriors Today saying, Warriors. We are also live on Warriors Today, the 2 shows that I host.
Yeah, Chris Paul, 1 year, $11 million deal to go to San Antonio. Finally someone to get Wemby the ball, man.
More numbers on Paul George here. He shot 41.3% on threes last year on nearly 8 attempts. That was 9th among 73 players with 5+ threes, 3rd among 42 players who attempted 6+ threes, 2nd among 21 players who attempted 7+ threes. So think about that. When Klay Thompson was in his prime, he was taking about that many threes per game, if not more. And Paul George was 2nd in that category last year. Andrew said, I read Batum isn't coming back to the Sixers. That is a report. Thanks, brother. Dimitri Page, $2 super chat. Who should we get for Paul Reed if he's traded? We were talking about this earlier. I don't think that you can get a lot for Paul Reed because if you trade for him, you're going to have to pay him $7 million. And I'm not sure in other teams' eyes he's worth $7 million. If you trade Paul Reed, it would be to relieve yourselves of the financial contract. And maybe you get some draft picks back, but they wouldn't be anything else but second rounders. Leo, are you a Sixers or Warriors fan? I am a Sixers fan. I grew up in Philadelphia, but I also cover the entire NBA in addition to hosting a Warriors channel, which has 64,000 subscribers. Just happened. Brian Doherty, Chase and Chip, you guys are making being a fan even better. Y'all are awesome. Got me pumped up. B-Doc, appreciate it, man. We're kind of just in standstill mode here. I mean, we're thinking that maybe Paul George signs tonight. We've been live now for almost 4 hours, and we're just waiting.
We're 4 subs away from 16,700. 3 away.
3 away. 3 away. Can we get to 17,000 tonight?
How many people are watching?
Jack Rames, 1,400.
1,400.
Jimmy Butler, is he a free agent? No, he is not. Final year of his deal coming up.
Whoa!
Boo! Boo! Somebody unsubscribe. Was that Walter Miller?
I'll do a shot when we get to 16,700. We got to get there in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. We're 1 away. Oh!
There we go. Brad P.
Look at it go. Look at it go.
Between our 2 streams, we have well over 2,000 people watching live. It's awesome. Jordan said, chug it, man.
You know,
Copper, you guys are killing the draft coverage. Thanks from South Jersey. Yeah, we were live for the draft. Now we're live for free agency.
Speaking of our 2 streams, Sixers had an early lead in our Super Chat battle between Sixers and Warriors. But the Warriors, man, have poured it on. Look at this. They were down like 80-7 or something.
Yeah.
Warriors now up 140 to 108.
76ers now, 1,500 people watching. Can we add on that number here? Here's our Super Chat menu. We're going to give you insightful, informative, entertaining coverage. And as part of that, we like to have fun. It's a Sunday fun day. It's free agency. We'll be back live tomorrow. Any Super Chat gets a shout out. $5 for a beer cheers. $10 for a wheel spin. $20, Chip will do a shot. $50 for a beer bong or a shotgun. Are you guys okay with not getting KCP, Demet Walker? Do you think it was an overpay? Look, I mean, $22 million per year for KCP is a lot, but he's played in 96% of the games over the last, I think, several seasons. And he's been one of the best defenders when he's in the nearest area during that time frame as well. And I'd rather just give that money to Paul George, who's the better player and a really good defender, and is that wing, as compared to KCP. So I'm fine with it. Dimitri Page, a $2 super chat. How can we get Brogdon? Paul George, new number if and when he signs? Ooh, good question. 13 is Wilt Chamberlain's. Billy Cunningham is 2014, I think. Let's see here. Retired numbers for the Sixers. 13 is Wilt. 24 is Bobby Jones. Bobby Jones. So what could look clean? I would say 33, but Tobias Harris wore that. So I'm scarred. How about 20? 20 is a clean number. Brian Dawkins.
Oh, wait, McCain. McCain just took 20, right?
Oh, fuck the rookie. Do another TikTok.
Who has 11?
I think it was Jeff Doughton.
11 could work.
11
Go
could
Sticks.
look
Go Sticks.
I would like 11 on him.
good. Yeah.
23.
Oh.
23.
Jimmy Butler.
Any word on Miles Bridges? Sixers are not going to sign Miles Bridges. That would be a disastrous backup plan. Luke Kennard, anyone? Look, more than a 40% three-point shooter.
Just keep adding them. Why not? You got Eric Gordon, Luke Kennard. Why not?
But he would have to take the vet men.
Yeah. Shit.
Who will play as the four?
Oh my God.
Not sure.
Okay, here's the proposition we have from rookie producer Reed Barkus. My lifelong friend, by the way. He's a big Sixers fan. So Sixers is at 16,728 subs. He just told me, if we can get to 17,000 in the next 10 minutes, he will do a beer boot. That is 3 beers, 1 boot. He'll come chug it on stream. So I'm going to set a timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
If we can get to 17,000, we are 270 subs
270
away.
away, yeah.
1,369 people watching. If they're all subscribed,
I know there's 270 of you that aren't subscribed, so 10 minutes on the clock. If we can get there, he will do a beer boot. 3 beers, 1 boot, taking it down. By the way, B-Doc, I did not kill this whole thing today. I would be, no.
Whole bottle of Fireball for Chip.
No, this was already well ran through. I did not do that.
Gary Trent would be a steal, but then I think he clashes at the wing spot with Paul George. John Wall. Yeah, Jesse Montanez. Montanez or Montanez? John Wall, cooked. Gerard Reynolds. His 10th ever super chat. Gerard.
Let's go.
We are now 257 subscribers away from 17,000.
1 minute down. While we were doing the Paul George stuff, what do you think about the Chris Paul signing, Chase?
Yeah, good money for him. I mean, it's not the $30 million that he would have gotten from the Golden State Warriors if the Warriors didn't release him. He's not worth $30 million at this point. That could be a problem the Sixers run into down the road if Paul George ages poorly, but we'll deal with that when it comes. And hopefully the NBA salary cap will continue to rise, so you don't have to worry about those issues. But I like the fit alongside Victor Wembanyama. They have Devin Vassell. Interesting team. Another move that happened as we were talking about Eric Gordon and Paul George, Jonas Valanciunas bagged Jason here. I would never want to play for the Washington Wizards. 3 years, $30 million for a team that will not win 30 games next year. I always am an advocate of quality of life being important. If I'm miserable every single night, now you might say, Chase, $30 million, I wouldn't be miserable with that. I'm so competitive that I would be miserable. And I would rather take less to go somewhere better so that I can win. James Lillard, a $5 super chat. Smaller signing. Who would you prefer, Malik Beasley or Gary Trent Jr.? I don't think you're going to be able to get Gary Trent Jr. because I think that he's going to be able to sign for $12 to $15 million per. Now, you could use the mid-level exception on him, but that's what, 12.9?
Yeah.
Malik Beasley might be had for cheaper, and he's going to hover between 38 and 40% from 3. Jason Clark, $5 super chat. Do you think that the Sixers could get Paul George and take less to sign Klay Thompson? You could use the MLE on Klay Thompson. There was some buzz that he'd be willing to take less than $13 million. But the Sixers could also sign Paul George and sign Klay Thompson. But you'd have to continue to fill out the roster with vetman types like Eric Gordon. Thank you for that, Jason Clark. Reed, you want to hop on the set here? I'm going to fill up my beer boot. so that I can start doing some beer cheers. And I will be right back.
You want to
'cause I
grab me
owe a couple of people some beer cheers.
Want to grab me a Happy Dad as well way over there? We got Reed on the sticks.
How we
So-
doing? How we doing?
Reed, I don't know if you know this. Whenever Chase leaves, it's a little producer takeover here on the show. So what we do whenever Chase leaves the set until he gets back, any super chats of any amount, we give you little cheers. So
All right.
any amount,
I'll take it.
anything. You have questions, we can answer them for you.
I am not Chase Sr.
Yeah, he's not Chase.
My label is wrong. What's good, Peter? I love Peter. Peter, you the man.
Real
Ever
one.
since I started here and when I was a viewer. Peter knows I'm a viewer. I was a viewer before I got a job here. I knew I liked chat sports from a while ago, and then now I'm here, and it's crazy.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Loud Pack Lion. Any chance Klay stays? There is no chance. He is gone. He is gone. B-Doc, can you stand after chugging the bottle of Fireball? I'm good, brother. I told you, I didn't have this whole thing. I did not have this, not even close.
Yeah, we share here at Chat Sports. So, but at the same time, he could be lying, and that's the one.
I'm telling you right now,
that's
if
the
I
one he's
had
been
that,
on for a while.
I'd be in the hospital, man. I'd be in the hospital.
Shift Shadow Philly needs a real power forward. Yeah. I mean, Paul Reed is not someone that we can really bank on.
Yeah, it's tough too. Like, he could be a casualty. His $8 million is
For sure.
non-guaranteed. So if the Sixers do want to sign Paul George and Klay Thompson, you might have to cut Paul Reed.
Yeah.
But you know what? They signed Drummond, so I don't really know if you need a Reed. I like
Yeah.
this.
Champ Burns said he's Chase Jr.
Chase Jr. We got Chase Jr. and Chase Sr.
That's funny.
Yeah, Paul Reed might be a goner.
Paul
I like
Reed
what
it
Key
might be
Hayes
a
says as
goner.
well. I would like Oubre back, so if that means getting rid of Paul Reed to get Oubre, I like that.
See, I don't hate what KZ is saying. Paul George will play the 4 because even though it's a little bit smaller of a lineup, we could put so Maxey. I mean, is McCain going to be in the starting lineup? That's what ESPN had on their projected.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see what other moves they make.
I think
If they get Klay, like a Klay Thompson, like definitely not. But
put him, and then I mean, I just love the Andre Drummond signing because
yeah,
Andre Drummond is such a reliable like bench man coming in. Like Joel Embiid gets tired, or he's a little shaken up. Having Andre Drummond in there, getting a couple boards and liven up the paint a little bit.
oh, it's beautiful.
It's gonna be perfect.
It's beautiful. Did someone say? Nah, he's trolling. He's trolling. He is trolling. Could we send Wiggins to the Raptors? Dude, I don't know who's trading for Wiggins, man.
I'm 2 days into college.
Oh man. Yeah, the
Yeah.
TikTok stuff from McCain.
I don't know. I think the craziest thing was when he was getting drafted and they were putting all the highlights up for the players. For Jared McCain, they put a couple highlights and then they put like 6 of his TikToks on there. I was like, what are we doing to this guy?
Crazy. Devin, if the Wizards are willing to move off Kuzma and package Wiggins for him, you know what? That could be interesting. I could see that happening just because the Wizards, it's a throwaway year, so whatever. I would like Kuzma a lot in the Warriors.
Cool K forever. PG, it's not official. He is very unlikely it's more than unlikely that he is not with the Clippers. Basically breaking ties off with the Clippers. But if he does, and it is official, we will have you covered.
Absolutely. That's why you sub, baby. It's heavily rumored.
By the way, so I'm the one that's going to be doing the beer boot if we get to 17,000. And I will put this offer out. Doesn't have to be in the next 10 minutes. if we get it by the time we end the stream tonight, I will do a beer boot if we get to 17,000 subscribers. Because we've got, how many people are watching on Sixers right now? We got
About 1350.
about 1,300 people watching on. If you guys are all subscribed, perfect. Love it. But if you're not, you can make me do a beer boot.
Could get dangerous. Cody, Kuzma doesn't make them top 5 in the West. Dude, the West is loaded. That's why it's so tough for a team like the Warriors because you have the Thunder, the Mavericks, the Timberwolves, the Nuggets. Like, the West is loaded. Like, the Rockets are up and coming. Like, there's just so many good teams. It's going to be a battle, man, no matter what you do.
So they were saying, you're Chase Sr., I'm Chase Jr.
Yes,
Chase Jr.
my son. Glad everybody met my son finally. Big Nard. Oh, we're catching up on some supers here.
Big Nard.
Big Nard, what up, man? I'm new to the channel. You guys do a great job. I was wondering if there's any chance to get Brandon Ingram. Thank you for that, my brother. And by the way, thank you to all of the super chats that came in. Cheers. I owe everybody a beer cheers, including Big Nard. That's a couple sips right there. So, Big Nard, in case you're just joining us, Woj reported that there's been no movement between the Clippers and Paul George on a new contract. He is not expected to re-sign with Los Angeles. Other teams have dropped out of the race to land Paul George. So he's going to meet with the Sixers tonight in California. Obviously, there's a 3-hour time difference from East Coast to West Coast. So right now it is 6:14 Pacific. Not sure when this meeting is, but it looks like the Sixers have the inside track at Paul George. And if that's their guy, they're not going to bring in Brandon Ingram. They play the same position. They're both wing scorers. Of course, Brandon Ingram is a lot younger. He's not going to cost as much, but Paul George is better, and he's a better two-way player. So, Philly odds to win the title reduced to 9-1. I think they were 10,000 to start the day, or at least a couple of hours ago they were 10,000. So, odds makers are liking Philly's chances of landing Paul George here. Search for Adventure Guy. Any LA sightings? I have not seen anybody release any photos of Daryl Morey and Nick Nurse boots on the ground in Los Angeles right now.
You know, if we got something like that. Ooh. Teddy, we are back. PG.
Oh, that's the Russian Flyers draft pick from last year who has been deemed eligible to leave his Russian team and join the Flyers. Mitch Kavav. We are back. PG, Mitch Kavav, Eagles, Phils, all stacked. Great win for the Phils today to split that 4-game set with the Marlins. It was a really good comeback. They needed it desperately. Offense finally came alive because in the previous 2 games, they had really, really struggled against Miami without Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, and Kyle Schwarber. So to get that split, Braves lost. Phil's lead in the NL East back to 8 games. Eagles, stacked. Flyers on the up and up. And then the Sixers, hopefully they get Paul George.
Chris Free Grace with the fun.
With the fun. With our cap space, can you explain how we could possibly sign both Paul George and Klay Thompson? So the Sixers right now had coming into the day $56 million, right?
Yes.
5 is going to Drummond.
Yes.
So that brings us to 51. 3 is going to Eric Gordon. That brings us to 48. Paul George is going to sign for...
Right around that.
Right around 48?
Yeah, so you'd probably have to get rid of Paul Reed.
Get rid of Paul Reed. That clears up 7.
Unless Klay Thompson signs for the $12.9 million mid-level exception.
Yeah, Klay could sign for the 12.9 mid-level exception, and that's how you get both. Now, you could also go into the second luxury tax.
Yes.
You can go to the second luxury tax, which Josh Harris, you just bought the Commanders. You got some dough. Spend. Pay up. Let's get a title.
I also said, so if you guys get to 17K, it doesn't have to be in the next 10 minutes. If you get it before the extreme ends, I'm doing a boot.
All right.
The boot.
I told them that.
220.
220 away.
Oh, by the way, the race is close.
Oh, the race is tight. Look at that. Warriors is at about 140 in supers. Sixers is at 137, so a $3 difference right now.
So Chris Free, hopefully we answered that question.
Yeah, it'd be tough. You'd have to do some financial gymnastics.
Omar!
Oh!
A $10 super chat on Warriors today. Distances, dubs from Sixers. $10 right here.
He said, hold my beer.
Since CP3 and Klay are gone, what good assets do we have? Or should we send Draymond, Kuminga, etc. to collect whatever we can get and prep to build? How about Omar and Chokes being the Super Chat MVPs of Warriors today? All right, so since CP3 and Klay are gone, what good assets do we have? So the good assets, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Brandon Podjemski, Trace Jackson Davis. As far as trade assets go, Andrew Wiggins, Gary Payton II, and Kevon Looney. Now, it's not like those players are going to get you back a ton, but they can get you back something or serve as salary filler if you want to trade for a player. Because in the NBA, you have to match salaries, and they have to pretty much be even in order to take on new contracts. Cheese Doodles, what's the cheering about? Anytime somebody sends a donation, we get very excited because we really appreciate your support of the program. And we're going to spin that wheel right now for Omar because anytime somebody sends in a $10 super chat, we spin that wheel. Talk about a team. What team do you want us to talk about? First comment, we'll talk about that team. We'll pop up their offseason team card.
First one. Well, fitting enough, it is the Warriors.
Cody said, biggest mistake was the Wiseman pick at number 2. That was not a good pick. And let me pull up that 2020 NBA draft. Anthony Edwards at number 1. Warriors drafted James Wiseman. This was a very bad draft. Well, I should say very bad. It was a bad draft for the Warriors. James Wiseman ahead of LaMelo Ball at number 3, Patrick Williams at number 4, Denny Avdia at number 9, Devin Vassell at number 11, Tyrese Halliburton at number 12, Aaron Nesmith at 14. He was a bust with the Celtics. He's been better now with the Pacers. Isaiah Stewart, Josh Green, Sadiq Bey, Tyrese Maxey, Precious Achua, Emmanuel Quickley, Peyton Pritchard, Jaden McDaniels, Desmond Bane.
Oh.
Now we're into the second round. Xavier Tillman. Bad second round. Nico Mannion to the Warriors. Isaiah Joe to the Sixers. Kenyon Martin Jr. Paul Reed to the Sixers at 58. So, look, if you could do a redo, I think the draft order would be Anthony Edwards 1. It would be Tyrese Halliburton 2. And then after that, it's kind of a toss-up. Tyrese Maxey number 3?
Probably.
Maybe you make the argument Tyrese Maxey number 2 ahead of Halliburton?
Yeah, you could.
But that was not a good draft. When you look at the total draft board. And who would you have rather taken if you're the Warriors? I mean, LaMelo Ball is fun, but he's been injured a lot. Patrick Williams would be a cool 3-and-D player, but I think he just got overpaid. Halliburton and Maxey would be great, But how would they have fit alongside Steph Curry? You weren't going to draft Point then. You weren't going to draft the 2 then.
It's also like you were never going to, like Maxey was never going to go that high. Desmond Bane was never going to go that high. You can go back and say it now, but these players were never on the radar at the top of the draft anyways, so. All right, we could talk about a couple teams here. I saw a few people asking about a few different teams, so we could run through a few different teams that people want to talk about here. The Warriors, of course, was the first comment we saw.
Yep. Obviously, the key free agents, Klay Thompson, Dario Saric, traded away pick 52, then they bought it back and they took Quentin Post, a 7-footer out of Boston College by way of Amsterdam, who is a big who can really shoot it, solid playmaker, can defend the rim. I'm excited about his potential. Of note, he will not be partaking in Summer League, but for whatever reason, Brandon Podjemski and Trace Jackson-Davis are on the Summer League roster. The Warriors have missed the playoffs in 3 of the last 5 years after 5 straight trips to the NBA Finals. And you obviously don't want to take those finals trips for granted. Incredible run. You won 4 titles. But Warriors fans are fed up because the team is now in a very peculiar spot. The future is very much to be determined and unknown. Justin Fowler, what's taking the Paul George signing so long? Well, they're on the West Coast, 3-hour time difference from East Coast, and they have to meet with Paul George. Have to offer him a deal. Paul George has to say yes. When $212 million are on the line, it's a lot of money.
Saw somebody asking about the Thunder as well. The Thunder, by the way, quick update here with Isaiah Hardenstein, who met with Sam Presti and some of the Thunder brass. They met, and then our Knicks host, Marshall Green, doing some good investigating on social media, was tracking the flights. And I want to pull this up so I know exactly the correct details. So there was a flight that departed. They met in Eugene, Oregon, with Isaiah Hartenstein. But a flight departed from there back to OKC. And there's been no deal as of this moment between Hartenstein and the Thunder. So our Knicks now, as Marshall Green says, the Knicks are still in play, man. They left without a deal. They should have gone the DeAndre Jordan route, locked him in the room. But I like what the Thunder did. Nikola Topic might miss the whole year, we're hearing now, with the partially torn ACL. But they don't need him right now anyways. They do need some size next to Chet. Which is why Hardenstein would be a perfect fit for them. And then I saw someone asking about the Spurs as well. Like the Stephon Castle pick at 4. You got Wemby, you got Devin Vassell. They got Chris Paul. Their biggest issue last year was it seemed like nobody on their team knew how to get Wemby the ball.
Yeah.
Chris Paul
can do that.
He'll get him the ball, baby.
Yep.
He'll get him the ball. All right, so nothing coming in yet since the Valanciunas signing. That's still the most recent signing we have. Why is DeRozan unsigned from Jade Hunter? I mean, there's still a lot of players unsigned. There's no rush for some of these guys. The other thing I'll say, too, is for some of the bigger name players, like a DeMar DeRozan, they're probably waiting until Paul George shines.
Yeah.
To then determine where they can go. Like,
exactly.
The Sixers, you know, if they don't land Paul George somehow, it would be an absolute disaster. If they don't, maybe DeRozan could go there. I don't love it, but it's certainly an option. So I think once Paul George signs, that'll really kick things off. Whenever that happens. Whenever that happens. Can the Warriors trade for DeAndre Ayton? Wiggins for DeAndre Ayton? I mean, I could see the Blazers being willing to move off of DeAndre Ayton. They obviously drafted Donovan Clingan. Let's see what Ayton's salary is, because this is really what matters. Because honestly, I think the Blazers would consider, we'll take in Wiggins from the Warriors. You send us some picks and maybe a Moses Moody, a young player. So Ayton is set to make $34 million this year. Andrew Wiggins is set to make 26. So you have to make up another $8 million. Maybe Kevon Looney right there can make up that money. And then you probably have to add in again a young player and Moses Moody. I don't think it would take a Kuminga or a Trace Jackson Davis. I don't think Ayton really has much value to the Blazers. And then probably a pick. That's the thing, though. That's a lot of money to pay DeAndre Ayton. $36 million. A lot of money. Or 34. Morrell. What about a sign-in trade with Orlando for Klay? Orlando signed Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Yeah.
So. Don't see that being an option. Derek Woodson, with the announcement of the new Paul George signing is on the horizon. I'm a new subscriber as well. Shout out to you, Derek. New sub, baby. Shout out to all the new subs. Yeah, Jesse. I remember the winless for Wiggins back in the day. How did that turn out? Yeah. The Maple Air Jordan. Oh. What would a sign-in trade look like with the Mavs and Lakers for Klay? So the Mavs, the projected package is Maxey Kleber and Josh Green. Not very intriguing, I'm going to be honest. Shout out Eugene Wakefield, new sub. So it'd probably be Maxey Kleber and Yen Chen, new sub. Let's go. Not a great package. With the Lakers, it'd probably be... Depends how much Klay gets. Rui Hachimura could be in that deal. I don't think the Warriors would want D'Lo back. I can't see that happening. Maybe you throw like a Gabe Vincent in there. Maybe you throw in... And they don't really have a lot of young assets. A Jalen Hood-Schifino. They don't really have picks either. They have some picks.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the best play you could probably get from them is a Rui Hachimura. Which I think they would do. I think the Lakers would be fine with that. You're not getting like an Austin Reeves, though. Can the Warriors get DeRozan? You can't sign him. It'd have to be a sign-in trade. The Warriors have no money. No money. Andrew,
a $2 super chat. He is a first-time super chatter. What type of player is ideal to start with the big three? Well, Maxey. Still have to figure out that 4 spot. You got to figure out the 4 spot and maybe the 2 spot.
Yeah.
Is Eric Gordon going to be a starter?
He can't be. Yeah, you got to figure that out.
He can't be, right?
I would like to bring D'Anthony Melton back.
Melton?
If he's cheap.
That could be the mid-level exception guy right there.
Yep, exactly.
Hopefully he comes off that back injury. Joe Casey, percentage on Paul George coming to the Sixers. At this point, I'm going 95%.
Yeah, it's got to be up there. Let's go.
200 away.
200 subs away from 17,000 on 76ers now.
Patrick Seaman on Maine said it's 99.9%.
I mean, it's got to happen. The fact, like, the Magic can't sign him anymore because they signed KCP. The only other team that was in contention was the Clippers, and they've already said that the meeting, they basically came to an agreement he's not coming back. I mean,
It's either that or something random.
unless he is like, I'm going to sign with the Pistons, then
Would never happen.
it's all but done. D. Milton nice at the 2. Who do you hope for at the 4? I would have loved Nick Batum, but he's gone. He said he's not returning. So at the 4, I mean, if you could bring Oubre back, that'd be great. I don't know if you'll be able to afford him. We talked about a trade for Dorian Finney-Smith. If you could get like, I wouldn't hate like a Caleb Martin. Because you could start like, Paul George and then whoever else you sign. They could run the 3 and the 4. It doesn't really matter, honestly. The Jazz, the Jazz want him, but there's been, just because the Jazz want him, there's been no buzz. Paul George is only having 2 meetings, and it's with the Clippers and the Sixers. So until something comes out that says he's meeting with the Jazz or he's meeting with this other team, it's Sixers or nothing. Joe Casey
Joe Casey, what up?
with the 5.
Longtime viewer and supporter of the show. Thank you for that 5. Here's a beer cheers for you, my dude.
Oh, good point, Copper. Najee Marshall, perfect guy. Najee Marshall, perfect player to start at the 4. And he won't
That
cost
would
you
be
much.
awesome.
He won't cost you much at all. I like that. He could be an MLE target. I forgot about my boy Najee Marshall.
The only concern about having to fill out the roster when you have a big 3 is that it's very hard to do. You're paying a lot of money to Maxey. He's going to get a max. Embiid on a max. Paul George max, right? Takes up a lot of your salary cap. And the issue that teams run into is how do you fill out the rest of your team? Now, Boston is in a situation in which they're paying Tatum, Brown, Kristaps, Drew Holiday, soon to be Derek White. That's 5 players, a lot of money, right? But they've done a good job of player development. Their backups have been pretty good. But that's the issue that a lot of teams run into. It's like, how do we fill out these depth pieces? Because in a playoff series, you need depth pieces. You're just not going to last. Walter Miller, God forbid that the Sixers don't sign Paul George. Who would you think would be a great secondary option? I guess Brandon Ingram. That's probably the most realistic, best second option, and it's not an option that I'm too stoked about.
Presidential Mike coming in with the $2 super chat. Trade Paul Reed and 2 seconds for John Isaac. I don't hate that. I think John Isaac could be a solid starting 4. His problem, again, is health and it's offense. Now, he's also a player that has some flexibility to run the 5. 6'10", 230, but a top-tier defender. If we're just talking about defensive impact, John Isaac is right up there with the best of them. Again, his issue. Since coming into the league, 2017-18, played 27 games. Next year, played 75 games, was healthy, averaged 9.6 points, 5.5 rebounds. The following year, played 34 games, then missed 2 straight seasons with a torn ACL. Came back at the end of the 2022-23 season, only played 11 games. And then last year for Orlando, played 58 games, only 16 minutes a game. 7 points, 4.5 rebounds, 1.2 blocks. And actually,
That block number is pretty intriguing.
it is. 1.2 blocks a game playing 16 minutes is very impressive. Shot 51% from the field. Shot 37.5% from 3, but only on 2 attempts a game. Mm-hmm. So you worry about the spacing there a little bit. But I think the defense probably makes up for it. I mean, this is a guy who I don't think, let's check, has ever made an all-defensive team. But he's a player that, if he stays healthy for a full season, very well could make an all-defensive
Jonathan
team.
Isaac?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was 9th in 6th man of the year voting, but has not been named to any specialty team outside of that.
Yeah. He has a talent, though, to be a top 10 defender in the NBA. He can guard, he literally can guard 1 through 5.
Yeah,
That's not an
6'10",
exaggeration.
230 pounds.
He played center for the Magic last year at times. Like, he legitimately can guard bigs.
Yeah.
But yeah, Orlando, not sure why they'd want to move him. Again, the only reason they would is because of the health. If they're really concerned about his health. What is his contract? Let's see. So he's on a bargain of a deal. Or wait. Does he not have a new contract coming up? Okay, so no. So he's on the last year of his deal, making $17.4 million. So maybe the Magic would say, like, we don't want to re-sign him. Going to be a free agent after this year, but then the Sixers will be in the position where they have to extend him.
Yeah, that's the issue. $17.4 million.
Yeah, you also can't, Paul Reed's only making 7.7, so you can't really match that money there. That'd be tough. unless you just you could absorb him into your remaining cap space, but then that prevents you from signing a player. So.
Right. Joe Casey, another $5 super chat. He asks, how much will Oubre cost, and can't we go over the luxury cap? So you can go to the luxury tax for sure. Philadelphia can do that. Oubre, 10 to 12.
That's what I imagine. Anywhere from 10 to 12.
Yeah, 10 to 12 million.
A bad team might be willing to pay him a little more, but I think he has more value to a team like the Sixers. Like, when you look at his numbers, they weren't great. Especially the shooting numbers were pretty poor.
Yeah.
But that doesn't tell the whole story with Kelly Oubre. He gives you juice. He gives you defense, which he never really had to give you defense before this year. But he was a very solid defender, especially in the playoffs this year, athletic. 3 years, 33 mil for Oubre could be legit. You could also use the mid-level exception to sign Oubre.
Yeah.
Because the Sixers don't have his bird rights, which is unfortunate because they can't re-sign him over the cap. But you can re-sign him over the cap with the mid-level exception. And you can go into the luxury tax with the mid-level exception, so.
Joe Casey, cheers, man.
Cheers, Joe Casey.
Good reminder right there. So we're in a holding pattern. We're in the waiting game.
The waiting game.
What do we even do?
I don't know. This Paul George thing could happen in 5 minutes. It could happen in 5 hours. It could happen tomorrow.
Yeah. At what point do we just stay live or just cut the stream, or
Yeah, I don't know.
what if this deal happens overnight?
Yeah, like 3 in the morning. They're in like talks until, because we have no idea when the meeting is. If it goes late, like 11 p.m. West Coast time, that is, what, 2 a.m. Eastern? Joe Casey, I just gave you a cheers, and you're going to tell me that Pensbury sucks? You serious, man? Neshaminy sucks. How about that? Neshaminy sucks. I had an ex-girlfriend who went to Neshaminy. Terrible. That's how I knew Neshaminy people stink. Let's see. I heard John Hendricks. Oh, okay, never mind.
Don't quit on us, Chad. It's Chase, not Chad.
If the Sixers get PG, where do you rank them in the East? They're top 3 for sure. Up there with the Celtics and the Knicks. It'd be a pretty easy top 3. There's a drop-off after those 3. John Hendricks, Klay's not coming home, man. I'm sorry to tell you. Klay's not going back to the Bay, unless you're talking about somewhere else. Are you talking about the Lakers when you're saying come home? Because that's where he's from? That's probably what you're talking about. Yeah. I could see that. Had to be a sign-and trade. Which would benefit the Warriors. You don't just lose them for nothing. Can the Sixers get Lauri after they sign George?
No, too expensive.
It just, you can't, man. You literally would have no money. And then you'd have to extend Lauri after this year, and then you'd really be in it. If you did that, and then you extended Lauri, you would be in an even worse position than what the Phoenix Suns are in right now. Where you have all these max guys, and then you can't do anything else, and then you're paying millions and millions of dollars in luxury tax. You're going to be up against a second apron, which comes with all these restrictions. You can't do it.
Tim! $10 super chat. We're going to spin that wheel. Just to keep Chad going for the stream. I saw somebody say Start a new channel, Chad Sports.
Chad's. Boy, how did this start? How did this whole Chad thing start, man? That's funny. All right, let's spin the wheel for, I almost said for Chad, for Tim. What player
Talk about a player.
should we go in depth on here? First one we see. Someone name a player you want us to talk about. First one I see on each chat. Well, Steven Adams. Yeah, you know what? Tim's the one who sent in the super chat. So Steven Adams. Where is he these days, man? Is he on the Rock? He's not on the Rockets still, is he? So Steven Adams, yeah, he is still on the Rockets. He was hurt last year. Yeah, didn't play last year for the Grizzlies. Underwent surgery, got traded to the Rockets. I believe in that Dylan Brooks trade. He could be. I mean, but you don't need Steven Adams for Philly, Tim, because the Sixers signed Andre Drummond. So you don't need Steven Adams. Not now. You're saying like in the future? Or just in general? In general, he's a good option.
Champ Burns, $10. Spin that wheel. Y'all got to stay on and keep it going. We're in with y'all for the long haul. Let's go Sixers.
Champ.
Let's spin that wheel again.
But yeah, Tim, I think in general, Steven Adams is a good backup center if he can get healthy, man.
Talk about a team again.
Should we add stuff to the wheel?
Yeah, if you send in, let's go. If you send in a $5 super chat, you can add something for us to do on the wheel. Of course, it has to be doable and appropriate. But if you send in a $5, you can add something to the wheel for us to do. I did not take a rip of marijuana, Andrew.
It's funny. So we haven't had a move in a while since Jonas Valanciunas. Dimitri wants to talk about Cleveland. Cleveland! Very interesting. So Cleveland hired their new head coach, but still no Donovan Mitchell extension. But Donovan Mitchell will stay. If I'm the Cavs, I'm trading
Joe Casey!
Oh!
I want to see Chipper beer chug. Oh, shit, I forgot to get you the Happy Dad. That's my bad.
I have one right here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to
Chip
the
can
bathroom.
give you a beer chug. We'll spin that wheel again, too, for Joe Casey.
Yes, sir. Joe Casey, I'll give you a little beer chug. Okay, I don't know why my Siri. I almost just called somebody in my phone named Casey. Like, what is?
Casey thought it was Siri? Or Siri thought it was Casey?
But like, why is my Siri going off? This doesn't make sense. Joe Casey. Cheers, brother. And we're gonna spin that wheel. Little chug from my man Joe Casey. One of the good ones from the Chamonix, Joe Casey. I'll give you that one. You're one of the good ones. Although I'll never forget, on a cold winter night, my junior year of high school, walking into Chamonix in a playoff game and knocking him out. Never forget it. It was freezing cold. It was my junior year. I was on the kickoff team. And it was so cold that we had, those hand warmers. I had them inside my like Under Armour hand warmer. We put them in our feet. It was brutal. It was a cold night, but we kicked their ass. All right, Casey, let's spin that wheel. I gotta go to the bathroom after that. Let's see. Jake Chipper should be renamed to Jake Chugger. We have one Chugger here. That's Jeremy Chugs. That's it.
Spin that wheel. Talk about a team again.
Oh, man.
Spin it one more time.
You know what? Should we just... Here. Let's go... Shot clock freestyle. We can take these out of here. Because we can talk about a team or a player anytime. Joe, what do you want to add?
Yeah, what do you want to add to the wheel, Joe? I agree, DC Marley. Kuzma's solid, but like he put up 22 points per game on an awful team last year.
Hey, Devin Smith got the Jeremy Chugs reference. Shout out Mitch
Nice.
and Chugs. Yes, sir. Shout out the Raiders report. Let's go. Shot a fireball? Okay, we can do that. I can add that onto the wheel. Now let's spin it for you again. See what you get. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 10 push-ups. Do you have it in you, Chase?
Oh, I got it in me.
Okay, one sec. 10 push-ups coming. All right. Hit the Dougie. We could add, like, do a dance of person's choice to the wheel. See Chase hit the gritty. That'd be funny.
All right, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
All right, here we go. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Look at that skyline behind Chip, man.
Oh, it's beautiful. I'm actually going to turn this light off because now it's just washing me out. Yeah. Yeah, it's much better.
Addison Hoover, a $10 super chat. You guys are the best. Keep up the good work. We're just kind of chilling right now, man. Waiting to see if a deal happens. Guess we'll be
Addison
back
Hoover.
tomorrow live as well, so
Yeah.
stand
Addison
still.
Hoover.
JV the Great said on Warriors today, please fire Dunleavy. It's a little bit too early for that, but I do get the frustrations behind just not having any plan right now. All right, Addison, we'll spin the wheel for you. What do we have? Beer chug.
Okay.
Let's go. Cheers, Addison. Cheers, everybody, for hanging out.
And if you want to add something, Addison, drop it in the chat if you have an idea for the wheel that you want to add.
We should sign Lonnie Walker or Aaron Wiggins.
I like
Lonnie
Aaron
Walker is the type of vetmin guy that you could get.
He actually, I think he tweeted out today, or maybe it was yesterday. He was like, basically was like, I'm going to prove to y'all that I'm here and I'm a player.
Aaron Wiggins, former second round pick from 2021. He's only 25. Now, he did have his option declined by the Thunder, and actually Sixers legend Isaiah Joe also had his option declined by the Thunder, but the Thunder are trying to bring those both players back and work on long-term deals.
Yep. All right, Addison, let us know if you want to add something to the wheel. Appreciate the 2 from Presidential Mike and a 5 from Brad P.
Brad P., do you think Philly native Justin Edwards will live up to any of his original hype, and can you mute Busha Mula Add to the wheel sobriety test. I like it.
That's a good one.
I like it. Who is Busha Mula?
Yeah, what?
Oh, he did say go Sixers.
Why do you want us to... What, he said Heat suck and Clippers trash. What's wrong with that? Lakers suck. Nuggets suck. Bucks suck. Knicks suck. I'm with it, Busha. Celtics suck. I'm with Busha, baby.
I'm with Busha. Justin Edwards, a player that Chip and I talked about on Friday's show, and we did our UDFA tracker. Both excited about him. Has good game. He's the only 5-star recruit to go undrafted going back to like scouting databases in the 1990s.
Crazy.
It's wild.
No, we got you, Brad. Yeah, he was spamming a little bit. Oh, I see. I see what you're talking about.
B-Doc, can I imitate John Chaney? I don't know how I would do John Chaney. Legendary press conference, though, when he told John Calipari that he'd kill him.
I'm going to the bathroom real quick.
Cool.
Addison. What was that? If you want to add something in the wheel, let us know. If not, all good.
So, Brad P., thank you for that super. We're just having some fun here. Day one, night one, free agency. Day one has turned into night one, pretty much. We have been live now for almost 5 hours. 4 hours and 52 minutes. That's the live counter. Count backwards and touch your nose. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. DC Marley said bigs, not wings. So you got Andre Drummond, 2 years, 10. Second year is a player option, $5 million per for Andre Drummond. I like the value there. You drafted Adem Bona. A little bit raw, little bit of seasoning is needed for him, but I love the upside of the player. What do you do with Paul Reed? You have to decide on that. Could be a financial decision. And as for any news recently, are we the only streamers still going here? There are not many streamers going. I mean, ESPN went live on air 60 to 90 minutes. And here we are approaching 5 hours. Let's get it. Be built different. Angela G, thanks for continuing to hang out. We've got 198 in supers on Sixers, 149 on Warriors. Sadiq Bey for starting power forward. It's more of a wing. But bring me a Nova player. I guess he's listed as a power forward. No, he's listed as a small forward. I do like the player, though. I think he's pretty solid. 6'7", 215 is more of a wing as compared to being a big. Now, what about backup wing for Sadiq Bey? I'd be in. Yes, Sadiq Bey has missed a decent amount of time by year 70, 82, 77, 52, 25, 63 games. So 2 years there, 2022 to 2023, in which he was injured a lot, and he played in only 77 games total.
Yeah, dealing with what's the injury he has right now? He had a pretty major injury this year.
Mason Plumlee, 1-year deal to the Suns. So the former Clipper backup to Zubats is going to Phoenix. Some front court depth there for the Suns.
Yeah, Saddiq Bey is currently recovering from a torn ACL that he suffered in March. So he's probably going to miss a good portion of this season.
Yeah, that's tough. Hawks declined his player option, right? I believe.
Yeah, they did. He could have been a restricted free agent, but they declined to extend the qualifying offer. Similar, the same thing that the Sixers did with Terquavion Smith. So now he's just an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah.
Had a bad year this past season before the injury. He's a career 35% three-point shooter, but shot just 31% this past season. But did shoot 40% in the 27 games that he played with the Hawks after he was traded to them from the Pistons. But Bobby Marks said that if the Hawks had extended the qualifying offer to Bey, they would have been against the first apron, so decided not to. Obviously, the injury plays a role as well.
Man. This meeting.
I know. I don't know what to do.
Why wouldn't the NBA have free agency start earlier on a Sunday? They're always adamant that it has to be on June 30th. So for instance, like, we have to have it on Sunday at this time, on this date. Klaus, can you believe we lost to the Hawks? That's one of the bigger Philly sports heartbreaks of my recent existence. No doubt.
It's just like we know it's going to happen because there's nowhere else he can go but Detroit. But, I mean, who knows when the meeting is? How much longer do you think? Brother, we have zero idea.
Should have been at 12 noon from Bruce Davis. I like that. What's going on with Ryan Arcidiacono? He's probably going to sign with the Knicks. Satire R Us. Paul George told the Clippers goodbye earlier. He will be a 76ers now. Yeah, we talked about that. The video's been out for an hour. 5,000 views in 57 minutes. Let's go.
Oh, my God.
Let's go. Our Andre Drummond video, 6,000 views already. Our morning video, 8,400.
And Sixers now is,
Najee Marshall to the Mavericks.
No.
My sweet prince. My sweet prince Najee. Atlantic City's own. He's going to the Dallas Mavericks. 3 years, 27? Is that what I saw?
Yeah.
Oh. Our sweet prince Najee.
That's unfortunate. It's so tough for the Sixers because, again, they can't really make that type of move until they sign
Until they
Paul
know
George.
about Paul George. Dimitri said so. Kenyon Martin Jr.
That's a great move for the Mavericks, man. He's going to be good for them.
Does that take the Mavs out of the... Klay Thompson sweepstakes? Here's this from Vin the Insider.
Oh, God.
Source. The 76ers have advanced discussions with the Golden State Warriors regarding a sign-in trade of Klay Thompson. Nothing is imminent, but things are moving quickly.
Vin the Insider. I mean, we literally have nothing to send them besides Paul Reed.
That's it.
Like, unless
Draft picks.
or like we could.
They'd be doing that for salary shedding purposes, right?
That makes sense, yeah. Joe Casey.
Joe Casey again. I'd take Marcus Morris back for a minimum deal. That could be the backup 4.
Yeah, why not? I thought he was solid.
He did play pretty well for Philly.
Joe Casey, another 5 means you get to add another item to the wheel.
Beer cheers.
So Joe Casey, if you have another item you'd like to add to the wheel, you can. Remember, all $5 super chats, you get to add something to the wheel. $10 to spin it. Ugh.
We're just waiting.
Do the Soldier Boy.
Do the Soldier Boy dance?
All right, that's on the wheel.
What is the Soldier Boy dance?
I think he meant Soldier Boy. Like, Soldier Boy up in it.
Oh.
Yeah,
Like crank that?
I guess. Yeah.
Oh, like this?
Yeah. That's on the wheel.
All right, Joe.
Add it to the wheel. $10 to spin the wheel. Updated look. I'll provide an updated look at our Super Chat battle between Warriors and Sixers.
It's a good one.
It is a good one. We got a barn burner. Let me update the numbers here. Got a big surge on Sixers. But Warriors is not far behind.
Yeah, 203 to 150. Good stuff by everybody here. We've had 33,000 people tune into our Warriors show. 23,000 here on Sixers. Awesome stuff. Day 1 of free agency here. Key Time Bill, what up, man? My ex kept me waiting. The Cherokee Reservation guy.
What?
John Hendricks, Curry a Laker soon. Oh, boy. Can you imagine the reaction from Warriors fans if Steph played for the Lakers? Waiting, watching.
Man, Najee Marshall gone. Disappointing.
I like that move for Dallas. I do wonder if that takes Dallas out of Klay.
Andrew with the 2.
Andrew again. Taurean Prince, cheap starting 4. What's this contract situation? Did he sign a 1-year deal with the Lakers last year? Let's see.
I think so. I'd probably rather have him as a backup, but
He is an unrestricted free agent. Signed a 1-year, $4.5 million deal. Mavs used a significant chunk of their mid-level exception to sign Najee Marshall. Derek Jones Jr.'s decision to switch agents this week complicated the hopes of re-signing him due to the NBA Player Association's guideline of a 15-day wait period. Mavs are pursuing sign-and-trade routes for Klay Thompson. So the Mavs still looking to add Klay Thompson.
yeah, Dr. Dre. Chris Paul did sign with the Spurs earlier. 1 year, $11 million. Happened like an hour or so ago?
Jay Crowder, cheap starting 4. I don't know if I like him at the 4. More of a wing defender. I'll take Oubre over Klay. What if it's for the same price?
Ethan, why didn't the Warriors take the Levine trade? I could not tell you. Because of his contract, probably, but then you would have been able to get off Wiggins and Chris Paul. You wouldn't have just had to cut Chris Paul. You could have just traded him. Raquel, no, the Warriors do not have money at all. They cannot get Paul George. They have no money.
Najee Marshall has a 7'1" wingspan, so really good defender on the wing. And he can hold his own on the low block. That's why I would have liked him for Philadelphia. You can kind of use him in a variety of ways. 41% corner 3 guy. He's going to get plenty of those opportunities playing with Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. He'll be camping in that corner. And he's an excellent defender. And a willing defender at that. Pokes the ball free a lot. And Dallas here pivoting to sign Najee Marshall after unexpectedly conceding tonight that it would not have the wherewithal to retain Derek Jones.
The wherewithal?
While the Mavs focus on the sign and trade pursuit of Klay Thompson.
I actually like Najee Marshall a little more than Derek Jones.
Oh, I do too. Jones is the more fun player because he's more of a high flyer.
Yeah.
But he also, up to this point, has been kind of hit and miss offensively. This year he started to hit some threes, but the upside of Najee Marshall and the defense of Najee Marshall probably better.
Savage Gang all day with the 2.
What up, Savage Gang? When do you think Paul George is going to a team? That is the big mystery, and that's why we're in a holding pattern now.
Yeah, the big mystery.
We are just not sure.
What's up, guys?
What up?
Lay, Warriors luxury tax is killing us. Yeah.
They were like 150 away. 160.
160 away from 17K.
Jade Hunter saying Anthony Davis ruined the Warriors. Man, they had nobody to defend him in the second round 2 years ago. Cody Chase also said the Warriors should have kept Dante DiVincenzo. Really good player for the Knicks this year.
Really good.
Defender, shooter, can create off the bounce. Joe Casey wants to add fireball shots to the wheel.
They're already on there, brother.
They're already on there, my man.
But we're going to spin it for you.
We'll spin that wheel for Joe.
He already added shot at fireball. But maybe we'll land on it. Oh!
Soldier Boy dance. You! When the Sixers signed Klay.
What?
Or Paul George. You! There you go, Joe Casey.
76er.
Jason Summer. Where did Tobias Harris go? China. The Shanghai Sharks. Keaton Bill, Yingling, Campfire, and chat. Thanks. Man, that sounds like a good night. Good stuff there, Joe Casey.
Can you get a beer
Lay,
sip too?
you can't afford to, Dante DiVincenzo. It's not going to happen now because he signed last year with the Knicks, but what people were saying, they should have never let him go. Satire, I don't like Fireball, man. Dimitri Page, Wawa is crazy. I love Wawa. I could smash a foot-long Wawa sub right now.
Oh, dude, I miss Wawa. Eric Simmons is watching from the toilet.
Nice. Greg Miller wants to see Oubre come back. Has KCP been signed? Yes. Orlando Magic.
Orlando Magic.
3 years, 66. John S. All these fake Woj accounts are the worst. You know what you should do? Just follow Woj, put his tweet notifications on. And then whenever he tweets, you'll be notified. That's the smart route. And then you won't get got by some of the fake accounts. B-Doc loves the Wawa soft pretzels and chocolate milk and sandwiches. Man. Joe Casey, Pennsbury, drinking up.
Yes, sir. You know, could the Sixers use the mid-level exception on Derrick Jones Jr.?
Are Seth and Steph Curry really brothers? Yes, they are.
Who said that?
I don't know.
That was from Cheese Doodles.
They don't look alike?
Yeah, I think they look identical almost. Add to wheel, get Wawa. Well, we're down here in Dallas, Texas. Their cult following gas station is called Buc-ee's. Has anybody been to Buc-ee's?
Buc-ee's?
It actually, as far as size goes, puts Wawa to shame. They have endless amounts of gas pumps, and then when you go in there, it is a market. It is a grocery store. It's huge. Bring Seth Curry back? I would like that. Lion Fighter!
Oh!
You guys are troopers. Thank you for the live stream. Real one, roll call. Yeah, at this point, we have now been live for 5 hours, 14 minutes. A 10 from LFX.
Wheel spin for LFX.
Wheel spin for LFX.
If you want to add something, LFX, let us know in the chat right now.
Ooh, a little freestyle. First time tonight. LFX. I'm hanging with your girl. Now she's your ex. Paul George to Philly. We're putting the Celtics and the Knicks to the test. Sixers winning that title. They're going to be the best.
Yes, sir.
There we go.
Yes, sir.
Freestyle with LFX. I wouldn't take your ex, by the way, my man. It's part of the bit. It's part of the freestyle. There's the freestyle for LFX.
Yes, sir. If you want to add something, LFX, to the wheel, just let us know. Yes, sir. We're powering through.
Lion Fighter. He took your girl and he said, mine's is tighter.
Whoa! Whoa!
Where has Klay been traded? Nowhere. Adem not starting. I agree, Carl.
All right, this just in from
Ooh,
Woj.
tell a dad joke, LFX said.
Oh, I like that. This just in from Woj. He says Paul George is going to meet with the 76ers late tonight on the West Coast, and they are strong front runners to land George. He will sit with the Sixers tonight, and everything is lined up for Paul George to walk in there and get what he's looking for.
This deal is not going to happen until the wee hours of the morning.
It's gonna, you know what? It's gonna happen like 11 or 12 on the West Coast, which means like 2 a.m. for us.
Oh my gosh, dude.
That's brutal.
I'll be up for copy.
That is brutal.
Beer bong for 50? Yes, I'll do a beer bong for 50.
I'll do one for 20.
Add dad joke to the
Dad
wheel.
joke.
That's a good one.
Oh my gosh. Are we staying? Are we just?
I don't.
It's only 9.
It's only.
It's only 9:18.
Because if they meet late on the West, like
What
so
if they never sign?
at some point, like we can't just be live overnight.
Joe Casey, I told you 9 o'clock dinner. That would make sense. 9 o'clock dinner, so that's not a dinner for another 2 hours.
Yeah, whenever we sign off, it's gonna happen right after, anyways. So.
Brad P, you know it'll happen right after you sign off, so sign off.
He's telling us to sign off.
Where are you that it's 9:18, middle of the ocean, Central Time? We're in Dallas, Texas. That's where our Chat Sports Network is located.
Middle of the ocean.
Make sure to subscribe.
That's
Get the
funny.
notification.
Oh, boy. That's the Woj update that I was not looking forward to.
Yeah, that's not what you wanted to hear.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh no! What's up? Oh, on the wheel. I don't know. That's a lot for a wheel.
Should we just keep it going live?
Woj says that LeBron called Klay Thompson right when free agency opened at 6.
Wow.
About time? I've never even heard of that. Dude, it's so funny. Everyone on Twitter is like, can they just sign already? I want to go to bed.
I mean, the verbiage that he's using, he will sit with the Sixers tonight and everything is lined up for him to walk in there and get what he's looking for.
So
Like, the deal is pretty much done.
$3 a.m. Woj bomb incoming. Just do it now. Just, you know it's going to happen.
Do it now. Fuck it.
do it.
But, like, yeah, what if they don't meet for 2 more hours?
Loop the stream for 2 hours. I'm hungry as fuck, too.
You want me to get you a bag of chips?
No. Andrew!
Oh!
How can we land PG and Klay? Is that possible? Yeah, so we talked about this and fielded this question a couple of times. Where what would have to happen? Paul George gets that max deal, 4 years, 212. And then the Sixers would have to use the MLE, the mid-level exception, on Klay Thompson. That's just under 13. But of course, Klay would have to be willing to take that. What's interesting is that the Mavs are trying to execute a sign-and-trade for him. The Lakers are interested in him on the MLE. The Sixers trying to use the mid-level exception on Klay as well. If they do, so that's the only way. If he wants $20 million, not sure it's going to happen with Philadelphia. Jesse has a nice hoagie waiting in the fridge. Man,
I wish.
that sounds so good. Search for Adventure Guy, PG's wife following Embiid's wife on Instagram. Yep. Classic social media.
148 away from 17K.
Look at that. We're closing in. Oh.
How much is Joe Casey sent tonight? He said, what's under 50 because I don't get anything for top contributor.
Joe Casey sent a 10, a 5, so 15, another 10, so 25, another 5, so 30, another 5, so 35. $35 tonight from Joe Casey.
Joe, if you send a 50, we'll send you a Chat Sports shirt.
The drip.
We'll send you some drip, Joe Casey. If you send in 50, I'll shotgun, and we'll send you a Chat Sports shirt. AH Demeter, if you do stream till PG gets signed, I would watch. I mean, I'm not scared. B-Doc, do you want me to order delivery for you guys? It might get to that point.
Oh.
We do have DoorDash in Dallas. It's just a long while. It's you think about what 2 a.m. could be. It's 5 hours from now.
That doesn't sound enticing.
Nah, B-Doc, you don't have to DoorDash us anything.
Yeah. We're straight.
Whatever. Can look that shit up. We are waiting to sign Maxey after PG. Or we
Yep.
have to. Yeah, it's going to happen. That's inevitable.
Yeah, just it's the last thing they'll do because it makes the most sense money-wise to wait.
Japoy. He said it's 7:24 here. I heard they will talk at the Hell Kitchen restaurant in Los Angeles. Let's look up Hell Kitchen. Oh, Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah.
Hell's Kitchen. Okay, that would make sense. That would line up. Oh! Addison Hoover, a $50 super chat. PG. Let's go.
Oh my. Addison.
Let's get it. Tim, $2. Send that boy Hoover a shirt.
Well, her name's Addison, so I don't know.
What did we, what was Joe Casey at?
He was at 35.
35.
So
Oh my.
Can you give me a happy dad?
there's 2 right here.
Oh,
Yeah, just give him
sweet.
one of those.
I'll do one with you.
Bang.
You want me to do one with you?
Whatever you want, man.
Whoa.
Watch that light there. I don't have my knife on me, so this is my mail key.
I have this too if you want to use it.
Oh! Joe! A $50 super chat. PG, 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 PG. Let's go. Cheers.
Oh, man.
I'm doing this 50 for Addison. Reed will do the 50 for Joe Casey. Here we go. PG.
Chug, 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 chug. Woo!
Let's go.
I'll kill mine as well. Crazy.
PG, PG, PG. Let's get it.
Wow.
Is this your key? Okay, so pop up my email L3 if you could.
Just might have to go get it real quick. Yeah, one sec.
Chad and Son Chugs right
We
there.
have a couple more. Thank you. Oh, is that empty? I didn't even see that.
Killing him over here.
Oh, 3. 3 and 5.
Ugh.
3 and 5 hours, yeah.
Woo!
We still have 750 people on each channel.
I love it, man. Tim again! About to deplete the inventory. Send that boy a shirt. Joe Casey, we're going to send you a shirt, man.
Here it is.
So, Joe, here's my email right here, down at the bottom on the ticker, chase@chatsports.com. Hit me up. Shoot me an email right now with your address, and we'll get you a shirt. Does that work, Joe? Or you could reach out to me on my social media pages at Chase_senior. That's on X and Instagram, but email is probably easiest. Therefore, I could just copy and paste your address into the database, and we can get it popping.
Wow. Look at that. 250s coming in back to back.
Really appreciate that, Joe. That's awesome, man. Thanks so much.
So that right there is going to put 76ers now way, way in the lead.
Yeah. 335 to 150. And Joe said, I would have done the beer bong instead of the shotgun. Hey,
Same
shotgun's a little bit better.
thing. Same thing.
But Joe, just confirm with me or I can confirm with you if I see that email come in.
Oh!
Omar! Hopefully we get this right. Vergara! A $50 super chat! Omar, 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 Omar. Let's go! He said, make it a triple go Dubs. He's sending that in on our Warriors channel. Appreciate that, my brother.
Let's go, Omar.
Andrew said, Chase, just get wasted and forget about tomorrow. Forget about it. Here's Tim, $10 super chat. Never thought the super chats would be so fun. Spin that wheel. What do we got? Paul Murray. Just discovered these guys. Love it.
Are y'all planning to film anything else?
Just waiting on Paul George, man.
Are y'all going to stay here until he signs?
We might. Soldier Boy dance. You. Omar. Joe Casey.
Sleepover in Studio 8?
We're just on standby, man.
Slumber party?
Yeah,
We're on
TBD. We're not
standby.
sure what we're
I
gonna
got
do.
copies.
Yeah.
I think didn't they say there was a meeting in California, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dinner.
Late West Coast.
Late West Coast.
Oh man. All right, so y'all two just did shotguns, so I feel like it's my turn to do the
Yeah.
drink for the 50. Oh, they're freezing cold.
Walter Miller. Does Chat Sports
Yeah,
have
could you
rehab
give
for
me
you
a warm one?
guys? So the rehab is just eating well, getting good sleep, working out, nutrition. Got to take care of yourself.
Dimitri, it's $5 to add something to the wheel.
Dad Z Fitness, $2 super chat. Any news on Paul George? There's a lot of news on Paul George. It's not Warriors related, it's more Sixers related. The latest from Woj Dad Fitness is Paul George, Philadelphia, going to meet late tonight, West Coast in California. And Woj said that Paul George, everything is aligned for him to walk in there and get everything that he wants.
All right, I got a beer bong coming up out of the Mirbonga for Omar. And now,
Cheers.
let's see. Closing the gap a little bit. Whoa.
What's Chase's email from Joe? Joe, we'll put it back up
yeah,
at
I'll
the
put it
bottom of
back
your
up.
screen.
So, updated look now after all that craziness. Closing the gap.
345 to 201.
Oh, thank you. All right.
If somebody else sends in another 50, I will do another shotgun.
Okay.
Chip did say that. What are you doing for that 150?
I'm doing the Mirbonga.
Beer
right
bonga.
here.
Okay.
It's like a beer bong, but it's a little mermaid. Woo!
If somebody sends in another 50,
Somebody sends in 100, I'll do a boot.
Ooh.
somebody sends in 100, Reed will do a boot. 3 beers, 1 boot.
By the way, somebody asked if these were sparkling water earlier. These are Happy Dads. Not a sponsor, but should be seltzers. They are hard seltzers. 5%. Uh-oh. This is the same as the Budweiser from last night.
The Budweiser. Foo Fighters.
I'm going to Titanic mode, Jesse. Holy
go,
shit,
baby.
this Sixers is 2x almost.
It's what?
Almost 2x, 1 to 10. Well, 8.1 to 4.9, so not really, but 75x.
Update on Klay Thompson from Woj. Klay Thompson will not be making a decision tonight on his next team. The
All right.
Clippers, Lakers, Mavericks, and Sixers are all contenders. Why can't Woj just say if Paul George is making a decision before midnight?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Tim says Chug and Happy has a W. Got the watermelon right now. I'm
Let's
going to
go.
down the fruit punch.
Nice. Watermelons are good. What did we have the other day that I really liked?
It was the lemon
The
lime.
lemon lime.
Do I have one of those here?
Kind of tasted like
Yeah.
a Sprite.
I have wild cherry, grape, and fruit punch.
Clay is just a clickbait. I'm dead.
The variety pack. We got every kind of Happy Dad you could ever want. Oh, I would love to be where Japoy is, 7:35 p.m. We still would have been live the same amount of time, but then it would be 7:35 instead of 9:35.
Chip had a nice little sunset behind him, but not anymore.
That's how long we've been here. It is pitch black. Honestly, I wonder if we could open the blind. That'd look pretty sick.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
It's one of those.
Too bad of a glare.
It kind of reflects.
Ah, that's a
Yeah.
bummer. Hey, everybody. I'm right here.
Yeah, that's not gonna work out, unfortunately.
That's why we have the blinds.
That's funny. It's a great view. Yo, whoa, get him out of here. That's awesome.
Jesse, in response to Chip drinking a happy dad, said, I'm a happy granddad.
Oh.
One day. One day. I'ma get it one day. All right, here we go. This is for Omar Carson Taylor.
Carson Taylor.
Oops.
A $2 super chat. I'm getting depressed. What should the Warriors do? Unfortunately, I don't think there's a lot they can do. I really don't. They are cash strapped. It seemed as though they wanted to pull off the sign-in trade for Paul George, but then he opted out. And now they don't really have a plan, it doesn't seem.
All right, I'm sending this back. Shout out to Omar. By the way, Omar, 50, 60, 80, 90, 100, $105 from Omar tonight.
Omar.
That is over half of the Warriors total tonight. Shout out to Omar.
Omar.
Here we go, sending it back. It's not going to be good.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go. Chip.
Brain cells.
Omar, we're not worthy. We're not worthy. But we appreciate you.
Oh, by the way, who just sent the... Oh, no, it was 2. I'm tripping.
Joe, my email's at the bottom, man. Chase@chatsports.com. Chase@chatsports.com. Send me an email, brother, so we can get you that shirt.
Whew.
Omar, send me an email. Chase@chatsports.com so we can send you a shirt.
Wouldn't it be great if Paul George just signed right now? That'd be awesome.
Omar, you see it. Chase@chatsports.com. Email me, brother. Let me see. Joe.
Not really.
I haven't gotten your email. I don't see anything on Instagram or X.
It's probably going to slow down a little
Getting there, though. What was that, 140, 138?
bit. Yeah, most people here are probably subbed at this point. Paul, are they waiting on Paul George to re-sign Heald Newberry? They're waiting on Paul George to do anything. So we're not going to see anything for more than minimums.
Clap your hands, everybody, for Philadelphia 76ers. Stop your feet, everybody, for Philadelphia 76ers. Here they come, Philadelphia. On the run, stand up and cheer. Number 1, Philadelphia. Here they come, team of the year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Sixers. 10, 9, 8, 76ers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Sixers. 10, 9, 8, 76ers. Clap your hands, everybody, for Philadelphia 76ers. Stop your feet, everybody, for Philadelphia 76ers. PG, 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 PG. Paul George, Paul George, Paul George, Paul George, Paul George. Carson
Please.
Taylor.
Please.
We answer that. Warriors, unfortunately, not taking advantage of Steph Curry, still being in his prime. Tried to land Paul George. Doesn't look like it's going to happen because it was going to have to be executed via sign and trade. And then chokes. What the fuck? Y'all still here? We are still here. We are still here.
And Tim.
10. This one's for Joe. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Sixers. 10, 9, 8, 76ers.
Let's spin the wheel for Tim. And Tim, if you want to add something, let us know.
Tim. Spin that wheel. Let's see what we got here, Timmy. Freestyle.
Another one.
All right. Freestyle for Tim. How did you say Tim's last name? That's a mystery. Pruitt? Proit? Proite? Proite? Let us know, Tim. However you guys want. Priot. Okay, I could see that. A little silent E. Instead, it's the O is in there instead. Super chat coming in from Tim Priot. We're live so long, waiting for PG to sign. We're sleeping on the cot. They said sign off. I said okay. Not. There's your freestyle, Tim. There's your freestyle.
Tim, if you want to add something to the wheel, let us know, man. That's funny.
Oh, boy. What a time. This guy is crazy. Yes.
All right.
Well,
Coming from raw bacon.
when you're live for nearly 6 hours, it gets a little bit delirious. Raw bacon. Champ Burns, you know I got those bars.
Get cooked, bro.
Let's see.
I just need like Woj to say Paul George will be making his decision tonight. Paul George will not be making his decision tonight.
I'm going to call Woj.
Yeah, I'm about to call Woj. Let's see if I got his number in my contacts.
Well, you got a new phone, so it's not in there anymore, right?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Damn.
I don't have Woj's number in my phone. That's a bummer. Come on, Woj.
$5 to add something of your choice to the wheel, by the way. And $10 to spin it. $20, I'll take a shot. $50, someone here is doing a shotgun or a beer bong.
One of us.
Somebody will do something.
$100 will do a boo.
Maybe we'll get Colin to do something.
These guys played lax at Cabrini.
Can you check who's still here? Yeah. I'm curious who's still here.
Did not play lax at Cabrini. Devontae Smith's burner. This one is for Tim Priot.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll spin the wheel for Devontae Smith's burner. And Devontae, if you want to add something to the wheel, again, let us know. Did I miss a comment from Tim? Did Tim ever? I don't think Tim ever said what he wanted to add.
Super chat coming in from Tim. We've been live so long, I'm getting delirious. My mental capacity is slim.
You could say he's not him anymore.
We've been live so long, it feels like we're in a Madden sim. And Chip, what is he like? Zins.
Yes, sir. Chew me, dog. Not a sponsor.
Shot clock.
Okay, so this is the first time we landed on this.
What are we doing for shot
So
clock?
my idea with this was I'm going to put up a 2-minute timer. In that 2 minutes, any super chat, I take a shot.
Okay.
So
I like that. Any super chat, I take a sip, too.
there we go. All right, so
That's
as
the
soon
rule.
as I start the timer, I'm starting it right now.
Okay.
2 minutes. Any super chat of any amount we get, you still get whatever the amount is. But for this 2 minutes, any super chat of any amount, I'm taking a shot and Chase is taking a sip.
Those are the rules.
Those are the rules. For 2 minutes. We're already 15 seconds in.
Max said Jared McCain got a shot in the Summer League. I'm actually really looking forward to it.
Devontae Smith's burner. If you want to add something to the wheel, just type it in the chat. If not, all good, brother.
Curious if Chase likes my profile picture. Wow. Brandon Ayuk in a Steelers jersey. I don't know if I like that. I like the catchiness. I like the creativity. That's a good job by you.
Is anyone still here?
Jackets in. They left like 15 minutes ago.
Devontae Smith's burner has no idea what to add.
Sorry, you don't have to add anything.
You don't have to add anything. It's all good. I like how, is that the Slim Reaper for Devontae Smith's
I think
burner?
it is.
That's
It was-
actually, that's good thinking by you.
Matty Smokes!
Matty Smokes. Smoking a pancake, bonging a blush. Shout out Austin Powers.
That's a shot during the shot clock. We have 40 seconds left on the shot clock.
Two!
Oh!
This is for the Slim Reaper's Boost Mobile. Hey, that's 2 sips from me.
And that's 2 shots for
2
me.
shots for Chipper. Big dip Chip.
Is that beer and Happy Dad combined?
I think it's... What do we have?
Just beer. Chip Burns, Dimitri.
Oh, God.
Shot for PG coming to Philly. PG, PG. Dimitri, talk about Dragon Ball Z. I have no idea what I would say about Dragon Ball Z, other than when I was growing up, people really liked Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon. I did not play Dragon Ball Z. I had Pokemon cards, but I never played Pokemon. Cheers.
Dimitri. So I took the shot for Champ. This is for Dimitri. Whew.
Should we stay live until the Sixers sign Paul George?
We also, let's see. We just got the 2 from Matty Smokes. We got to spin the wheel for Tim. The 2 from Champ. And Dimitri sent in a 5. So Dimitri and Tim, since you each sent in at least 5, if you want to add something to the wheel, let us know. And we'll spin the wheel right now for Tim.
Let's do it.
Bop!
Tim.
Tim. Again?
Soldier Boy
Should we
dance
spin
again.
again? Should we spin again? We've got...
Two.
We keep getting this. Tim.
You can spin it again for Timmy.
All right.
Timmy.
We've gotten that like 3 times in a row. The burgeoning editor. I haven't watched this stream in a while. Have the Warriors signed someone yet? No.
No, just released Chris
Bruh.
Paul.
All right, Reed's taking a shot of Fireball. Because I just had 4. We're almost out. Oh, Jack's here to do his beer bong. Nah,
we need Paul George to sign. Can
Yeah,
you make that happen? Can you facilitate that and execute that for us?
Phone number, right?
I want nothing more.
Yeah, can you sign Woj?
My worst nightmare is for a 2 a.m. Woj.
It's going to happen.
It will.
RP Bola, $5 super chat. Cheers to you, RP. And RP is a first time super chatter. Who should the Dubs get in a potential sign and trade for Klay with the Mavs? Josh Green?
The Mavs package right now is Josh Green and Maxey Kleber. That's the package right now.
Yeah,
Kleber.
I don't even, I guess that's it. Joe Casey. Chase, you got to crank that. I did. Joe! See you, dude.
RP, if you want to add something
Just
to the wheel.
text Woj and tell him, get a
Good.
deal done.
Or call Shams, too. You can call Shams.
We're $16 away from $400 in super chats.
RP, if you want to add something to the wheel, drop it in the comments. Godspeed says Maury should show this stream to Paul George as a bargaining chip.
I agree.
Paul George, sign already!
Yeah.
Sign already!
PG, 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 PG. Come on, Daryl.
Get it
Live
done.
for 6 hours, man. Get it done.
Get it done. All right, I'll show the updated numbers now for the Super Chat battle. Jen, there's nothing the Warriors can sign. The Warriors, assuming that they lose, they have 2 options. They can either sign and trade Klay Thompson and get assets back in that aspect,
Yep.
or they can let Klay walk and then use their mid-level exception.
Brad P is asking for a subscriber update. We can show him.
I gotcha. 1 second. I'm going to show the updated Super Chat battle.
The Warriors have not made any moves for those of you asking.
So here are the updated numbers for our Super Chat battle. Sixers now, 384. Warriors today, 210. Is someone going to make a splash on Warriors and get them back in the race? Are the Warriors tapped out? I mean, they have no money. So even if they cut Chris Paul, they're going to let Klay walk. They still are over the cap. So all they can do is use their $8 million. They don't even have the non-taxpayer. They have the $8 million mid-level exception.
Yeah.
So they really don't have much flexibility at this point. Their best bet might be to sign and trade Klay Thompson. I think they could trim to the Warriors, try to get Rui Hachimura, Jared Vanderbilt. Just try to get something back for them because they're probably better than whatever you can get with the mid-level exception.
Yeah. So I got the email from Omar. Darren Kolick emailed me and said, "This is Omar." No, you're not. And then Brandon Fitzgerald, who is Brandon Fitzgerald? He said, "Hey, Chase finally got it. Can't wait for the shirt." Is that Joe Casey? I don't think that's Joe Casey.
All right, we are 127 subs away from 17,000.
Let's go. No on Miles Bridges, Harrison.
I don't need someone who does what he did. I'm good.
Let's see. Not guilty, though.
Not guilty. Took a plea deal, right?
Let's see here. On our Eric Gordon, Paul George update video, 16 new subscribers there. On our Andre Drummond video, 11 new subscribers there. And then our morning video,
Who just unsubbed?
28 subs there. So we picked up a lot of subscribers, but a lot of them are coming during our live show.
Joe Casey asks, what's a super chat menu? Here it is. Omar! Another 5.
Omar! People trying to use my identity. Exactly. Beer cheers for Omar.
Omar, $5 means you can add something to the wheel. If you want, you can add something to the wheel. But Joe Casey, here's the super chat menu. Right here, baby. Super chat's going to shout out $5 beer cheers, and you get to add something to the wheel. $10 you spin the wheel, $20 I'll do a shot, although
We have more.
I'm real low. We should have more. $50, one of us will do a beer bong or a shotgun. $100, Reed will do a beer boot. That's 3 beers in 1 boot. So, that's yours. So $5 from Omar, that's a beer cheers. Cheers, brother.
So, Joe, you said you emailed me. Are you Brandon Fitzgerald? Let's see. Checking my spam folder. Nothing there.
Oh, he wants to add to the wheel.
1 shot or 10 jumping jacks. Well, we already
Okay.
have.
We
We
can do
already
1 shot or
have
10
shot
jumping
on the
jacks.
wheel.
We have
So
a shot on the wheel? We haven't even hit that yet.
we have shot a fireball on the wheel already.
We just hit that.
Did we? Oh yeah, because
You're
you
literally on
did it. You
I
did
did
it.
it.
All right, so we can add. What did he say?
10 jumping jacks.
10
All right,
jumping
we can add
jacks.
10 jumping
We'll add
jacks.
10 jumping jacks to the wheel.
I might just become a Lakers fan after this.
Yeah, Joe Casey, let me know what email you had sent.
Someone said to add it. I don't know. I guess we'll figure it out if we land on it. We'll make Chase walk in a straight line if we land on sobriety test. Brad says $10 for a double spin, and you have to do both at once. For the next minute. One minute on the clock. If you send in 10, you get 2 spins.
Calculator. He pulled up his calculator.
1 minute. If you send in a 10, you get 2 spins.
I'll drop 100 for 10 shots.
I'll do it.
Just for one person, or can we spread the 10 shots out?
We'll split them out.
Because something tells me that's cap.
No one's doing 10 themselves. That's not happening.
Something tells me that's
I
cap.
don't know if drive over.
If you send in 100, we'll split the 10 up. For sure. We have 30 seconds left. If you send in a 10, you get 2 spins on the wheel. 2 for the price of 1. So Chipper, $20.
He said one person.
We're not having one person do 10 shots.
I'll do 10 for 100. We can split 10 up.
We can
or
split
or I'll
10.
just do another shotgun. And then Reed and Chip can do 5 each.
Well, I'll do a beer boot for.
I don't mind that.
Shotgun, 5 shots each for 100.
The 1 minute timer is up. I'll give a little delay here.
Shotgun, and then Chip and Reed do 5 shots each.
Why are people making stuff up? Nico says that Shams just said that PG declined to re-sign with the Clippers and is expected to sign with the Sixers tonight. He didn't say nothing. We also already know that.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I've seen no tweets from NBA insiders since.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Well, Mark Stein, with the Klay Thompson update, the Mavericks obviously must beat out the Lakers to get Klay Thompson's commitment, in addition to working out a sign and trade with the Warriors as the Lakers continue to chase Thompson. Amid its Klay pursuit, Dallas decided it had to jump on an attractive 3-year, $27 million deal with Marshall, that's Najee Marshall, when it was available, and capitalize on some immediate certainty. And then Mark Stein continued by saying props to Tim Cato for illuminating earlier today that Jones' recent agent switch, which comes with a 15-day waiting period according to the NBA PA rules, could affect the Mavericks' attempts to retain the high-flying defensive specialist.
Joe Casey!
Joe Casey! 10th Super Chat!
The $10, I'll count it for the double because of the delay on the stream. So Joe Casey, we'll spin it twice. We're $6 away from 400 on 76ers, by the way. Little beer chug for Joe Casey.
Beer chug, Joe Casey. Okay, Joe, I got the email. Our shirts, are they 100% cotton?
Second spin for Joe.
I think they're a blend. I think it's a blend with polyester.
Jeez.
But I can double check on that. Shot clock.
All right, I'm going to put 2 minutes back on the clock. Every super chat we get during that 2-minute time is a shot for one of us. You might need to go get more Fireball.
No. We're also $6 away from 400 in supers on Sixers.
All right, so let's see. 2-minute timer is started. So for the next 2 minutes, any super chat, any amount is a shot for one of us. We spent it twice for you, for you, Joe Casey.
We are 150 subscribers away from 17,000.
That is tremendous.
Devontae Smith's burner, $1 super chat.
That's a shot.
Tim,
Oh, God.
$2 super chat.
All right, here's for Devontae Smith's burner. We're basically out.
Oh man, got mouthwash or backwash at that point.
Yeah. God, that's gross.
It's your own backwash. Tim, Devontae, Tim.
All right, I just
Here,
finished
I'll do some sips for you.
All right.
What is it? 1 sip for each
Yeah,
super
so
chat.
we have-
So 3 sips for me.
Yeah, 3 sips.
3 sips for Tim, Devontae, and Tim. Here we go.
Champ Burns.
That's 2. That's 3.
Re-upped. I'll do one more.
That's 4, and I think Champ is 5, right?
Joe Casey is
Joe
6.
Casey. All right, 2 more.
With this 35 seconds left.
T-Mac.
Oh. Oh.
A first time super chatter.
Oh,
Papa
man.
Deeks, give me PG-13 Jesse.
That's another one.
All right, I'm just gonna give you a chug at this point. RPG.
You take one. Come here.
Oh man. Cheers.
All right, that should. The timer's up. Timer's up.
Tim.
Oh, that.
This is like
count that.
OnlyFans for Sixers fans. Yes. Tim. Oh man.
Devontae Smith's burner.
Ugh. Brutal.
Oh man, I gotta pee so bad.
All right, I gotta run through all these.
Gonna hop on.
Nah, we'll hold the bladder.
All right, so we got the 2 from Tim, the 2 from Champ Burns, the 2 from Joe Casey, the 1 from D-Mac, the 2 from Tim who says you guys effed up. Maybe we did. The 2 from Papa Deeks. Give me PG-13. Thanks for staying up with us. Thank y'all for staying up with us.
Yeah, let's go. 11 o'clock on the East Coast.
2 from Jesse Montanez. You have my permission to puke. That will not be happening. 2 from RPG2. Another 2 from Tim. You read this one out.
This is like OnlyFans for Sixers fans.
2 from Devontae Smith's burner. Hold the
I'm
puke in. And we just got
dead.
another 2 from RPG. One more. I'll give you a cheers.
RPG2.
Wow.
B-Doc. Chase, this is James Harden. Let's go to the strip club. Say it in Joel Embiid voice. Chase, this is James Harden. You want to go to strip club? What's the, you want to go to Delilah's with James Harden? Champ Burns. One more. Let's do it.
That just created a big lead for 76ers now. Where the Warriors fans at, man? Where the Warriors fans at, huh? Y'all getting punked. Y'all getting punked. Sixers, I'm not sure updated numbers. Y'all getting punked. No cap.
Got charged $5 from Apple.
Uh-oh. Here are the updated numbers. Sixers now is at 420. Nice. Warriors today is at 215. Great stuff from both sides, though. Great stuff from both sides.
We're at 420 in Super Chats. Bring on the bong. Bong hits for 420. Get it? There's the dad joke that we added to the wheel earlier. Tim! Just to double the Warriors as there are attacks on these. Tim. Time in the Buckeye is here.
Timon, what up, man? All right, we got a wheel spin for Tim.
Tim and Timon. Another Soulja Boy dance? You! Joe Casey! Is Joe Casey drunk? I think Joe Casey might be drunk. Chipper, you know you have another bottle of Fireball.
Yeah, it's right here, brother. It's right here.
Did Joe Casey's dog type that super chat? Oh, Jesse. No one likes us. No one likes us. No one likes us. We don't care. We're from Philly, fucking Philly. No one likes us. We don't care. No one likes us. No one likes us. No one likes us. We don't care. We're the Sixers, the fucking Sixers. No one likes us. We don't care. Joe Casey and Tim taking one with you, Joe. Champ Burns again. Joe Casey sauced up. I love it. Eric Harrison. How about him putting on his general manager hat? Paul Reed, 2026 first. 2028 first, 2031 top 5 protected, Sixers first for Dorian Finney-Smith. And Cam Thomas, if they don't move Cam, take our first or second to add Dennis Schroeder and Paul George. So I'm good on Cam Thomas. Offense, no defense. How about Cam Johnson?
I like Cam Johnson. He was a little inconsistent this year.
Cam Johnson over Cam Thomas?
I think Cam Johnson fits better with the Sixers as that 6'8" wing. Now this year, 13.4 points per game, 44% from the field, 39% from three. Not a great defender, but shoot, he could be a starting four for you.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a starting four. What's he the backup for? He was a 4 for the Suns when they made the run to the finals and then got traded for KD. But I mean, look at some of these seasons he's had. 2021-22, 42.5% from three on 6 attempts. The following year, 40% from three on
career
6 attempts.
39% guy from three.
Yeah, he's a shooter, man.
Man.
Cam Johnson.
Yeah, I'd go Cam Johnson over Cam Thomas.
He's from Moon Township, Pennsylvania.
Where is that?
Went to Our Lady of the Sacred Heart High School in Coropolis, Pennsylvania.
Moon Township is near Pittsburgh.
Whatever.
So Pennsylvania guy. Who cares about the West Coast or the west side of the state?
We had a wheel spin here for Eric Harrison.
Eric Harrison. What do we got? 10 push-ups.
10 push-ups.
All right, 10 push-ups. 10 push-ups. Ready?
Let's do it.
1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Dude, I am sore from yesterday's workout. That is a struggle. All right, Reed, you want to come up here?
Sure.
Those were girl push-ups. Down and up, man. I was benching doing push-ups yesterday, and I am sore AF. All right, be right back.
Whew. I think they were fine.
Chase Jr.
They were legit. They were legit. I don't want to hear nothing. Y'all stop talking that ish.
What up?
I've
Everyone
seen a lot
else
of-
everyone else in the office is gone except for us.
Yeah, we're the only ones left here.
I'm a faithful Sixers fan that is hoping Paul George gets signed to the 76ers by the time before I fall asleep, which is soon.
Dude, there's a lot of Warriors fans. Not a lot, but there's a good chunk of Warriors fans in our stream right now that are talking about trading Steph Curry. Are y'all crazy? You cannot trade Steph Curry. You do not trade a Steph Curry.
He's too old to go anywhere else.
Why would you ever?
Yo,
trade
Brad
Steph.
P's trying to mess with Chase. When Chase is in the bathroom, yell, he signed.
I mean, he wouldn't be able to. When he comes back, oh, you know what? We should do it when he comes back.
Should we do it?
When he comes back.
Sixers
yeah.
and Warriors. Should we mess with Chase? Should we say, Paul George, you are a 76er?
Omar, I can tell you right now, Chase is not throwing up in the bathroom.
Yeah, no.
That's not happening. Wait, who wanted to add rock, paper, scissors?
Oh, well, yeah, let's add that.
Who said that the first time? I see that.
Chase Jr.
I see Champ Burns.
Thanks, Time Man.
I see Champ Burns said I second it. Who said it the first time? Oh, Dimitri? Oh, we'll add it. Why not? Best 2 out of 3 lose, rest, and drink. I like that idea. I'll add it right now.
Yeah, because Chase would be heated if he's not on the camera when Paul George signs.
Did I spell that right? How do you spell scissors?
Ooh, Joe Casey, I don't know if we have any Chat Sports stickers for your car. That would be a good idea, though.
SCISSORS. All right, rock, paper, scissors has been
Anybody
want to
play right now? Rock, paper, scissors? Let's see. Brad P. Rock, paper, scissors. Let's go.
All right, we're not doing loser shotguns. That's crazy. We'll
1,
do
2,
loser drinks.
3.
Who lost?
Who lost? Brad, did I win? Oh, I lost. Brad P. said P put paper.
Damn, you did lose.
All right, who else wants to play? Let's see. Who wants to play? First name that I see. Who wants to play rock, paper, scissors?
Phantom says Klay sign and trade with Looney and Gary Payton and draft
Fresh.
compensation for Vanderbilt, AR-15, Ruby, and D'Lo. That's too much. The Warriors wouldn't do that. First of all, I don't think
Fresh?
they don't want to trade Austin Reeves. JJ Redick has said he wants.
Oh, we tied. All right, Fresh. Go again. Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Phantom. JJ Redick has said he wants.
I
Austin
lost.
Reeves.
D-Mac
D-Mac
coming in with a $2 super chat. After hours, adult supervision required. This is like when we were talking about this is OnlyFans for Sixers fans.
But
Whoa.
Yeah, Phantom, you're not getting Reeves. I don't see why the Warriors would want D'Lo back.
All right, ball edits. Ready?
Why you keep throwing a rock?
What? What are you talking about?
I don't know. I've only watched it
just-
twice.
Ball? What'd you get, ball? Oh, I lost.
You keep losing.
Yeah.
Can we get a Paul George counter? What do you mean by that? Breaking news! Paul George!
Paul George signs with the Sixers! No.
We couldn't get him. We couldn't.
I totally forgot. We were going to do it before he came back.
We couldn't get him.
That smells fantastic.
I was playing rock, paper, scissors with people.
Wasn't gonna get me.
Apparently I lost.
Wasn't gonna get me. I had to get some food, man. I had to get some food. Apex, bro, you got my hopes up. See, it was bad execution because I walked in and then they said it. I was like, I know you guys aren't for real.
We can't hear when you're coming back. So the door opens.
Hey, he said, y'all dumb for real, for real. I'm here for the news. Hey, we're giving you the news. Nippleless Cage. I like that username. Would you rather have legs for fingers or fingers for legs? Ooh, good question. Let's pop this one up there, Reed. Would you rather have legs for fingers or fingers for legs? So that would mean that my fingers are as long as my legs, or my legs are as short as my fingers. I'd rather have the height, probably. I wouldn't want to be that short. That would mean that I just have stub legs with my fingers. But I would have some long-ass fingers. But I'd still have my normal legs. Legs for fingers from Tim. I don't really like soda. I am on the Olipop, which is like a health soda and a prebiotic. I really like that.
I love the Olipops, but if I were to go for like a regular, just straight up soda,
Dr. Pepper would be my choice.
I'm going root beer.
Root beer?
I grew up on root beer, so
Yeah. I would go Dr. Pepper if I had to choose a soda. But what I like about Olipop, healthy ingredients, it tastes pretty good. And they do have like the flavors.
Satire said, legs for fingers, you could walk with your hands, no need for legs. That's a good point. You just flip upside down. The head brush would be crazy.
I just wouldn't want to be so short.
Yes, Godspeed. I was waiting for someone to say it. Barks root beer.
Barks, yeah.
Either that or mug.
Definitely drank that growing up. Brazilian soda? Interesting. See, I just don't like the bad ingredients that are in normal soda.
Oh, there's so much sugar.
I feel like
crazy.
it's just like too much sugar and it's like poison. Oh! Mojo! $850 Super Chat! Mojo! 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 Mojo making his return. He is a 76ers now legend. And he comes back out of nowhere with the 50. How about it? Bang! Mojo!
We are not worthy.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy. But we appreciate you. Let's go. Godspeed. Where'd Chip sneak off to? He's probably puking. No, I'm just kidding. He went to use the bathroom.
He might be getting a bag of chips or something. Oh, here he comes.
Mojo 50. Let's go. Yeah. Mojo. Mojo. Whoa, were you FaceTiming in the bathroom, dude?
Special guest on the show.
Mojo, appreciate it. L-E-G. 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 L-E-G.
What do you want to say to the people?
You got
I want to
over
say
1,000
that
people
Paul
watching
George
you.
coming to the Sixers.
Paul George of the Sixers, baby.
So that's all?
That's all.
Paul George to Philly. We're waiting.
I think that's my cue to go home.
Did someone do something for Mojo?
Oh. You know what?
Is this? Wait. Oh, snap.
We got to do something.
You know what, Mojo? Ask Mojo if he wants me to do a beer bomb or a beer boot.
A boo.
Mojo, do you want Reed to do a beer boot?
Mojo, what do you want here? Name your terms, Mojo.
Tim, I didn't ask.
I mean, if the Sixers miss on Paul George, it's a disaster.
Oh, this would be it. We stay here and then
Tim,
it doesn't
get
sign.
out of here, Tim. The flower child. Killing me.
It's Foyer.
Foyer. Mojo, what do you want, brother?
Pick your poison, Mojo.
Yes, sir. Raymond, are you a Cowboys fan?
I hope Raymond's not a Cowboys fan.
Whoa!
Whoa, B-Doc. Whoa.
Yo, this man's lying. Don't listen to him. He's capping. B-Doc, he's lying.
Whoa, B-Doc.
It's not true. Is Mojo here?
Did he send 50 and dip?
Tim! Mojo says yes, boot
All
it.
right.
All right. Have fun.
All right, Mojo. All right, Tim. Yeah, no Diddy.
Godspeed said Chip, no Diddy.
No Diddy.
Holy shit, that's
Spin the
funny.
wheel for Tim.
Army Star for Raymond. Thank you for your service, brother. Really appreciate it.
Okay. So the people wanted to add this to the wheel.
Okay.
They said that me and you will play rock, paper, scissors. Best 2 out of 3. Whoever loses has to take a drink.
Okay. Should we just we'll do it into the camera, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
So do you go rock, paper, scissors, shoot?
Yes.
Whoever doesn't do that is a cop. All right,
Yeah.
here we go.
If you say says, I can't trust you.
Yeah. Ready?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Boom. 1-0. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah! I like that. I like that. Another 50, I'll shotgun.
Brad says, since you guys are drunk, add to wheel, send text message
Oh,
to an
man.
ex-girlfriend. That's not happening.
Oh, man. That wouldn't be good.
Tim says Chip got scissored.
I scissored Chip.
Oh, jeez. Paul George, where you at, brother?
What's the offer for Paul George? 4 years, 212. He's going to get the max.
Yeah.
So you got a Happy Dad boot?
Little-
Happy Dad boot for Reed. How much, what's the alcohol percentage in those?
5.
5 ABV. So 3 Happy Dads, 1 boot.
It's not water, I promise.
You
It's
can see the
Happy Dad.
carbonation. All right, ready?
A little happy.
3. This is for Mojo. 2, 1. 3 beers.
1.
1 boot. In this case, 3 Happy Dads, 1 boot.
I'm timing him. I'm adding 5 seconds because I started late. Joe Casey, I'd only do 50 for a beer bong. I'll do a beer bong.
I'll do a beer bong.
Yeah, why not?
I'll do a beer bong.
Here we go.
He turned it. He avoided the bubble.
Everyone type chug like Time Man. Time Man's in both chats right now. This is crazy.
Chug. Timon is a legend. He's got the private browser going.
He knows. He knows how to get
He
it done.
knows. Real ones know.
Chug, 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 chug. Oh! That was a sub 50-second boot.
He's
Yikes.
coughing.
Wrong pipe.
He's coughing. Klay deciding tomorrow from John Hendricks. Woj did say today that he's not going to make a decision tonight. Go Birds. How long is this damn meeting? Jesus. We don't even know if they've met yet. We just know that the meeting is happening at some point tonight.
Yeah, I don't even think the meeting started.
Pirate water, 10%. Good night. I know Victory Brewing in Downingtown has the Golden Monkeys. Whether you get the regular or the sour, they're good. Have more than one, it gets a little risky.
Sixers fans. So we reported earlier that Nick Batum wasn't going to come back to Philly, but both Kyle Neubeck and Derek Bodner said that they have not heard anything from their sources about Batum being gone.
Okay.
So I'm not sure who had that original report,
Okay.
but Batum might not be 100% gone.
Okay.
Oh, I just saw that. The Evan Siddery tweet, I think he was just tweeting out what we already knew from Woj, which is that he said Paul George will meet with the Sixers soon in LA, which will likely conclude in an agreement. We already knew that.
Okay.
He said per Woj. He was just reporting
Okay. What Woj said.
what Woj had said, which we already knew, that they're going to meet and agree on a deal.
Love how LeBron called Klay right at the 6 p.m. start to free agency.
Victor Wembanyama went from plus 3,000 to win MVP to plus 2,000 after they signed
Just for
Chris Paul.
CP3. Wow. Chipper gets a case of Natty Daddy. Angela, we all walk to work, so we're all good.
Yes, we all walk to work.
Matt L from Trogs, Joe. Yeah, that's a good beer. Very strong. It's up there with the Victory Golden Monkey. Philly Inquirer from Brad P. Tobias Harris receiving free agency interest from the Pistons, Jazz, Spurs, and Mavericks. I doubt he goes to the Mavs now after they sign Najee Marshall and they're trying to execute a sign and trade with Klay. So I would say Toby, Pistons. I could see the Jazz. I could see the Spurs.
Yeah, Matt, doesn't seem likely anymore.
Toby is a classic Spur. Lauri Markkanen, in addition to Paul George, that dream is probably cooked. Go Birds.
It's just not
financially possible.
Yeah, too expensive. Dude, 76ers now is up to $520.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going home.
All right, brother. Appreciate you hanging out with us.
If you guys need any help, let me know. Scooter away.
Scooter away.
We will see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here tonight.
See you, dog.
See ya.
Woj bomb at midnight from Josh. So we're 28 minutes away from midnight Eastern.
Have they even met yet?
Yeah, we don't even know if they've met yet. I like the poll question here on Warriors. Where will Klay Thompson sign? In NBA free agency, 42% Lakers. And then on Sixers, do you want the Sixers to sign Paul George? 73% yes. 3,400 votes. Did Brandon Ayuk get traded? No, he did not. Richard Lee, one of our legendary Chat Sports viewers. Sixers remaining free agency predictions. Look, we had Andre Drummond as one of our favorite targets. We talked a lot about Paul George. We talked about drafting Jared McCain. So we have an opportunity there to go 3 for 3 on that. I would not hate Klay Thompson on the mid-level exception to be the 2. Then you trot out a lineup of Tyrese Maxey, Klay Thompson, Paul George. Not sure what the 4 spot's going to look like. Joel Embiid at the 5. It's a good squad. Now, Aaron Brown said double Woj bomb with Klay and PG. He did say that Klay Thompson will not make a decision tonight. I don't love DeMar DeRozan because he is such a ball-centric player, and Maxey and Embiid are already pretty ball-centric. I just don't know how DeRozan would play off-ball. Then you'd be asking Maxey to play a lot off-ball, and he's coming off a year in which he really increased his confidence. He played awesome as the primary ball handler. Do you want to take him out of that role and take the ball out of his hands? I don't. That's why I like Paul George. He's not a point guard. He's a wing, and he's comfortable playing off ball. So Tyrese Maxey can stay in his role. Joel Embiid can stay in his role. And then you have Paul George, who would be a really good wing. Go Birds. Are we actually in the running for Klay? Yeah. I mean, according to reports, he's going to meet with the Sixers. He's meeting with the 2 LA teams and the Dallas Mavericks as well.
LeBron just tweeted out 30 seconds ago, with the 55th in the 2024 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Bronny James. Just had a moment.
Is he wine drunk?
He might be wine drunk. Shout out to Mike E. Minor. If you're in here, just follow me on Twitter. Michael Minor, like
Shout out Mike.
Oh.
Shout out Mikey. Do you think Oubre comes back? I don't think that he will come back if the Sixers sign Paul George, but Chip, I guess he could on the mid-level exception.
Yeah, that'd be their only route.
But then who's the 2 guard and who's the 4?
Yeah. Like you could theoretically have like either Paul George or Kelly Oubre run the 2. Paul George has played the 2 before. But you would, again, still need to figure out that 4.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think you want to start Jared McCain.
No, too early.
So
Caleb
again,
Martin,
I don't
somewhat
mind that.
of an affordable player. It's hard to answer these like not knowing if Paul George is going to sign or not. That's the thing.
Yeah, the almighty Nate. Sixers did sign Drummond.
2 years, 10. Second year as a player option. That video and that breakdown is already up on the channel from a few hours ago. That was the first external signing of NBA free agency. Other than that, everything else was internal up to that point, meaning players returning to their respective teams. Seth Curry, vet min. What if he's the 2?
I don't know. I don't love that.
Sucks at defense.
He is a traffic cone, man. I'd rather just sign Anthony Melton back.
Yeah, he hasn't done anything the last couple of years. He played 8 games. Oh, that's right. He was with the Mavericks. He got less than 13 minutes per night with Dallas to start the year, and then he was sent to Charlotte. He played 8 games with 1 start.
Dude, I'd rather start Eric Gordon than start Seth Curry, I'm going to be honest.
61 games 2 years ago for Seth Curry. 40.5% from 3, 9 points per game. 2021, 2022, he was awesome for the Sixers. You felt as though he just didn't miss. 15 points per, 40% from 3, and almost 49% on his 2s. But yeah, he can't defend a lick. Buddy Hield, look, when Daryl Morey says he didn't fit as well as we thought, just don't see it happening. Joe Casey! Would you rather be short with hair or tall and bald / shave your hair? How short are we talking?
Yeah.
That's a huge part of that question. How short are we talking?
Wheel spin.
Wheel spin for Joe. I'll keep an eye on the comment section. Because if it's 4 feet tall or even 5 feet tall, I'd rather be tall and bald.
Oh, great.
Shot clock.
All right, 2 minutes on the clock. Every super chat is a
sip.
shot and a sip.
Shot or a sip.
Shot or a sip.
Eric Harrison, Buddy Hield fits with Maxey, PG, and Embiid. All 3 can isolate and kick out. Maybe the Paul George signing would change that, but I mean, when Daryl Morey says he didn't fit as well as we thought, that's the man who's putting together this roster. I hope y'all get paid from these ads. I don't know what ads. We don't take any breaks here. YouTube sometimes will trigger some ads, but that's not on us. If we sign George, we need to get a good, decent defender to come off the bench in the playoffs to contribute. Yeah. Can we bring back Marcus Morris? For sure. He could be your backup 4 or a backup 4. Joe Casey, 5'5". Would I rather be 5'5" with hair or tall and bald?
Give me tall and bald. Give me if I'm 6'3", I'll be bald, whatever.
Tall and bald, I think.
Yeah.
5'5", that's damn short.
That is.
I mean, what am I? Unless I could be like Jose Altuve.
Yeah. Are you saying I'm 5'5" and in the MLB?
Jose Altuve. I mean, the strike zone gets smaller. He could play second base. He's right around that height too.
He might not even be 5'5".
Jose, he's 5'6".
Okay.
He's 5'6". John Wick, I'm 5'6". Hey, that's great. Oh man, here we go. Joe Casey shot. Tim, 1 shot for Tobias being gone. So I'll take a couple sips here.
I'll take a shot. Ugh.
Eric, shot sign campaign should have played more. I agree. Should have played more in that Knicks series. Once he did, I really liked what he brought to the table. He even said, I'd love to return. I might take him over Kyle Lowry as the backup point.
Yeah, I mean, I think campaign at this point is probably a little more dynamic.
Yeah.
Kyle
Shiftier,
Lowry
faster.
More reliable.
Yeah.
But yeah, campaign is shifty, man.
Oh my gosh. Jordan Young, anybody remember the George Hill experiment? Remember when he missed that big free throw against the Hawks? I remember.
George Hill.
And it was classic broadcaster jinx. I think he towed the line, and they're like, this guy never misses free throws. Missed. Big spot. Tim, didn't Campaign get arrested? Yes, he did. It's okay, though. Nothing too serious.
Yeah, no, it's fine. He'll be good. If Miles Bridges is still playing, Campaign can still play. Lore. You follow me on Twitter?
Lore.
Thank you, man. What's your Twitter?
Chua Lore. What a
Make sure I
guy.
follow you back. Maybe I do already.
Payne over Lowry by a mile. Eric Harrison said he loved it here and he would be cheap. He'd be cheap. Like Chip said, probably more dynamic, shiftier, more range, better three-point shot. Doesn't give you probably the defense, even though Lowry's getting a little bit older, or the extension of having a coach on the floor that Lowry gives you, which is always obviously intriguing. They let Porter back in the league, no problem for Campaign. Yeah, I mean, his legal situation was like nothing. I think he didn't reveal his identity or something.
Yeah.
Not giving his real name to police.
Go Birds!
Go Birds! $2 super chat. Oubre never got hit by a car. Bring Joe and Fultz home. Isaiah Joe, Markelle Fultz. Markelle Fultz a free agent. Backup point. I can't do it. I just emotionally can't do it.
No.
Yeah, there's chatter that Kelly Oubre never got hit by a car. I love Tyron Phillips' comment. I know exactly what he meant to say. I heard that Bathroom isn't returning to the Sixers. He meant to say Batum. Oh, he deleted it. You should have let it. Should have let it be. Tyrone, I got what you were saying. So one reporter said that he wasn't coming back, and then who was it? Kyle Neubeck and who else?
Derek Bodner.
Derek Bodner said they haven't heard anything on that. TJ Warren, stretch 4, Eric. I think he's done. He's cooked. He had a great bubble, man. He was unbelievable in the bubble. He was cooking the Sixers, but he's barely played and has been injured the last few years. Man. Paul George, when will the waiting be? Or when will the meeting be?
This is unreal.
NBA insiders aren't even saying jack right now.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything in a long time.
Last update we got was from Mark Stein 52 minutes ago. Only Ive saying sad free agency for the Warriors. Yeah, sad offseason for the Warriors.
There's a video going around on Twitter of Eric Gordon hitting a buzzer beater 3 against the Sixers back in 2017.
Oh, wow. What's Chipper's Twitter I want to follow?
It is at Jake Chipper.
There it is. Maxey, Gary Trent, Klay, PG, and Embiid. I don't know. You can't go PG at the 4.
I don't love that.
Now, Gary Trent is your 2. You could work with that.
Absolutely.
Gary Trent at the 2, Maxey at the 1, Paul George your wing. You got to figure out 4 and Embiid at the 5. I do, Tyrone Phillips, think that the Sixers could trade and should trade for Dorian Finney-Smith. I'll tell you what. Dodo as the 4. Give me that. I need that.
Give me that.
Ryan McCorvey chases the GOAT. You're the GOAT, homie. Go Birds! $2. Would getting Klay via a sign and trade save us money? There's a way to save money by doing that. I know for Golden State, it would definitely be a way to save some money for them. Because earlier tonight, at this point, they released Chris Paul. Jonathan Weaver-Smith, the last 3 summers we've been waiting for the Warriors to make a move. We were left disappointed. This year will be worse. Could be. That's the reality of it. That is the reality of it. Brad McGrady, we have trade exception money. Do the Sixers have trade exception money?
I think they do.
Let me see if Bobby Marks tweeted something about that.
They should from the, let's see. Yeah, they do, actually. They have some. They have a $6.8 million trade exception from the James Harden trade.
Okay.
They have some other small ones. They have a $5 million exception from the Korkmaz trade. $4 million from the Daniel House trade.
Devontae Smith's burner. I want Lauri so bad. No Diddy.
No Diddy.
Jason Bennett. Chase, when is the deal going down? Man, here's the thing. It is about to be midnight Eastern. But Paul George and the Sixers are having dinner late night or meeting late night, and they're in California. So the issue with that is that late night Cali could be 9, 10.
It's a big issue.
Big issue. It's about to be 9 o'clock there. Jason Bennett's in Vegas, so he can wait. We're in Dallas. We're Central Time, so it's about to be 11. Maybe we give it till midnight our time. Another hour 10, and then we see. Jordan Young said only reasonable 4s would be Finney-Smith, Batum, Caleb Martin, or someone of that 3 and D type. Also re-signed KJ Martin. Well, he got sent away in, what deal was that? Or did he get traded away?
I don't think so, but he is a free
Dude, he's
agent.
only 23. That's crazy.
He is a free agent, though.
Yeah, he's a free agent, so you can't trade him away. That's wild. He's only 23. I feel like he's been in the league for a while, but only since 2020, I guess. T said PG just wanted to wait till the clubs were open so he could sign and go party. You passed the vibe check with no Diddy.
No Diddy.
My favorite was DJ Burns when it's the Final Four and he pulled out the no Diddy.
That's crazy.
Talking about like Zach Edey, I think. He's like, he's big, no Diddy. Something along those lines. I don't know exactly what he said. But. What are the chances PG takes, for example, only $200 million? Maybe we give him a player option. Does that open up any doors for us? Opens up a little bit more money. I mean, could Philadelphia somehow finagle giving PG still a 4-year contract? Maybe that 4th year, yeah, like you said, that's the player option. And they could go a little bit less on the cash, but well more than the Clippers. And for PG, it's like, yeah, I'd like to help recruit some players to the Sixers. I think I'd be able to do that. Let's do it. I'll sign for a little bit less. We can add some good pieces. Wags, we just offered PG 4 years, 212. That's what the Sixers can offer. Clippers are a potential landing spot for Derek Jones.
I wouldn't mind Derek Jones in the Sixers, but I'd rather have Kelly Oubre though. So
Yeah, I would probably rather Kelly Oubre over Derek Jones.
Oubre just gives you more offensively.
I was impressed with how Derek Jones shot that 3 coming off the feeds from Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. I mean, his percentage was 34%. That's about the same as Oubre. But you felt as though it was a little bit better than that. He's a career 31.5% guy. Early in his career, he could not hit the 3 at all. Rookie year, 27%. Year 2, 16%. 30% with Miami. A couple years after that, 28% with Miami. 31.5% with Portland. But the last 3 years, 32.8, 33.8, 34.3. Another guy who's been in the league for a long time. I didn't know he went to... That's right, he did go to Archbishop Carroll in Radnor. And he was... Was he drafted? He can fly. I swear he was drafted, right?
Guys, I don't think Paul George signs for any less than the max. I know people want to say, can we get him for a discount? I just don't think...
He did go undrafted. Wow.
I don't think the Sixers are in any position to sign Paul George for anything less than the full max.
Yeah.
That's probably what they've been promising this whole time. He'd probably be very, very, very upset if they come to this meeting, whenever it is, and they offer him less than the max. He would just go back to LA, probably, honestly. Dun, 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 dun. So Butler to Philly is just out of the window. The Heat don't want to trade Jimmy, man. The Heat don't want to trade him. Also, the reports are that Jimmy Butler is not going to sign an extension no matter what team he's playing for next season. So if you're the Sixers, why would you trade for Jimmy knowing he's going to enter unrestricted free agency next year and you can just lose him? You also can't get both Jimmy and Paul George, and they're all in on Paul George. You don't have to give up anything to get Paul George. No assets, just cap space. And then you still have assets to make a trade. But if it means signing a player that he wants like Klay, would he do 200 even? We kind of talked about this earlier with the LeBron situation, how LeBron is reportedly going to take a small discount to help the team out. It's just not something a lot of players do in the NBA. It just isn't. And, you know, I know from our perspective, a lot of fans and followers of the game will say, well, why doesn't this player just take slightly less, help the team out? Look, these players, like, this is their job, man, and they work very, very hard for this, and it's so easy to get injured or have things happen. It's like they want as much money as they can get. And I understand the perspective of, oh, but I want to win a championship, so let me take a little bit less to get a better team. But
Yeah.
these guys want the bag, man. They want that money, and they deserve it.
You are worth what somebody is willing to pay you. Go Bird said Maxey, Random, PG, Bridges, and Embiid. But Miles Bridges is going to cost you $20+ million per year. That's at least what I think he could demand on the market.
There it is from Shams. Derek Jones is signing a 3-year, $30 million deal with the Clippers. Coop!
So Najee Marshall got 3
3 for 28.
20,
27.
27.
Yeah, 3 for 27.
So they save a little bit.
Yeah. 3 years, $30 million for the Clippers. That's the Paul George replacement.
Yeah, they save $1 million per year.
Derek Jones
Mavs.
Jr. is the Paul George replacement in LA.
I mean, and I get it, like with Miles Bridges too, going back to him. People are going to look at the last 2 years that he's played. He didn't play in 2022-23 because of the suspension or whatever the hell happened. And they're going to look at, 20 and 21 points per game. 7 rebounds. 3+ assists. 49 and 46% from the floor. But he's also 33 and 34.9% from 3. Again, I just think he's a classic good stats, bad team player.
Is this the first deal we've had since the Najee Marshall deal?
I think it is, yeah. First deal since the Najee Marshall deal.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. Derek Jones Jr. to the Clippers.
3 years, 30. Played well for the Mavs. Can hit the corner 3. High flyer. Really good lob threat. But I think the Mavs wanted to get maybe on par or a better three-point shooter and a better defender. And Najee Marshall is a much better defender. And I think that he could come alive on a team like Dallas just because Luka and Kyrie will help make him better.
Yeah, that could be really good for them, man.
Time in the Buckeye. It's midnight. It's officially midnight.
It's midnight Eastern, and we have nothing on Paul George. I'm just waiting for that tweet, man.
Ioxtal. Clippers are dumb. They could have traded Paul George for Kuminga, GP2, CP3, and picks, but they got Derek Jones Jr. And adding on top of your comment, man, James Harden, 2 years, 70. I don't get it because they're relying on Kawhi Leonard and James Harden. Kawhi Leonard is never healthy. James Harden, the biggest of games, never shows up. Paul George has shown up in big games. He's been more available than Kawhi Leonard, and they let Paul George go because they didn't want to pay him. I don't really get it. Joe Casey said no super chats. Hey, if anybody wants to send in a super chat, we're down to hang.
We are down to hang. We're going to stay, what, till midnight?
John Hendricks, go to sleep, bro. The wife is waiting. The kids are hungry. Chip and I are not married.
We got no...
Go Birds. The crumble cookies are almost gone. News soon. I would love some crumble right now.
Don't even.
It's closed. You know it's open? Insomnia. A soft, warm, Insomnia chocolate chip cookie. No Diddy.
Oh.
I just Googled Insomnia warm.
Yeah, it's 11.
It's getting late, man.
Cheers. We just hit 7 hours.
7 hours live?
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. Yeah, Insomnia closing at 1 a.m.
Petting my cat. Is this live? Yes.
It is live. We are live.
Yes.
It's past midnight on the East Coast.
Unless we're not live and we just predicted you would comment that right now. I don't know. What's the longest y'all been live?
Man, in my life, 8 to 9 hours. AH Dementor is just speaking for all of us. We are so tired, and we don't even know if Paul George and Daryl Morey have met yet. Yep. Green Blaze! Jesse Doe!
Oh!
Couple of super chats coming in. Green Blaze, the Fly Eagle. What power forwards are left in free agency? And then Jesse W., PG fan here for the first time. PG played over 70 games last year.
Yep.
Contract year. He was really good, though. More than 40% from three. His down the stretch clutch time minutes were really good. Let me check on the free agents here.
I mean, you could maybe run Caleb Martin at the 4. Nick Batum is still out there.
Let me look at power forward.
There were rumors that the Sixers were, or that Nick Batum was not returning to the Sixers. Apparently, according to local reporters, that is not the case.
All right. 4. Not a lot of options here. LeBron, Tobias Harris,
Ugh.
Robert Covington, Kyle Anderson,
Yeah.
Jalen Smith.
Not a
He's
starter.
a small center. Torian Prince,
It's not a starter, man.
Markieff Morris, Precious Achua. He's not 25 yet. How about this? A reunion and a floor stretcher. This actually might be my favorite target. Dario Saric.
Oh, man.
I would love Dario Saric, man.
God, Dario was so good back in the day, dude.
Thad Young, he's too old to start.
Thad Young, what year are we in?
Usman Garuba.
All right, that brother was playing overseas.
That's about it, man.
Go Bird said just sign Johnny Wilson. F it. He can play ball.
Yeah, 6'7".
Tanner wants the Warriors to get Giannis. Keep dreaming, brother. Keep dreaming. It's only 9 o'clock for the people on the West Coast. They have to be meeting now. There's just no way, bro. Like, how? It's 9 o'clock on the West Coast, and you're telling me you haven't been meeting yet? There's just no chance. It's just like, what other team would Paul George sign with? Like, we know it's happening.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, if Paul George didn't sign with the Sixers, it would be a disaster. But the Clippers now signing Derrick Jones, I guess, takes away the possibility that maybe Paul George could spurn Philly and go back to the Clippers.
Speaking of Diddy, Diddy was dropped by a powerful New York City law firm after Lady Gaga gave him an ultimatum and said that if they didn't drop Diddy, she would leave. So they dropped Diddy. The law firm Grubman, Shire, Marsalis, and Sachs, which reps most heavy hitters in the music industry, kicked Diddy to the curb because Lady Gaga threatened to leave, and she was too big to lose. Shout out Lady Gaga. Make sure you say no zesty when you mention Jared McCain. What did the Warriors get? Nothing. Not a thing.
Jesse Dub. Jesse Dub.
Cheers.
PG and Oubre are not pals at all as he's still in Philly. M&M chocolate from Insomnia is the best. Can't go wrong with that cookie choice. And are PJ and Oubre not cool?
I think there's some like
Beef?
with has to do
If
with
you're the Sixers. Kelly, thank you for the 2023-2024 season. We're signing Paul George now.
I think there's some beef with girls that's involved.
Oh. Some girl drama.
I cannot confirm.
Girl drama would make sense.
Maybe I might be tripping.
Kelly Oubre, Paul George drama.
Okay, no, that was James Harden.
Okay. They were involved, I guess, in March in that controversial play that ended with the Clippers winning 108-107 in that one game.
I remember that.
So,
yeah, I was wrong. It's Kelly Oubre and James Harden. Kelly Oubre married James Harden's ex.
really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I knew there was something. I thought it was Paul George, but yeah, it's Harden.
Live for 48 hours is crazy. We're not at 48 hours. We are at 7 hours, 8 minutes.
Tanner, the Warriors cannot land Jimmy Butler. There's just no way.
No wife and kid at home, so we're still live. Kira's home, patiently waiting, but no wife and kids. But
is she
Kira's
here?
there. Yep.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Yep. It's one of those long nights.
Paul George, you couldn't just sign? Paul, if you're watching this right now, bro, just sign, man.
Just sign. PG, 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 PG. Can we get D Rose on a vet min? He retired, brother.
D Rose.
He retired.
Talk about old players. Y'all think Paul George is washed up? What about Derrick Rose?
I wish I had a chair right here. That would be awesome. Apex saying I will buy PG signature shoe if he signs before 1 a.m. Eastern. DeRozan on the Warriors from Sam. At this point, they just need more firepower. That team is not good enough.
Man, put me on the Warriors, dog. Put me next to Steph, dog. We'll be averaging at least 30 combined. The Dubs get CJ McCollum. You do not want a Steph Curry, a CJ McCollum backcourt.
Not a good defensive backcourt right there. Can we switch Soulja Boy for Teach Me How to Dougie on the wheel? Yeah, we could do that.
Sure.
We could do that.
Huncho Josh, I'm surprised no one has signed D's yet. Who's D's?
Good one. You just got. But on.
Who's D's? Wait, replace Soulja Boy with the Dougie?
Dougie? I don't even know how to do that.
Teach me how to Dougie. All right, someone's got to send a 10, though, to spin the wheel. We haven't spun the wheel in a minute. We need Spencer James on the Warriors. That brother can't even play football. What makes you think he can play basketball? Tanner, could the Warriors get Levine? Well, you could have if you accepted the trade earlier because the Bulls offered Levine for Wiggins and Chris Paul, and you said no. So, Godspeed, I would sign Isaac Okoro. He's a restricted free agent, and also, in my opinion, just not that good. Why y'all keep asking about CJ McCollum on the Dubs? First of all, you have to trade for him. He's making a ton of money. Why would you want him? You guys beat up on him and Dame for years, and now you want him on your squad?
Jordan Young. I just saw Isaiah Thomas dancing on TikTok. It's time for bed.
Y'all remember John Wall. Yeah. I'm surprised no one signed Dwight. I'm not.
Dwight Howard?
Yeah.
Dwight Howard would say, Diddy.
Full Diddy.
Is Caleb Martin an option for the Sixers? I would say yes if Paul George somehow fleeces them.
Go get OJ Mayo, Michael Beasley, and Tyreek Evans.
Wow. Those are some OG names. Dude, when I was growing up, they were supposed to be next up.
OJ Mayo was disgusting. Didn't he get suspended for weed?
Yes.
Unbelievable. He basically got exiled from the NBA for smoking weed.
Now they don't even test for it.
Michael Beasley. Some will say the most talented player ever.
Go Birds, chill. 10th super chat from Go Birds. Thanks for the tip.
Thanks for the $2, Go Birds. What happened to William, the guy on the net? What are you talking about?
Chase moved first. Oh my gosh. Oz is slow. Is the stream going until Paul George gets signed? And Joe Casey, $10 for 2 spins. Yeah, we'll give you 2 spins for 10. Yeah, I mean, we're at least going to give it until 1 a.m. Eastern. And then at that point, that's 45 minutes from now.
Where is Lance Stevenson? Hopefully with his kid, if he has one. He should, because he's not playing ball no more. A lot of Warriors fans want Lauri.
Jason Bennett fill out the roster. What if they sign Paul George? You still need a 2 and you need a 4. DeAnthony Melton or Gary Trent or Klay Thompson on the mid-level exception at the 2. At the 4, you really run into a problem. Like, is Taurean Prince your fucking glue guy?
Give me Nick Batum back. I know that.
Nick Batum back. I mean, that would be cool. I mean, but also, is he willing to come back and be a starter? Can he hold up?
I don't know.
Because I was looking at that list of power forwards. It is not deep.
Joe Casey, I changed it to Dougie. It's no longer Soldier Boy. It's Dougie. It's Dougie now. Chase is stoned. Maybe we've just been live for 7 hours.
I am not. We just been live for 7 hours, man.
And we also were live Wednesday and Thursday for the draft.
Yeah, it's been a long week. Live Wednesday, Thursday for the draft. Live here today for 7+ hours. Why not Paul George at the 4, Oubre at the 3?
I don't love PG at the 4.
I don't like him at the 4. I think you're not maximizing him. That's why I'd rather put him at the 3.
I'd rather have PG at the 2 than the 4. Ali G!
Ali G! What's happening? Nothing.
You tell me.
Would it be possible to get Lauri Markkanen for the Warriors? Yeah, but you might have to trade Jonathan Kuminga.
Absolutely, yeah. De'Aaron Fox is not getting traded, Bando. Joe Biden at the 4?
Joe or Jill?
He said, Go Bird said Joe.
Joe. Joe Casey!
Oh!
That's 2 wheel spins. I don't even know how to do teach me how to Dougie.
You know, teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. What? Teach me how to Dougie.
Is that it?
It's something like that. I don't know. Used to do it in middle school.
This is going to be bad.
Teach me how to
Why'd you teach me how to Doug?
Dougie. What? Teach me. Oh, no, it's like this. Teach me how to Dougie. What? I don't know. It's something like that. Oh, my God. We landed on it.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy. How's my Dougie? Hold on. No Diddy. How's my Dougie? Let's see.
Let's see.
Allie, how's my Dougie? Hold on. Ain't no cringe, dog. Ain't no cringe. LG.
I don't even know.
No, it's like this. It's teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie.
I look very white doing
No,
this.
or it's like I don't know, bro. I can't remember. I haven't. Allie, shut up. Hold on.
That's all I got. And then we got on Warriors today, LG.
I might be thinking of something else. No, this isn't it.
Can Klay Thompson hit a 3-pointer after drinking a handle of vodka and driving his car? Very random question, but I would say that Klay Thompson can hit a 3-pointer after that, yes.
We have one more spin.
One more spin
For Joe Casey.
for Joe Casey.
after I have to
JC. Joe Casey.
Oh, God.
10 jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go.
Bro, I haven't hit the Dougie in years.
I was trying to watch the music video, Joe Casey, but it wasn't really showing me.
Oh, it's teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to
Oh,
Dougie.
get it.
Teach me how to what? Everybody Dougie. Everybody Dougie. Everybody Dougie. You ain't messing with my Dougie.
I look way too white for that, man. Chip just waving his hands.
Bro, Ask me to Dougie after an hour of the stream, not 7.
Those were sitting jacks. Bro, I have been standing for 7 hours.
I think he was talking to me. Who do we miss?
Go Birds.
So we had the 5 from LG.
LG.
Right, with this question, yeah.
Answered that one. Answered that one.
I bet he could. We got a 1 from... how do you even type that?
AE.
It's connected.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hey!
Aye.
Oi! Where's Trace? Should I tell Trace to pull up? Go Birds. Daryl must have took a scepter
To the meeting. Hey, can you imagine how long a scepter ride would take from East Coast to West Coast and how many logistical problems there would be? Wouldn't be good. I Baden! Spit my coffee out twice now because of you guys. When you hit the wall after the Najee news, I damn near pissed myself. Go till 2 a.m., boys. Drink up. Side Toby? No!
I'm about
Yeah.
to ban you. I'm not going to lie. I'm about to kick you.
I
from the
was
stream.
like, Najee, our son. You signed with Dallas.
I might kick you from the stream, Baden. That's crazy. You can't say that. Jeb with the 10.
Jeb. Mavs must sign PJ Washington. Is he he's not a free agent?
No,
is he?
he's not a free agent. I
Yeah,
don't really know
he's
what
already
you're
under
trying to say.
contract after that trade.
2 wheel spins for Jeb. He's under contract. I don't really know what you're trying to say here. You know what's crazy? A crazy stat I saw earlier. I want to look at this because we know how good PJ Washington was in the postseason before the finals for the Mavs. I didn't realize how bad some of his numbers were during the regular season. Now, a lot of this might have come with the Hornets, but NBA University, a great follow on Twitter. If you're an NBA fan and you're not following NBA University on Twitter, you're doing it wrong. But I saw a stat earlier from NBAU. Lowest corner three-point percentage. Out of all qualifying players this year, so players who took at least, looks like 90, players who took at least 80 corner three-pointers, PJ Washington was the worst corner three-point shooter in the NBA.
Wow.
The worst. PJ Washington took 116 corner threes this season. Again, played half the season for the Hornets. So I don't know what his numbers were for the Mavs specifically. But on the full regular season, PJ Washington shot 24% on corner threes.
Ice cold. All right, Joe, I have the teach me how to Dougie dance. So first they're telling you to lean side to side like this. All right. So I'm leaning side to side. And then
But see, when I used to do it as a kid, I felt like there was you had to go over your head with something. It was like,
then they go,
teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Chase is dancing like the Pixar lamp. What?
that is funny, the Pixar lamp. And then they go,
Yeah, you see, you go with the everybody Dougie. You ain't messing with my Dougie.
all right, there we go.
Allie says they shouldn't let you guys back in Philly.
Joe Casey, how am I doing, man? Oh,
Two
there's
wheel
another
spins.
element to this?
Two
Oh,
wheel
and then you
spin for
gotta,
Jeb. Yeah, see that's the part I know. Is you go behind me at it, Dougie. I guarantee you none of y'all can hit the Dougie harder than me. Oh, a little rock, paper, scissors action. 2 wheel spins for Jeb. First one is rock, paper, scissors.
rock, paper, scissors. All right, ready? Out of 3.
Yeah, 2 out of 3.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Dub.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
It's too easy.
2-0.
Too easy. Another wheel spin.
Apex. I'm going to get to bed. I'm tired. See y'all. See you, brother. Petting my cat. I know, right? Dancing like a dad for show.
Oh, we gotta run it back.
Okay. Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh! That's 2 in a row.
2 in a row.
Back to back like I'm Diddy. Daryl is meeting with James Harden over milk and cookies.
Harden would love milk and cookies.
Where do you think James Harden is at this exact moment?
Club.
Gotta be, right?
He just got 2 years, 70.
Check your phone. Allie, do I have your permission to show this on the stream? I won't show this on the stream if you don't want me to.
Is she doing the Dougie?
Oh my God, she's hitting that shit! Oh!
We got to show it.
Allie, can I show this?
Sure. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, this is my girlfriend Allie hitting the Dougie.
Let's see it.
She hit this way harder than either of us.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
That's the Dougie.
Yo!
Joe Casey. There it is. Dougie going crazy.
No.
Dougie going crazy.
Dougie for Diddy.
Hopefully Joe Casey saw that.
That was way better than either of ours.
Is that like do you have like pink LED lights in that room or something?
Yeah, she has like LEDs that can
Nice.
change color. Yeah.
That's cool.
They're probably filming a podcast for his podcast P. Could you imagine if that's what they're doing right now?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I'd be pissed. I'd watch the episode though. Dougie for Diddy is crazy.
I'm dead.
Whoa, no, I'm banning you. Nope, the truth hurts, you're gone. Nope,
What did
you're
Truth
gone.
Hurts say?
Nope, you're gone. I'm putting you in timeout.
What did Truth Hurts?
I'm putting you in timeout for 1 minute. You can't say that. Sorry. Nope.
Oh, what'd they?
I'm not saying what he said. I'll mute myself and tell you what he said. Nah, you can't say that.
That's wild.
You're in a
man.
minute timeout.
That's wild.
You're not saying that.
Do you think Daryl brought Freak Mill? Holy shit. Oh, man, that's good stuff.
Oh, this stream is awesome.
This stream is out of control.
Carson Taylor.
We got another.
Some real basketball questions.
Carson Taylor. Would Colin Sexton trade make sense for the Dubs? Man, what did he do last year? With Utah?
Is now really
He's
the
like
time
become
of
the forgotten man, dude. He put up the most silent 19 points per game on 39% from three and 49% from the field. That's crazy, man. He's become forgotten in Utah. He's only 25. I've always liked this game. I really liked him coming out of Alabama. Cavs basically elected to go with Garland Dimich over Garland Sexton. James Yoder, Bossman!
Oh!
You guys are beasts. Let's see. 7.5 hours here. We're giving it until 1 a.m. Eastern, midnight Central, and then we'll reevaluate.
That is 2 spins for the boss man. And James, $10 means you get to add something to the wheel if you'd please. So
Yep.
if you want to add something to our wheel here, you feel free to type in the chat what you like to add.
Yep.
I'll do 1 spin here. Allie, I think Paul George is lost in a Roku city.
Dad joke.
Oh no!
Oh, it's 10 jumping jacks. I don't want to step on this cord. Should be good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is it 9:30 where they're meeting? Yes.
Yeah,
You have to imagine, I mean, would it be a 10 o'clock dinner on the West Coast? So let's do some math here to determine how the live stream can go. Woj said a late night meeting / dinner. I forget the exact verbiage, but if it's a dinner, they can't be eating dinner at 10, right? I mean, it's 9:30 now, so they got to be in the dinner session. 10 push-ups.
Oh, gosh.
12:30 a.m. here in Philly, so 9:30 p.m. on the West Coast. Phaedra Davis. Chase looks like my dad doing jumping jacks with hair. 9:30 is a late dinner even in Cali. I mean, in Vegas, it's normal. Yeah, I mean, Vegas, people will eat at all times. All right, here we go. 10 more push-ups here. 1, 2, 3, 4,
5, 6,
6,
7, 8, 9, 10.
Maybe they're in Vegas. They did say California, but if they did say West Coast, that would apply. $6 away from 600 in supers on Sixers.
I am amazed by the fact right now we still have 470 real ones tuning in on Sixers and 420 real ones on Warriors.
Yeah.
The Warriors haven't done anything all day. And we have
They released Chris Paul.
420. We have 420 people hanging out with us right
Let's
now.
do this. Do you have the where are you watching from?
Yeah.
I want to know where people are watching from right now, because then we can gauge what time it is where you are. Where are you watching from? Time in the Buckeye, Ohio. Gavin, Bucks County. Walter Miller, Philly. DC, Marley, Alabama. South Jersey from Scott. Mr. Cliff, Maryland. Philly from Diane. South Jersey, Angela. Cali from Anthony. Maryland, go Birds. Godspeed's in Philly. York, I Baden. Maryland. Penn Valley. I'm seeing a lot of people on the West Coast here. Or, sorry, on the East Coast. Conshohocken. Harrisburg, Burnville, South Jersey, Louisiana, San Francisco, India, Texas, New York, Philippines, Illinois, Texas, San Francisco, South Carolina. Look at that. I mean, people are watching from everywhere. Allie Barefoot, $10 super chat. You legends, can Paul George sign the papers already? That's what I'm saying, Allie. Chip went to leave to use the bathroom, but when he comes back, we'll pop that super chat up. Yeah, can Paul George just sign the damn deal? How late does this have to go? How long are they going to be meeting? How late are they going to be meeting? 7.5 hours live here on the show. More locations coming in. Baxley, Georgia, Philly, Cabo Verde. It's 6 a.m. where I'm at from Reuben. That's wild. Lion Fighters saying Chip is dropping a deuce. Cannot confirm. Joe, did you see it when I went back and watched the Soulja Boy dance? And I was kind of, doing the thing. And then Ali G did it. Chip showed it. I don't know if you saw that or if you went away from the stream. Peter Thurman, Delco, yo! All right, Ali G said Chip is not taking a deuce, LFX. He's on the phone with Daryl. He's on the phone with Daryl Morey. Wait, what? Ooh, what do we got?
Okay, so an update that I just saw.
Also, Allie Barefoot, $10 super chat.
Oh my goodness.
Reed Barkus, spin that wheel.
Allie Barefoot.
We'll show Allie and Reed super chats here. Now that Chip is back from being on the phone with Daryl Morey and taking a deuce. Allie, you legends. Can Paul George sign the papers already?
Yeah, I wish.
PG, 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 PG. And then Reed. As some people would say, my son. Oh! Jeb! A $50 super chat! Jeb, 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 Jeb. Morey might be himself driving around downtown LA, begging Paul George through text, asking for the family address to PG's home. I want 50 push-ups. Money for the Mavs. Dog, I am so sore.
That's crazy.
My full body workout yesterday, how much chest stuff did I do? I was going here. I was doing bench press. I was doing push-ups.
Should we knock them out combined?
I was doing kettlebells. That's not really chest, but kinda. All right, let's see what I can do here. I'm going to have to turn the fan back on because I'm going to be hot.
We can combine them if you want.
I'm going to try to get to 50.
Okay.
Dog, I'm so sore.
Real quick on Andre Drummond. Adam Aronson, Sixers beat writer for the Philly Voice,
Yeah.
also contributes on WIP, said that the Andre Drummond contract is almost certainly coming from the Sixers' room mid-level exception, taking up the majority of it, which is about $8 million. Says, assuming they sign Paul George, their best chance of bringing back Kelly Oubre, because they wouldn't be able to use the mid-level on Kelly Oubre anymore because he's using it on Drummond.
Yep.
Their best chance of re-signing Oubre would be to get rid of Paul Reed, which seems in play given the Drummond deal.
Which is the $7 million.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
All right, so we got 2 wheel spins for Allie, 2 wheel spins for Reed,
Yep.
and then 50 push-ups. So you want to do the wheel spins first or the push-ups first?
Let's do push-ups first. We got time to kill. We got 20 minutes until 1 a.m. Eastern Time. 10 p.m. Pacific. Jeb, what a goat, what a legend. All right, 50 push-ups. I'm gonna try to knock these out here.
Oh,
All right,
man.
here we go.
1,
2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40.
10 more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Going all the way down.
10. That's 50. That's 50. Woo.
I'm sweating.
That's 50. 50 push-ups for $50 from Jeb.
Oh, I need this fan on.
It's 11:41 and he just knocked out 50 push-ups. You've done at least well over 100
Yeah,
today.
well over 100. Oh, I'm sweating. I'm sweating.
Come on now.
Allie, I'm not waking up at 5 a.m. for the run. I'll be a dead man walking if
Be
I
at
have
work
to do
at
that.
1 tomorrow. All right, 2 wheel spins for foot.
For Allie Barefoot, and then 2 for Reed.
Allie and Reed, if either of you are still here, you can add something to the wheel.
Rock, paper, scissors.
All right, let me get myself up here.
Cullen Brown is here. What up, Cullen? But Cullen!
Go!
All right, ready?
Rock.
I've lost 2 in a row after winning the first. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Gotcha. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Boom. Needed that dub.
Another wheel spin for Allie. Reed, you want to add something? Yeah,
Reed
just let us
wants to
know.
add something. You can add something.
Oh.
Not the Dougie.
No.
Dad joke. All right. Let's see here. I'm searching the best.
Freshie with the 2. He says, still have time to sign Diddy Jr., a.k.a. Dwight Howard.
Diddy. All right. Dad joke. How do you throw a party in outer space? You plan it.
I've never heard that one.
Yeah, there's the dad joke.
Oh, jeez.
There's the dad joke. All right, another wheel spin, right?
2 wheel spins for Reed now. Those were
Okay.
2 for Allie, now we got 2 for Reed. So Reed wants to add Swing Sweet Caroline.
Sing Sweet Caroline.
Should we add that?
Yeah, we
before
can add
spin?
that. Allie Barefoot, you can add something to the wheel too. If you already send in the 10, so you can add something to the wheel.
Sweet Caroline's on there. We'll see if we land on it.
Let's see. Not rock, paper, scissors.
I
shoot
wrote
again.
Sweet Carolina. That's fine.
All right. We're tied 2-2. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Boom. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah! Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah! 3-2 me. 3-2 me. Chokes! $2 on Warriors. Holy shit, y'all are still here. We're approaching 8 hours. Approaching 8 hours.
Warriors, for some reason, I don't know if we've been... Oh, never mind. Here we go. It's back. Yeah, we are still here, Chokes. We are still here. Allie, I let Brian in our crib. Hope you don't mind.
Brian Doherty.
Yeah, B-Doc.
B-Doc. About to steal your girl, man.
Oh, B-Doc with a dad joke.
Oh,
Why
why
doesn't-
does an alcoholic hate to go to jail? So many bars, but none are open. Dun-dun.
We need like a laugh track.
Yeah, that would be funny. I would love a radio soundboard.
Oh, dude, a soundboard would
Yeah.
be great. Where's my second spin? Oh, shoot. Sorry, Reed. I almost did you dirty. Oh, we haven't gotten this yet.
Wait, what's the sobriety test?
Someone told us to add it.
I just did 50 push-ups. Is that the sobriety test?
should we? I mean, we could do like walk in a straight line, or like I could.
And I have to go backwards.
Is he shaking a little bit? Is he shaking a little bit, Chet?
One leg.
Got to balance on one. There we go. You gotta stand on one leg. All right. Wait. All right. Stand on one leg, and rub your head and touch your tummy. No. You gotta tap the stomach. You gotta tap the stomach and rub the head at the same time. No. There it is. There it is.
That's funny. Chokes, how much for a shot?
I will do a shot for $10.
$10 shots.
It's normally 20 on the super chat menu, but I'll do it for 10. I have Fireball here still.
What team Klay Thompson go? He did not go anywhere yet. Not expected to make a decision tonight.
Reed wants another spin. Brother, we gave you 2. Sorry.
Try
That's how it
turning your
works.
arms in different directions at the same time. Does that mean like one arm has to go this way and then the other arm has to go this way? Oh my God, that's hard, dude. How is that even Like, it's like your brain just like doesn't let that happen. So I'm going forward
Wait, like this?
and I have to go backward.
Am I not doing it right now? Like this?
What if you do it arms out?
Okay, so this one goes forward and this one goes backwards. Yeah.
Forward?
Am I not doing it right now? No, wait. Wait, forwards? I don't.
It's really hard.
I don't know.
Even if I was sober, Trey Robinson, I couldn't say the alphabet backwards. Like, I just feel like that's such an unfair question.
Wait, all right. No, I can't look it up. That's cheating.
Z.
ZYXW.
I wouldn't be able to do it.
That's where I cut out. ZYXWTSQ. I don't know. I missed you.
My brain, it just gives me anxiety. I can't do it. Clay going to the Shanghai Sharks. Come on now, he's not that bad. Chokes.
Oh,
Let's
jeez.
go, he said. We're also at 666 on 76ers now.
That can't.
That
stay
can't
way.
stand because then maybe Paul George will not sign with the Sixers. We're on 666. 666-65. That's 4 sixes in a row. Spin one finger one way and the other one the other way.
What do you
Like
this? I feel like we're doing this wrong. I don't know. You know, because this is going
That's
this
hard,
way and this
man.
is going this way, like this.
What's the ETA on Paul George signing? I wish I could ask Daryl Morey and ask if they're at dinner or what they're doing.
Tanner says the Warriors signed Daniel Tice. I thought I saw something that he was maybe going to go overseas. He was pretty bad for the Clippers. Yeah, so 5 days ago, Evan Siddery tweeted out, Daniel Tice is receiving interest from overseas teams that have free agency. Potential option for the veterans minimum. I mean, for a vet min, not a bad backup center. But I don't know anything.
Why is it always the Shanghai Sharks? Because that's the only team in China that casuals know of.
Tice was not great for the Clippers. Stop it. If he was great, he'd be on a team.
Daniel Tice.
6 points, 4 rebounds. Is that great?
17 minutes per game. Chulex.
Chulex. Interesting.
Chulex.
He made the
Chulex.
finals?
Not chokes. Chulex.
So Tanner, just if a player makes the finals, they're great. Is who's that player on the Celtics?
Chulex.
Who's the so every player that makes the finals is great. He carried. All right. No, you're right. Daniel Tice carried.
Chillax. B-Doc chugging energy drinks to stay up? Dude, that's crazy, man.
I don't know if you should do that, brother. Yeah, my fault. Daniel Tice, give him a max. Why not? Max out Daniel Tice. Pierre, Warriors might as well go get Zach LaVine. Well, guess what? The Bulls offered Zach LaVine to the Warriors for Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul, and they said no.
Chillax.
Another 2.
Another super, man. I say we trade for Bobby Portis. Here's the thing. I think the Bucks really want to see what they can do with Giannis fully healthy, and then they want to see what Dame looks like when he can be in his best shape. Dame admitted that because he thought he was going to get traded or he was involved in trade talks, he didn't go as hard as he usually does in training. Now, that could totally be an excuse for him kind of sliding the last couple of years. He's been hurt. Production's been down. Power of the word is very powerful, where he could try to say something to himself to get the good vibes going. But I think Bobby Portis is really important to what the Bucks do. And that would be a championship level move for the Warriors. I don't think they're at a championship level.
The Spurs just signed a player from Moorhead State to their summer league team. This is very accurate.
Yes. Yes.
Daryl Morey, what are you doing? It is now 10 o'clock on the West Coast.
Yep.
What are they doing? Tendai, Robert Williams at the 5 for the Warriors. You know, he's a player that's going to be on the trade block that I actually would love for the Warriors. Now, he has problems staying healthy. Part of the reason why the Celtics are finally letting him go. But if he can stay healthy, he's a really good player, man. Chulex again with a 5.
Hot Chulex.
Beer cheers.
How long do you think teams will blacklist the Warriors for trades? They bitter? I mean, look, if Paul George really wanted to go to the Warriors, why didn't he opt in? He could have opted into that contract with the Clippers and then get traded to the Warriors. People were saying today, Paul George wanted to be a Warrior. He wanted to be a Warrior. Well, clearly not. If he wanted to be a Warrior, opt in, right? And then get traded to Golden State. And then Golden State would have had to have given up Jonathan Kuminga, Chris Paul, maybe one other piece and some draft picks.
Also, they're not blacklisted from trades. Again, they literally were offered Zach LaVine and they declined it.
Has Clay been signed? No.
Clay won't be signed until... He won't be signed tonight.
They're going to wait until 12 a.m. West Coast time? Bro.
Well.
Go Birds! Alfonso's first day at Amazon tomorrow. Wish him luck. Alfonso, if that's true, good luck at Amazon tomorrow. I'm always very impressed with Amazon workers.
I had a good friend who worked for Amazon, and it's not easy work.
It can't be easy. And I get stuff from Amazon frequently because I'm so busy, so I just have stuff delivered to my house, and they are delivering at all hours of the day, delivering in volume. It's impressive. Hiccup cure.
Chulex, Clippers rejected a trade with the Warriors.
Was that it?
I think they did, yeah. I think the Warriors offered, we don't know the exact terms.
But Paul George still would have had to have decided on the opt-out. He's the one who opted out.
Yeah, that's also true.
But the Clippers could have very well. But in hindsight, they decline it, and they could have had CP3, Kuminga, and first-round picks, and they said no, and then they lost Paul George. And then they released a statement today saying, yeah, we're not bringing him back. He's going to get his money elsewhere. And then they give James Harden $70 million. They give Derrick Jones $30 million. And the Sixers have their future picks from the James Harden trade.
We're approaching 1 a.m. East Coast time and
Yep.
nothing yet.
He opted out after they said no. Chillax. Could have been. Could have been.
But like, if you're the Clippers, I understand not wanting to trade Chris Paul, or I understand not wanting to trade Paul George to another Western Conference team. But if you were offered Jonathan Kuminga, other assets and picks, it's like, dude, you're telling me you'd rather just lose him than trade him to another Western Conference team and have a future? What's great about this too is if Paul George signs with the Sixers, The Sixers have an unprotected 2028 Clippers first. I mean, come on. That is hilarious. Could you imagine 2028? So if the Sixers sign Paul George to a 4-year deal, he signed through 24, 25, 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28.
Yeah.
So the last year of his deal would be when the Sixers had the Clippers' unprotected pick. Could you imagine if they're horrible and the Sixers end up getting the first overall pick in the draft?
Yeah. Godspeed. 8-hour stream is a whole 8-hour shift. Yeah, we might not be coming in at 9:30, 10 tomorrow.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit delayed.
Some news here from Michael Scotto. The Dallas Mavericks have fully guaranteed the $2 million salary of Jaden Hardy for next season. That's not a surprise.
I'm intrigued to see him as a bench scorer in a more glorified role. Dude has no fear. Sometimes
7.3 points in 73 games last year. Played in the finals.
Yeah. Yeah. He had a couple of big stretches throughout the playoffs.
He can score for sure. And we are 4 minutes away from 8 hours on this stream, and we're 2 minutes away from
That is
midnight.
crazy. I love what Godspeed said. 8-hour stream is a whole 8-hour shift. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
And we were here for a lot of hours before that.
Yeah.
We got in at, I got in at 12. You got in shortly before.
Carson Taylor.
So 12 hours. Yeah, 12 hours.
Yeah, it's been 12 hours.
Chip 12 plus. Godspeed. You guys deserve to replace NBA Today. How about them going live for 60, 90 minutes today? That is a joke.
Joke.
They have NBA rights. It's day one of NBA free agency. And not only were they only live for like 60 to 90 minutes, and some of it was delayed by, what was before that? Oh, the Indiana Fever, Phoenix Mercury game. Caitlin
Yeah.
Clark getting the dub. Had nearly a triple-double, maybe a triple-double. They did not continue to stay live on ESPN2. They weren't live on ESPN Plus. They weren't live on their YouTube channel. They said, hour, 90 minutes, we're out. How does ESPN do that? And why do they do that? You're paying all your talent that much money, and you go live for an hour to 90 minutes on day one of NBA free agency when you're a rights holder for the NBA.
And you have Woj,
You have
Brian
Woj.
Windhorst on your coverage.
Yeah.
Like
Woj, Perk, Malika Andrews,
Windy.
Windy. You had all them on the set. And you just mailed it in? You don't go live after that on YouTube? Especially with the new tampering rules when no moves happen for an hour, 10 minutes externally outside of Andre Drummond of the Sixers? It's crazy to me, man.
Chulix with another 2. How do you think CP3 will impact the Spurs?
Tim Carey, I agree. It's depressing how far ESPN has fallen. Ever since Stuart Scott passed away, the product has gone downhill. And I won't say Malika Andrews is a joke, Godspeed. I think she's an excellent reporter. I don't think she's as good of a host. They're not real ones. Hey,
You're telling me you wouldn't?
who is that?
That's Ice Spice.
Oh, Ice Spice. Yeah. How did Ice Spice come up?
I just opened Instagram. I follow her.
Ice Spice.
Chulix, CP3 will have a great impact on the Spurs, man. They need a veteran like that. Someone to get Wemby the ball.
Carson Taylor, can you read my super chat? We did. We'll pop it back up.
We read it. We've been live for so long that the system is having issues right now pulling them up. But Carson did say, Warriors won't trade JK, top 3 trade option for Dub. Are you saying what, like, you're saying if the Warriors won't trade him, what are the top 3 options? I think you could get Brandon Ingram without trading Kuminga. Other trade options like I think you could get Walker Kessler and Jared Allen without trading Kuminga. Now, if you want a Lauri Markkanen, you have to trade Kuminga. But Brandon Ingram, Walker Kessler, Jared Allen, I think could all be had without giving up Kuminga. I think those would be 3 solid options for the Warriors. Of course, you have to throw in a Moses Moody, throw in a Wiggins for salary, throw in some picks for those deals, but it could all happen.
Sam Brown, long-time listener, first-time caller. Any concerns McCain might make Philly softer if everyone starts painting their nails like he does? You know what's funny? If McCain goes out there and balls, I think that there will be a bit in Philadelphia where men start to paint their fingernails. I really do believe that. What if the Sixers had a Jared McCain paint your fingernails night? I wonder what the reaction would be from the fan base. Thank you, Sammy B.
Appreciate that. I'm sorry to the people sitting in Super Chats right now on the Warriors stream. Just for some reason, the Super Chats from the Warriors stream are just not coming through our system. Sam Brown sent this in on Sixers and it went through, but for some reason, the Warriors is just not working. But we did just get a 2 from Chulix. Y'all need some Snow White. Y'all sleep.
None of that. None of that.
I need some sleep. How about that?
Sleep. Do y'all need a theme song for the channel? We just kind of redid our intros. But if you want to send me some bars that's non-copyrighted, chase@chatsports.com. I'll always listen. Time in the Buckeye. Go Chiefs. Stop it.
Boo.
Stop it. KD is my Pookie. I'm dead.
Bruh.
Did you see the Hawk Tua girl was on the stage with Zach Bryan last night?
I did see that.
Unbelievable, dude. It's awesome for her. Are you guys not tired from Maddie? Oh, we're tired.
Oh, yeah.
We're tired. We pulled an 8-hour shift just on this stream. I just want Woj to give us like a little bit of an update. 104 East Coast time, fellas. What are you going to do? I'm not sure. I can't wait to rest my head on the pillow. It's going to be amazing. Timon, I'll stay up all night just to watch this. You're a legend, Timon. When are you going to be of age for us to hire you, Timon? How old is Timon? Caleb Williams paints his nails. Yes, he does. It's not anything I would do, but hey. Props to you guys for staying up this late to keep us informed. Great job. A.H. Demeter. Thanks, brother. Devontae Smith's burner. I don't know if I can take this any longer. I need some motivation.
Yeah.
I dropped down and did 50 push-ups thanks to the super chat that came in from Jeb. You could do that. You could do push-ups for the amount of millions of dollars that Paul George could get from the Sixers. That would be 212. Are y'all affiliated with the Warriors from Trulex? No, sir. We are non-affiliated.
We're back.
We're back. We can pop up the super chats again. There we go. Y'all affiliated with the Warriors? No, sir. Chase, we need 100 push-ups. Bro, I've done maybe close to 200 live on the stream. I did a couple of sets of the 10 on the wheel spin. Probably 5 of those. So I've probably done, I don't know, a lot. Can't count. Delirious. Let's go, Maury. Come on, bro. See, this is also why the NBA should have made free agency earlier.
Ugh.
because then it doesn't drag into the night. Don't you want your big ticket free agent signing at, I don't know, not 2 a.m. Eastern? Woj, come on, man. Give us an update.
Wake up, Woj. Wake up, Maury. Come on.
Ryan Wong, you shouldn't feel bad for us. We decided to do this. I mean, it could be worse, right?
Ooh.
What are the chances we leave free agency with nothing? 0, because they did sign Eric Gordon and Andre Drummond, so that's 2 signings already.
Angela, have a good night.
Angela G. Have a good night. Well, this is legendary, I will say that. At the very least, we're a part of history, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mitchell Renz did a 24-hour live stream.
Yeah.
That's the longest. This might be approaching second longest. No sleep till PG. We could remake the song No Sleep Till Brooklyn.
Ooh.
I like it too because the lyrics, foot on the pedal, never ever false metal, engine running hotter than a boiling kettle. My job ain't a job, it's a damn good time. City to city, I'm running my rhymes. On location, touring around the nation. 76ers now, always on vacation. Itchy trigger finger, but a stable turntable. I do what I do because I'm willing and able. Ain't no faking, your money I'm taking. Going coast to coast to watch PG shaking. While you're at the job working 9 to 5, 76ers now at the Wells Fargo Center, Cole kicking it live. No sleep till PG. No sleep till PG. Another plane, another train, another bottle in the brain, another girl, another fight. Another drive all night. Daryl Moore is crazy. He always smokes dust. He's got his own room at the back of the bus. Tour around the world. You rock around the clock. Plane to hotel. Girls on the jock. No sleep till PG. No sleep till PG. Godspeed, he smokes dust, I know. Hopefully Daryl Morey doesn't see that. You don't smoke dust, Daryl Morey. It's just the song. It's just the song. Can somebody tell me who Philly has signed? Yes. We've got some videos up on the channel. Andre Drummond, Eric Gordon. The 2 signings for Philadelphia so far. Ivan Gomez. Damn, y'all still on? Respect. Yes, sir. We out ya.
Yeah, Paul George for all this right now better be damn good.
Oh. No sleep till PG. Some information about the Atlanta Hawks. We could pop up their team card. They traded away DeJounte Murray the other day in a move that brings them Larry Nance, Dyson Daniels, key free agent Sadiq Bey, Wesley Matthews. Drafted Zachary Risache, number 1, and then Nikola Jurisic at 43. Those rumors swirling about the future of Trae Young, DeJounte Murray, it ended in DeJounte Murray getting dealt to the Pelicans. Mavs could not keep Jones. They signed Najee Marshall instead. Bill Morris, wait, you guys think 34-year-old Paul George makes a difference? Oh, wow, the kind of delusion. What did I stumble into? Do I think that a 34-year-old who just played 74 games and averaged almost 23 points per game, 5 rebounds, shot 47% from the floor, and 41% from 3 makes a difference? I do. I'm also not asking Paul George to be a number 1. I'm asking him to be a number 3. Paul George, 41.3% from 3 last year on nearly 8 attempts per night. That was second among 21 players who attempted 7+ threes. I think that's pretty good. Furthermore, Paul George playoff averages 21, 8, and 4. Jimmy Butler, 21, 6, and 5. Paul George averaged more than 1 point per possession in isolation situations last year, 10th best among the 26 players who got 3+. So yeah, I do think that that makes a difference. Come on, Woj.
Woj.
Come on, Woj. Oh. RB.
Yeah, I wanted to see what his stream was looking like. He was live and then
He signed
ended.
off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now
and
he's
then
back.
he came back. He's got callers.
Yeah,
That would be awesome, dude.
that would give me some juice.
Yeah. Come on, Woj. Shab's not saying anything either, Jason Bennett. Nope. Come on, Woj. Give us something. Yeah, Z Hunter. LeBron isn't leaving the Lakers. I'm just curious how much he signs for. There was some chatter about him taking a discount, but how much of a discount? He made more than $50 million last year. Rich Paul said, yeah, he could take a discount to add some vets, but how much? Some people were in the office saying today you should take the vet min because he's already a billionaire. I get it, but like, he's going to be, what, 40 this year? Need to earn that money. Bill Morris, it's over, you delusionals. Well, we're still here, man.
I don't think it's over, buddy.
All right, I got to go use the bathroom. I'm going to go for a walk. And if I need to sub you out.
PG.
Come on, Woj. Come on, PG. Come on, Daryl. I'll be right back.
Whew, I am cooked. I'll tell you that right now. We are approaching 8.5 hours on live. It is 12:20 a.m. local time. Paul George just had a max with the Clippers. Ah, yeah. Oh. B-Dog, appreciate it, man. All the people hanging out with us are the best. Yeah, look, it's 12:20 for us. For those of you all on the East Coast, it's 1:20. Cheese Doodles says it's 1:20 Eastern. I need sleep, man. And we're all just waiting on Paul George. Yeah, Bill, look, if you don't believe in the Sixers, man, that's fine. You don't have to believe, you don't have to think Paul George is a good player, but objectively, Paul George is a good player, an all-star. If you think Tyrese Maxey is going to be the point guard of this team, just tell me you're just a fan. So now, you didn't think Paul George is the difference maker. You don't think Tyrese Maxey can be the long-term point guard of this team. Just doesn't make sense to me, man. You think Paul George is worse than James Harden? Hey, brother. If you think that, you're lost. You are lost. Tyrese Maxey is a two guard, not a point guard, again, who sets the table for his team. Tyrese Maxey made unbelievable strides as a point guard this year. Before this year, I might have agreed with you. But Tyrese Maxey was tremendous as a point guard this year, and is only going to get better. He was much better making plays for others this year. But you know, everyone is entitled to their own opinion. Tyrese Maxey went from averaging 3.5 to 6.2 assists this year. Was the most improved player, was an all-star. But he's not the future point guard of this team. So blow up in our face like usual. Bill, I understand, I can understand why you think this way because, to be fair, what have the Sixers ever shown to make you believe in them? I understand that because every year it is the same story. The team makes moves, you think they're going to be good, and then they flame out. It happens every year, and I understand that. Watch the games, he's not a point guard. I'm watching the games, and is he a score-first point guard? Yes. He's not a Chris Paul. He's not a Tyrese Halliburton. He's not a Luka Doncic. But I'll be damned if you think he's not this team's starting point guard and isn't a true point guard in this league. And I get it, Sixers disappoint every year. They do. Trust me, it's pain, man. It's pain. And I get we always tell ourselves every year this year is going to be different. Every year I tell myself this year is the year. And every year it's not. But look, if this team can get Paul George and make some more moves around the edges, they've already signed Eric Gordon, they've already signed Andre Drummond. Ignacio, we need athleticism. I agree, we need athleticism. That's why I would like Kelly Oubre back. He gives you that athleticism on the wing. But Eric Gordon, I think was, for a vet man, a good signing because he can shoot the three, man. He can shoot the three. He's not going to defend a lick. He's not going to do anything but shoot the three. But I would have loved an Eric Gordon on this team last year. But a Tyrese Maxey, Paul George, Joel Embiid trio is as good as any trio in the league, and I'll stand by that. I will stand by that. Whew, it is 12:25, baby.
Burning the midnight oil. Oh, Canada. Can you tell Daryl Morey to sign PG? Come on, man. Can we just at least get an indication of anything?
Anything.
I mean, at this point, it's we just got to keep going, right?
It is already 12:25. It's we've already been this long.
Why
Well,
would we sign off now?
What if he doesn't sign till the morning?
Oh. Oh. I love what John Gonzalez just said. Waiting on the official bleary-eyed Woj push notification on PG because I lead a full life. Salute all the sicko Philly insomniacs hanging in. That's what it is, man. No sleep till PG. I can't believe 430 people are still watching live on both channels.
Crazy.
Cheese Doodles is making a fair point. Tomorrow's going to suck either way if I go to bed now or stay up for 2 hours.
Yeah, it's going to be bad.
Can I still get 6 hours? That's what I need. Hello from New Zealand from Javon. What's up from New Zealand? Ignacio, congrats for your work, guys. Do you think the Sixers are going to sign PG and trade for Markkanen, Caleb Martin, Bridges? Which athletic players are still on the market? 7 o'clock in Spain. Wow. Thank you for that comment. Thank you for watching. I don't think that the Sixers can sign Paul George and trade for Lauri Markkanen. Just think like asset allocation, right? They'd have to give up a lot for Lauri Markkanen, and then they're going to have to pay Markkanen and Paul George. And they can't afford Markkanen and Paul George. Now, as Chip said a little while ago, there is an opportunity for the Sixers to still bring back Kelly Oubre. He's an athletic wing that might fit what you're asking here. Bridges will be too expensive because I think that he can get $15 to $20 million, and I think he's more of a good stats, bad team player. We've got the Philippines here from William. Morning from the UK, 627 over here. That's incredible, dude. I'll tell you this. We might be tired tomorrow. We will never forget this night.
Oh, yeah.
We will never forget this night. When we went live for, at this point, 8.5 hours waiting to see if Paul George is going to sign. In Australia, and it's currently 3:30 p.m. Feel bad for you guys. Chase looks very tired. What do you think our starting 4 will be? Yes, I am tired. I love my Aussies. My dad grew up in Melbourne. Still have cousins who live there. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. So right now, we've got Maxey at the 1, TBD at the 2, Paul George at the 3 if he signs, and Embiid at the 5. Who's going to be the 4? Who's going to be the 2? Those are the 2 big questions. I don't think you go with Jared McCain at the 2. He's a rookie. Plus, the fears of that small backcourt, you're going to have to do that night in, night out with your starting 5. I just don't think it's doable. Now, could Paul George be your 4? I don't like the thought of him getting beat up down low by some bigger bodies, especially with the guy who's older and does have injury concerns. So I more so think that he's a 3. And then who do you go with at the 4? Kyle Anderson, Taurean Prince, Marcus Morris. Again, I'm not sure they're starting caliber players, but this is the danger that you run into when you have a big 3. How do you fill out the rest of your roster? Now, Jared McCain, Adem Bona, Eric Gordon, Andre Drummond, those are some of your reserves right now. But as far as that 2 and 4 spot, it's up in the air. Nicholas Batum, if he decides to keep playing, but he's also older too. Can he hold up as your 4-man for a full season? Or is he better coming in off the bench? Brian Doherty with the fair question. Who would Paul George try to recruit with him to Philadelphia? There was some chatter, I think I saw over the weekend, that he was going to try to recruit some players to Philadelphia. Jalen Smith. The thing with Jalen Smith, he's like a small 5 to me. And what was weird was like he was in the Pacers rotation and then he wasn't at the end of the year. I mean, he averaged 10 and 5. He did take 2.5 threes per game this year, 42.4% from 3. The season before that, 28%. And before that, he was in the 20s. And one year, 2021, 2022, 32.8%. 42.4% on 2.5 attempts isn't bad for a big. I mean, that's hitting 1 attempt per night. But he's more of a 5 to me. 6'10", 215. He's light. Small 5, as I said. Where in Australia do I have family? Melbourne. Yeah, my dad grew up in Melbourne, and then he came. So he was born in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, moved to Melbourne, did his schooling there, and then came back to the States. Went to Brown, went back to Australia. He thought about being a teacher, and then left and came back to the States to get into the car business. My aunt, his sister, stayed in Melbourne, and then her 2 daughters still live there. Shout out Laura and Amy. And so, yeah, they're in Melbourne.
We have Brett Siegel with an update that's not really an update, but he says the expectation, this is 5 minutes ago, the expectation from those around the NBA is that Paul George is expected to walk away from his meeting with the 76ers tonight in California with a 4-year, $212 million offer. No update on when the meeting is, if it's happening right now, how late it can go.
What's interesting about that, too, is that he could walk away with the offer and not accept.
He takes the night to think about it. Oh.
Yeah, Bill. You're like negative Nancy BS at 1:30 in the morning.
It's unreal.
Is wild. So I'm going to put you in timeout for 30 minutes, brother.
He's out of here. Just everything he says is just so negative, man. Sent him to the Diddy cell. He's gone. I mean, we're approaching 11 p.m. West Coast time.
Yeah.
When is this meeting?
Yeah, how long is this dinner, bro? Z Hunter. I love the energy that Z Hunter is bringing. He keeps saying, no sleep till PG.
PG.
Here come the Sixers. Is Bill Morris Diddy?
Maybe he is.
Are they on dessert yet? That's hilarious. Bill Morris is confirmed Diddy. Oh my gosh. That is just great stuff. It's like the Sixers, here come the Sixers song at this point is like, clap your hands, everybody, for Philadelphia, 76ers. Stop your feet, everybody, for Philadelphia, 76ers. Here they come, Philadelphia. On the run, stand up and cheer. Number 1, Philadelphia. Here they come, team of the year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Sixers. 10, 9, 8, 76ers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Sixers. 10, 9, 8, 76ers. Here they come.
Shout out Hot Carl with the 2.
Everybody.
Hot Carl, again, our systems, we've just been live so long, it's just messing up. But Hot Carl with the $2 super chat. Big ups for the commitment, fellas. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Hot Carl.
Huncho Joshi said, imagine the 76ers blow the deal and we stayed up for nothing. That is certainly a fear.
That would be
That is a
brutal.
fear of mine. The Diddler is back. Bill Morris. Get
How
out
is
of
he
here.
back?
I put you in timeout for 30 minutes. Did he?
Get out of here, Diddy. How do you get back in here, dog? That's crazy.
Get out of here, did he? Diddler is in the building. Oh, man. Javon, I would take Tobias Harris for a vet min.
Paul George, dog. Hit my line, bro. What's going on?
I wish I had like a guitar. We could just like do different iterations of Here Come the Sixers.
Vibe out a little bit.
Kira said that sounded like an acoustic version. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Sixers. LaTruth Hurts 4-2-12. Philly is tripping. The Warriors wanted to offer the same. What happens if we don't get PG? It's going to be a bad night.
We got somebody named Balls Deep in the chat saying, you guys are delusional. Is that Diddy?
That's Diddy again.
That's him again. Get him out of here. He said, I'm a fan of Bill. He's right. The team is cooked. That's Bill again on a
That's
second
Bill.
account. It's the Diddler
That's
alternate
the Diddler
account.
again.
It's the Diddler again. He's back.
That's the Diddler again.
Balls Deep. Diddy is back. He made his return.
I only did 30 minutes, but I might have to ban them for eternity. It's Bill Diddler. Why is this so funny?
The Ultra Diddler.
The Ultra Diddler. Yeah, we saw that, Michael Harper from Brett Siegel. Chipper is Pookie.
God.
Pookie, I love you. You gotta give him that. And on that thing.
Yo.
I didn't say it. I didn't go Diddler. $25 away from 700 on Sixers. Zesty chase alert. I didn't say it.
Bill Morris is a Knicks troll? Is Bill Morris a Knicks guy? Gotta ask Marsh if he knows the Bill Morris.
Are there some updates? No updates.
Does anybody live in the LA area that can go scope out where the meeting is and report back?
IAOXTL said Taylor Hawkins.
Oh my God.
AJ Hawktua Tungavaloa. I bet y'all won't stay up all night. P. Diddy is here. What y'all got against me? Keep my name at y'all cheesesteak mouth.
We got Diddy in the chat right now. P. Diddy is in the chat.
Is Meek with you? Freak Mill.
No way P. Diddy's in the chat, dog. Oh my God. What is going on? Where's Freak Mill?
Albert Rice. Sixers said, fuck it, Paul George cost too much, so we're taking the diddler. Diddler 3, bang!
Diddler from deep.
Diddler, hawk to a bang!
Oh my God. What if they all went to sleep? What if Paul George, Daryl Morey, they're all sleeping?
They're having a sleepover?
Maybe they're having a sleepover.
Let me sleep on it. Oh, we'll just have a sleepover. No Diddy.
Breaking from Woj. Paul George went to sleep.
Keith, Eric Gordon shoots nearly 40% from 3, and he's cheap. Diddler puts it in! Diddler 3, wet!
Diddler puts it in! It's 1 a.m., yeah. Yeah.
Omar's Burner, how long have we been live now? 8 hours and 41 minutes.
All for Paul George.
Diddler 3, wet! Diddler 3, splash!
Diddler to the hole!
Diddler to the hole, scores!
All right, I'm about to ban Wagsy. You can't say that. No, you can't say that.
Oh, yikes.
No, you're in 1 minute timeout. I don't care.
Oubre staying with the Sixers!
Oh!
Kelly Oubre back to Philadelphia! Diddler at the horn, bang!
No way! Out of nowhere, out of left field!
2 years, 16.3.
There's no way that just happened. Hit a breed for Who's up?
Do we have anybody at Chat Sports who can help us out? Two years, 16.3. Player option for 2025, 2026. Oh, he called him the Sixers starting 2-guard. Woj.
Interesting. Where's Paul George, Woj? We know you're awake now. That just gave me some juice, I'm not going to lie. I'll tell you right now, the Kelly Oubre, Jared McCain combo, the pain and nails, the TikToks are going to be crazy, man. Dudler for the win! Bang! Bang!
I don't even know if we can do a video on this because nobody's up to help us.
Someone's got to be up.
I love 8 mil for Oubre. So that's your 2-guard. Paul George is your 3. Now you got to figure out the 4.
Let's go. And Diddler at the 4. There we go. Lineup is complete.
There we go. Maxey at the 1. Oubre at the 2. Paul George at the 3. Diddler at the 4. Joel Embiid at the 5.
Could you imagine if we did a 76ers sign P. Diddy? That might get 30,000 views.
Everybody's saying that's an A lineup. Marcus Morris at the 4. Little floor stretcher. The Diddler did it.
PG to China out of left field, signing with the Shanghai Sharks. That's big time.
But Team Money, the Sixers do have a little bit of a bench. Eric Gordon. He's so old. Jared McCain. Adem Bona. Andre Drummond. That's some of the bench.
Look at this. Good thing we stayed up, huh?
Yeah, but I'd love to do a video on this, but I don't know if we can. The Tiddler. Yeah, I was kind of saying that tongue-in-cheek, T-Money. Nobody's awake, sad.
Here it is from Woj.
Here it is from Woj. Free agent guard Kelly Oubre has signed on a 2-year, $16.3 million deal to stay with the Sixers. Deal includes a player option on the 2025-2026 season for the Sixers starting 2 guard.
At least they did something. We stayed up for at least something.
Yeah, we stayed up for something.
So if they're negotiating with Oubre, like, what's going on here? Are they negotiating with Paul George? You know what? I bet you Paul George signs in 3, 2, 1. Woj bomb. No.
Bobby Marks. Sequence of events will see Oubre sign with the room exception after cap space is used.
Interesting. So is is Drummond not the room exception, like was reported earlier?
Z Hunter, you guys going to be streaming tomorrow? Best believe I'll be there. I guess it depends on how long we're streaming tonight. We've been live since 5 Eastern. It's about to be 2.
I might be at work at 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, it might be tough. Do Paul George next.
Come on, Woj.
Do Paul George next.
Oubre is back! That's awesome. I wasn't sure if he's going to be back or not.
Do Paul George next. So how do they get a deal done with Kelly Oubre, but they're at dinner?
Yeah.
Keith Pompey still awake.
Okay.
Michael KB still awake. Bobby Marks is still awake. Woj update, but not really. Oubre's agent Dave Spahn of CAA landed on a deal with Daryl Morey late Sunday as the franchise continues its pursuit of free agent Paul George. I just need a Paul George update. So Newbeck is saying, looks like the Drummond signing will be made using cap space. Devon Givens is still up.
All right, the spamming is a little crazy over here on Warriors. If you're spamming, you're getting timed out. Ty Man is still here. Shout out Ty Man. No sleep till PG.
$25 away from 700 in supers. We wait on PG. We wait on PG. Can't really go in depth on Kelly Oubre because it's only me and Chip at the office. I wish there was an alarm for when the news broke. That would be sick. We'll remember this night forever, hopefully for good.
Oh, yeah.
Almost 17K. Yeah, where are we at, dude? Dude, that's crazy. We're 61 away from 17,000 subs.
Oh, my God.
16,939. Hit that sub button.
That Eric Gordon, Paul George VO from earlier is at 14K right now.
Yeah, I saw that.
It is approaching 11 o'clock in California.
Yep. Anthony MCM pointing that out. 10:57 in Cali. Godspeed. Reed said he would do a boot if he hit 17K before he end the stream. Reed also said that he would help us get a video out. And he's asleep.
Wow.
He hit his head on the studio light so many times that I think he just fell asleep at the crib.
Wake up, Reed.
Luther Jones, much love from Thailand. Damn, man. 1 p.m. there. That's wild. Time differences are crazy, aren't they? Pretty spooky.
Very weird.
B-Doc up in Pottstown. Timon, no sleep till PG. Timon, how old are you again? You are a legend, dog. Is there no Red Bull in the office? Dude, I can't drink a Red Bull, Omar.
Wouldn't go to sleep.
I just won't go to sleep. AM edits, no sleep till PG. That'd be a good shirt, a fire shirt. Everybody spamming no sleep till PG. South Philly, baby, from Brian 2 times. No sleep till PG. Y'all waiting on PG like you prime LeBron or KD. That's actually pretty funny, T-Money. What's crazy, he could end up being maybe the biggest Sixers signing in a long, long time. But yeah, definitely some risks. I just wish I had a chair.
We could probably get you one, no?
I don't know. No sleep till PG.
Come on.
2 o'clock Eastern. No sleep till Lauri Markkanen. That's so funny. I know you, Omar.
I need to get some more water.
All right.
Where's my water?
How long are you guys going to stay awake for Manny Cakes? I don't know, man.
If Paul George signs in the 2 minutes that I'm gone, I will do a beer boot.
I hope it happens. Oh, the IU Daily Post, Omar? Yeah, I remember that. What did that entail again? Oh, you thought it wasn't a good source, but Ayuk literally said it to the Instagram page. That was funny. I just keep refreshing from Brian. Chip said if he signs while he's away, he'll do a beer boot. Yeah, Klay Thompson not returning to the Warriors. That's some news that we've talked about. This is just nuts. Come on, Woj. Last time y'all got drunk, I don't know if you remember. Manny Cakes! I remember, brother. What up, dude? Good to see you again, man. Yeah, we were crushing some beers a little bit earlier. Chip was taking some shots. In recovery mode for tomorrow, kind of, though. Joel just tweeted. Still up, he said. That's awesome. That is great. Manny Cakes, I'll pop that super chat up once Chip comes back. That was 2 years ago or was it last year during the playoffs? Yeah, first round series Kings, second round series Lakers. I think that was it. You're one of our super chat dogs. Joel Embiid still up, and he said up, capitalized. Oh. How much cooler would this be if Paul George was like 27? Trust the process. Bill Morris, he's back. Diddy's back. Ali G's still up? What a legend. The Biddler, he's back. Does this guy not read chat? I'm reading it right now, Saf Poppin. I was just responding to Manny. Trade for Anthony Black and Grady Dick. I see what you did there. David Page up 11:07 p.m. Cali time. Carlos Montenegro. Shout out Chase Sr. So inspirational. Am I? I'm just trying to make it, man. I did see the Embiid tweet. He said he's still up. I was just talking about that. It's so funny. Thoughts on a Klay and Wiggins for Paul George trade? So he can't be traded because he opted out of his contract. So if Paul George were to opt in, he could have been traded, but unrestricted free agent. So can't be dealt. And the Clippers already said he's leaving, which is why we're waiting here to see when and if he signs. I am pessimistic about the Warriors' future. I just don't think they have a really good team right now. Now, if Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Trace Jackson Davis all take big leaps, if Andrew Wiggins returns to his 2022 form, what are they in the West? 6 seed? Chase, your trust the process sounded like Napoleon Dynamite. That was my Embiid impersonation. Trust the process. Another Embiid tweet? I want to troll so bad, but there's literally no sports on right now. I love how Embiid's up. Embiid's up waiting to see if it happens. I know. I love it. We should make that tweet, and that's basically our mood right now. Still up. Still up. He also said, I want to troll so hard right now. Did Embiid send another one? Third tweet? Oh no. Just the two. Still up. This is the mood right here.
Still up.
I like that black BG. That's nice. Still up. 104 Central, 204 Eastern. We got some chips. Some chippies. Nine-hour stream. And I've been standing the whole time. Gosh dang. B-Doc. What up? Godspeed. What a comment. Chip eating chips. Isn't that like a chip on chip crime or something? It's good stuff. Joel needs to join the live. That'd be dope. Oh, shit. Diamedes, appreciate that. Still won't be a top 6 seed if they get Paul George. That would be a disaster. Dream targets for the Warriors. Steve Shapiro, what's up, man? Thanks for watching the shows. Dream targets for the Warriors. What's doable? Jared Allen trade? It's light. The dream scenario for Golden State is to really have their players take massive strides. Favorite Sixers player of all time? Not even close. Allen Iverson. How many more subs? Let's see. We are at... Oh my gosh, we're 46 away from 17K. 46 away from 17K. I would bring Dario Saric back as the 4. B-Doc, what'd you tweet, man? He said, yes, stay on. Go to Chat Sports on YouTube. We've been up all night waiting for the news on Paul George. That's awesome, B-Doc. All right, Bobby Marks, a fluid situation in Philadelphia. Order of events, number 1, maximize cap space first. Number 2, sign Maxey. Number 3, sign Oubre. And the minimums, Philadelphia likely goes from a cap space team to a possible max team. 2/5 of their starting five is figured out with Oubre and Embiid. Obviously, they're going to bring Maxey back, who's a restricted free agent. Up to $59 million in room if no Paul Reed on the team, and I think it becomes increasingly unlikely that he's on the team. Moses Malone or Wilt? I'll go Moses Malone, actually. I don't know if that's going to be unpopular, but I'll go Moses Malone.
If we can get to 17K tonight, man,
That's crazy.
just legendary.
41 away now. All right, I need to get a chair.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
So the Sixers, after signing Oubre, projected about $50.5 million left in cap space. That's after signing Drummond, Eric Gordon, and Kelly Oubre. A max slot for Paul George is $49.2 million, meaning they'll have about $1 million in cap space left after they sign Paul George. Now again, they can create an extra $10 million if they cut Paul Reed. Ish. So they will be significantly over the salary tax when they extend Maxey. But able to bring back Kelly, man. That's big. Good night, Allie. Maxey will get re-signed. Maxey will get re-signed, William, after everything is done, because as a restricted free agent with his bird rights, they can go over the cap to sign him. So they will sign everybody else first. Yeah, Diomedes. Maxey can re-sign even if the Sixers are over the cap. Because again, they have his bird rights. So it doesn't matter if they're over the cap. They can re-sign him. Now they're going to go probably into the first apron. Chip, would Steph, CJ McCollum, Jonathan Kuminga, Dre, and Jared Allen be a solid lineup? It'd be good. I don't love the fit of Curry and CJ, I'm going to be honest. That's a less than ideal defensive backcourt. Now it is surrounded by Kuminga, who should be a good defender. Draymond Green, who obviously is a great defender. Jared Allen's a very good defender as well. And it's still Steph, like. But how are you getting CJ McCollum and Jared Allen? I'm just not sure how you're pulling off doing both of those things.
Can they see me?
I can lower it.
That's all right.
Are you sure? Maybe it'll look better the other way. Hold on. No. Wait.
That is hilarious. Hey, guys. Small head.
The man's got to sit down.
I got to sit down, dude. Legs are killing me.
Some chips. That's all we got.
I got 2 bags of chips. This is all we got, man. Chase Jr. Facts.
Chase Jr. in the house.
Little Chase.
Yeah, had to take a seat.
Turned into Peyton Pritchard. That's great, Val. BMG took a 15, felt like 3 hours. Dude, whenever I do go to bed, it's going to be a wild sleep experience.
Oh, I'm going to sleep so good.
Hi, Ladiddy.
What? Ladiddy. Look at this. We're 31 subs away from 17,000, man. 30 subs away.
31 subs from 17K.
Come on, baby. Can we get there? Anything from the Warriors yet? Nothing besides releasing Chris Paul, Card Republic. That's all they've done is release Chris Paul and Klay Thompson not going to come back. But they have not added anybody up to this point. Who is unsubbing, dog? That's brutal.
Come on now.
$31 subs from Reed doing a beer boot. You know what? We're going to make him do it tomorrow. He is going to do it tomorrow. It'll be the first thing we do.
I wish we could just like teleport to his house and pour a gallon of cold water on him.
Get up! Kelly Oubre signed.
Thank you, Diamidus. So nice of you.
Look at all these
Diamidus
people.
dog.
Diamidus dog.
You're our dog.
That's my dog for sure. That's my dog. That's my dog for sure. That's my dog.
Diamidus, we saw it. You don't need to keep copy and pasting it. Val said you look so much more alive after sitting and eating. My legs are like screaming right now.
These bozos won't answer me from Pressure Flipper. Should Warriors start Moses Moody or Pods? Definitely Pods. Any opinion on Lindy Waters?
Lindy
No.
Waters, back end of the bench, might not even make the team.
You do not start Moses Moody over Brandon Pajemski. It is now 1:24 Central, 2:34 Eastern.
And 11,
Yeah, 11:34.
almost
West
11:30 Pacific. Quentin Post, I like him, Val. 7-footer who can shoot. He's skilled. Really good numbers last year. Older, but very skilled.
Is it the same person? Like it's like the same two people right now that keep unsubbing and resubbing.
Yeah. Quentin Post, sap popping is 7 feet. There we go, 29 away.
Come on.
$27 away. What type of
Oh.
chips? These are barbecue. And then the other ones were sour cream and onion.
We're 26 away.
26 away.
Yeah, I love Embiid tweeting still up. That's awesome. 25 away. I keep refreshing Twitter like it's going to do anything. We lost one. We lost another. Y'all are tripping. Y'all are tripping.
No.
No, y'all are tripping.
People just want to get us a 69. Yeah. Boo. Boo. Oh, we got Ladiddy in the chat.
Ladiddy James in the chat. What is going on? MJ or LeBron? Give me Bron. Give me Bron.
Really?
Give me Bron.
That's wild.
Whoa, we just picked up like 5 subs.
Oh, let's go.
Come on, baby. Trade Klay to Dallas for Josh Green and call it good.
24 away.
PG cannot go to Golden State. I am reality. He is a Sixer. Ja. You are still alive. Yes. Is Morey lowballing Paul George, and that's why this is taking so long? I couldn't tell you what's going on. Let Jordan Poole punch Draymond Green, and we'll let him back on the team.
Yeah, just like one shot to the jaw.
Let him get his get back, and then we're good.
Somebody asked earlier what the Warriors need. They could use Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
I mean, trading him for Chris Paul and then getting nothing for Chris Paul. In the words of a great disciple here at Chat Sports, that's brutal. 18 away. 17 away. No, 18. For $50 million, would you rather have Paul George or DeRozan and Klay? I might always rather have 2 players compared to 1. That's a good question, though. Oh, wow, we dropped. People just unsub. Oh! Whoa! Look at that jump.
20 away. KM Beats, answer me, boy. Add in a picture of Joel Embiid in the top left corner. Put Embiid in the top right. Well, which one is it? We're 19 away. $18 away. Put him in the middle of the screen. Get KD back. Can we sign Hunter Biden's laptop?
Hunter Biden's laptop. That's hilarious.
Chips were good.
Chips were needed.
Sign Antonio Brown. I'm all right on that.
AB.
We are 14 subs away. 14 subs away.
Now 15 on subbing. How could you? Man. When do we call it?
Yeah, I haven't thought about that. Do we call it at 2?
2 hour time? The fear is you call it and then
it
you're
happens.
like, we're live for what at that point? 10 hours. And then it happens.
It's gonna happen whenever we sign off. We're 9 subs away.
Somebody said sign off when you get 17K.
4 a.m.
4 a.m. I mean, that's 2 hours. I just want to be able to get a decent sleep.
Yeah.
Went for wings at the club.
We are 6 subs away.
6 subs away from 17K. That's incredible. $550 people watching. I love you, sickos. $430 on Warriors. Love you, sickos, too.
Five away. 4 away. 3 away.
3 away from 17K. 2 away. 2 away. 1 away. Who's going to be the 17K? Type me. Boo. 2 away. 1 away. Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? Yay! Nate Kill said it was me. Jose Moreno said it was me. Key Glizzy said I had to sub. Let's go.
It's going in Prodi.
I'm dead.
Let's go. Appreciate y'all. And just like Joel Embiid, baby, we still up. We still up.
Oh, wow. We're up to 17,012?
Oh, man.
All right. We'll see. We'll revisit it 3 o'clock Eastern. Where do you have Clay landing this offseason? I think it's going to be the Lakers or the Mavericks. To answer your question, J-Dog. Woj did not just post. I have the noties on. You won't fool me.
Sign Beetlejuice to a 4-year max.
Thoughts on the presidential debate? Man, I won't get into that here. Censorship tube. Not sure Hawk 2 would be enough to keep some people up right now. That's great. Jonathan Himes, I like that. Not a presidential debate, but a presidential debacle. Woj. Per Woj, the Sixers are signing the diddler. Your subs are corny. I don't know how subs are corny. Diddler equals Dwight Howard? Could be.
Might be.
Kira said she was the 17,000th sub.
Oh, really? Wasn't sub before?
$17K for K. Oh.
Paul. Oh.
Hakima!
Hakima.
What did you think about what we're about to give up for Paul George? If you're talking from the Sixers standpoint, obviously it's a lot of money for the age. I think he's a really good fit, though, alongside Maxey and Embiid. You need to get better at the wing to compete with Boston now with Bridges and Anunoby. Or New York with Bridges and Anunoby, and then Boston with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Now for the Warriors, if you're asking from the Warriors standpoint, they would have gone after Paul George via a sign and trade, but Paul George opted out of the contract. Not sure if the Clippers said no to the deal before that or what. If I'm the Clippers, I would have been intrigued by that deal because they lost Paul George, but then they signed James Harden and Derek Jones. Paul George has probably been their best player over Kawhi Leonard and James Harden. Certainly much more of a two-way player as compared to Harden. The Warriors don't have money to offer him a contract. Saf pop him. Lacob says no new taxes. Yes, that's part of it too. Which I don't get. I mean, the dude is filthy rich. Your team, your organization have won 4 titles. But is he basically thinking, okay, we're not even close to winning a championship. Why would I pay the luxury tax? T-Money, I wouldn't say the Knicks beat up on the Sixers. That was the best playoff series of the entire NBA playoffs.
Yeah.
Every game was close. Went down to the wire. So the whole playoffs, that was the best series. So, if anything, respect to the Knicks. Knicks should respect the Sixers. Trade for Dorian Finney-Smith. Really like the player. Oubre may have sealed that. Maybe.
Brunson did get a lot of calls, Willie. He did get a lot of calls.
Yeah, it's so funny how Knicks fans will call Joel Embiid a foul merchant when Jalen Brunson literally did the same thing.
Whoa. You know, I'm feeling a Woj bomb at 145. In exactly 65 seconds, Woj will tweet out the 76ers have signed Paul George to a max contract. Woj went to sleep? I don't know if Woj does sleep during this time of the year.
Yeah. I mean, the dude's going to be up to, at any time, right? You think he just, like, takes cat naps?
Probably. He's on meth. He's a vampire. He has clones. He's an AI. How does Woj stay up all the time? People working for him 24/7? Crystal meth? He's a simulation? He's a group of people? 5-hour energy.
Dude. Getting past 2 might be tough.
He's on that Heisenberg.
That's good. Gargoyle.
Is 2 a.m. a deadline or something? There's no deadline. He can sign at any point.
Yeah, no, 2 a.m. is when we got to revisit what we're doing. Have an apple. Apple packs some caffeine. Whoa, just on the blue chew. Oh, man. I love the creativity from people. I love the internet. I miss Isaiah Joe on the Sixers. Should have never cut him. They could have used his three-point shooting the last 2 years. Scobby Blaze, you're pretty much right about trading Chris Paul or trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul and then getting nothing back. He said basically traded Jordan Poole for free. I mean, pretty much. You got nothing back for CP3. Released him. John DeMello said I'm out at 3 a.m. Eastern.
I need an Embiid tweet right now.
Yeah.
Whoa, is where you at?
Angelito, the release of Chris Paul as far as like the salary cap, it's not like he was due $30 million and now that you released him, you get that $30 million. What it does though right now is keep you out of the luxury tax. And they have that mid-level exception where you can sign a player for just a tick under $13 million. Carlos, Paul Reed for Markkanen straight up. If it was that easy, that deal would have been done. We signed Oubre, yeah. 2 years, 16.3.
We did sign Oubre.
DeRozan for Paul Reed. How we feel about the Phillies this year? They got to escape this injury bug right now. It has been the year of the hamstring. Bryce Harper, Brandon Marsh, Trey Turner. The good thing about how they started is they worked themselves to a point where right now, and they're so injured, they're still 8 games up on the Braves. So I like the team. I like how they can win different ways. They have a great starting rotation, maybe the best in Major League Baseball, if not the National League. It's also just going to come down to them getting it done.
Paul George trying to figure out how to move his podcast to Philly right now.
It actually is a pretty good pod.
Yeah.
Chase, why did Allie Barefoot step in for you? I took on a bigger NFL role. And so me taking on the bigger NFL role, I didn't have as much time to do Warriors content. And also, when the NFL season started, the NBA season was not underway. And so it freed me up to do more NFL. Because during the NFL season, we also have a partnership with Amazon Alexa to do content there. So it's just a lot of NFL duties. And just didn't have time to do Warriors stuff. But then, given the magnitude of this offseason, Allie crushed it on her Celtics channel. She's now like covering Boston teams, so Celtics and Patriots. And then I cover the Niners, have covered the Warriors. Grew the channel. Now that the NFL stuff has died down, I had the opportunity to get back on Warriors, and it's been awesome. It's been awesome. The highs of the channel are incredible. I mean, some of these videos just do insane numbers, and everybody obviously watching cares and is invested and is passionate and is smart, and you guys know ball. So it's an honor to be back in the saddle. Odyssey, you look pretty tired. Yep. Been live now for almost 10 hours.
Wow. Oh.
Oh. I think by 3 a.m., if there's nothing, we might just have to call it.
Yeah.
Bring back Buddy Hield, I would say no. I just point back to the man who puts together this roster saying, yeah, he didn't fit as well as we thought he was going to. Thought that was pretty interesting. 76ers signed Cooper DeJean. You know what? He could throw it down. I bet you could keep some offensive players in front of him. What would y'all rank day one of free agency so far? Look, the NBA just shoots itself in the foot with how they elect to do business and the timing of everything. I'll run through it all. 82-game regular season schedule is too long. The NBA play-in tournament for me didn't really move the needle. If it was me, I think the NBA should start on Christmas, but the NFL now owns Christmas. The NBA trade deadline is a huge moment. It's the week of the Super Bowl. And then the NBA draft rolls right into free agency. The draft is on Wednesday, Thursday, and then free agency begins on Sunday. And the NFL spaces them out so that there's so much hype and there's so much talk and there's the generating of storylines that can go on and on and on, capitalizing on the fans' interest. And then on a night like tonight, where the CBA has new rules on tampering, free agency is supposed to be a huge event, and it kind of flopped, just like the draft did. The draft is something else, too. In the second round, nobody cares. The teams don't even care. They're trading away every single pick. You don't even know from a viewer where each player is going. They take the stage wearing the wrong draft hat. And then for free agency, because of the tampering stuff, no team signed players for an hour plus. ESPN was live for like an hour to 90 minutes. Got to be able to capitalize on a day like this, man.
90-minute live. What a joke.
Yeah. Now everybody's us. You know? Oh. Do I think Colorado sucks this year? As in football? They play North Dakota State week 1. It could be an L. Richard Lee. Richard Lee, you're still here too, man. What a guy.
What a guy.
Four minutes away from a 10-hour stream. Godspeed. Watch. It's coming in 2 minutes. No diddy. Chow Lin. $3 super chat. Your 10th ever super chat on a live show. Thank you so much for that.
I can't believe all these people are still staying up with us.
Is this your longest stream? For sure. Second longest in the company history.
How do I do the super chat? There's a green dollar sign.
Yeah, green dollar sign right where you enter your comment, and that's how you can send in a super chat.
I think you have to send in at least $2 to put a message in.
Yeah.
Blew up and I'm in the city. I'm so hit up. Is Embiid still awake? Somebody find out. Grass. No yawning till PG. We've already had plenty of that.
Yeah, plenty of yawns. Travis Avery. First time super chatter.
I feel you, RB.
Yeah.
Yeah, RB's heading out and said expect the sign to happen in 5 minutes.
I think we're the last Sixers show streaming. RB is heading out. Yeah, literally listening to it, Tyler Redfearn. Let's see. All right, we've officially hit 10 hours.
You know what this is, Chase? It ain't nothing but work.
It ain't nothing but work.
It ain't nothing but work.
Does this count for overtime? Man, we don't get paid overtime, but they take care of us. All I want is some relief for when we can come in tomorrow, which we still get crazy shit done, even on a delayed day. But yeah, it's going to be a delayed day.
I can't believe they re-signed Oubre, man.
All right, I think we got to go, man.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just crazy. I mean, it's still 11 o'clock on the West Coast. Travis Savey, thank you for that $2 super chat. If
Come on, Cheese, don't do that.
I
dog.
know. If Paul George signs, we're still going to bring you a video right here on 76ers Now. So be on the lookout for that. 10-hour stream. It wasn't all for naught. I mean, shoot. 40,000 views, $682 in super chats, second longest stream in the history of the company. On Warriors Today, almost 60,000 views. And we covered a lot of ground, covered a lot of stories. Day one of NBA free agency. Now we're officially into day two because it's 2 a.m. local time. All right. Thanks to everybody for watching. We hit 17,000 subscribers as well. It ain't nothing but work. This is what we do. This is the standard. Really appreciate everybody for hanging out here with us. I would imagine we'll be going live tomorrow at some point. I'm not sure when. So bear with us and understand that we went live for 10 hours tonight. But how can you know? Hit that bell icon. Turn on those notifications because when we do go live, you will be notified. And we'll catch you here soon because if Paul George signs, we're bringing you a video. Chip and I might just get a power nap here at the studio. For Chip, I'm Chase. For everybody who watched for 10 hours, you're all real ones. Get some sleep. Enjoy your nights. We'll talk to you soon. See ya.